So, wir sind gerade im Stream von, in dem Fall, die Yugioh Open in Sheffield. Wir werden auch, wenn wir gleich noch ein bisschen zu der YCS Minneapolis, wie auch immer es heißt, springen, uns das angucken. Nur da ist gerade Pause, deswegen überbrücken wir den Stream mit den Sachen, die in UK gerade passieren. Und wir sehen hier gerade ein Match zwischen Telements und Runic Sprite mit Sprint der neuen Karte und ein paar Runic-Karten. Also es könnte sehr, sehr cool werden. Wir gucken mal, wie cool das ist. Und dann würde ich sagen, let's go. So, mache ich mal an hier. Zack, zack. So, das ist noch Game 1. Es sind schon 10 Minuten gespielt. Und es scheint, als hätte sie quasi hier gerade seinen ersten Zug gemacht. Wir können mal quasi gucken, was er gerade so auf dem Feld hat. Er hat im Endeffekt gerade einen Bounce von Sprint. Und that's it. Ich weiß nicht, wie viele Karten er in der Hand hat. Wäre natürlich spannend zu wissen, wie viele Karten er hat. Weil er spielt ja Runic, das heißt, jede Karte in seiner Hand ist potenziell eine Handtrap. Ihr könnt mir ruhig sagen, ob das Setup selber soweit in Ordnung ist, ob das Feld groß genug ist. Ich kann es theoretisch ja größer ziehen. Wir werden es ja sehen. Ich habe den Chat für euch auch ausgemeldet, weil ich finde den Chat für euch jetzt nicht relevant. Okay, aber Merli ist auf jeden Fall nicht schlecht. Ich muss fairerweise sagen, ich habe mir viele von den neuen Karten auch noch gar nicht durchgelesen, was genau die tun. Deswegen werden wir mal sehen, ob das halt relevant wird. Hallo Live Bauer. Mir geht's jetzt wieder einigermaßen gut. Ich habe jetzt auch für heute kein Video gemacht. Ja, Dienstag wird wieder eins kommen. Ich habe da eine coole Idee. Aber ich dachte mir, wir gucken erstmal ein bisschen Yu-Gi-Oh! Also, erste Game wurde gescoopt. Ich schätze mal, dass, ja, okay, Runic Sprite hat gewonnen. In Minneapolis ist immer noch, wie man sieht, nichts los. Also in Minneapolis spielen die jetzt dann Runde 3 und hier läuft gerade Runde 7. Also wir haben auf jeden Fall 2 Events, die wir uns angucken können, wo wir auf jeden Fall Stellar Gameplay erwarten können. Ich bin gespannt, wie gut das Gameplay werden wird. Ich finde übrigens das Setup hier von UK ziemlich clean mit der Matte. Ich finde die Matte auch cool. Man kann auch so ziemlich alle Karten erkennen, das ist schön nah dran. Das finde ich wirklich gut. Und wir sehen auf jeden Fall 2 der besten Decks. Telements gegen Runic Sprite ist auf jeden Fall ein cooles Matchup zum Angucken, weil das so High-Tier ist, ne? High-Tier-Meta. Und ja, wir warten halt darauf, dass es halt hier weitergeht und gucken halt. Ach, guck mal, da haben wir hier ein Interview. Ne, Swiss Round. Swiss Round. Ja, genau, Deutsch, richtig Deutsch. Hat Hansel geschlagen. Hansel hat die Nationals in Amerika gewonnen, also ist auf jeden Fall kein schlechter Spieler. Das war der mit dem Sword Sword, mit dem, ich glaube, Bribery war es. Wollt ihr das mit den Commentary von den Kommentatoren haben oder wollt ihr einfach, dass ich da drüber quatsche? Könnt ihr euch selber entscheiden. Ja, ich finde es auch geil, dass wir jetzt zusammen eine YCS schauen können. Ich finde es halt cool, ich mag so Events, ich finde es cool, das auch anzugucken. Ich finde das Setup von UK, by the way, richtig clean. Ich finde das halt so nice, wie die das gemacht haben mit der Kamera, dass man quasi in die Halle reingucken kann, man trotzdem den Spieler sehen kann. Mir egal, mir persönlich ist es auch egal, denn meistens sagen die halt nichts Wichtiges, aber Game 2, wir machen mal einen Ton an, gucken mal, was wir zu erzählen haben. Können wir einfach mal anmachen, wenn es nervt, können wir es ja wieder ausmachen. Guck mal, also hier ist immer noch nichts. Wir werden auf jeden Fall Minneapolis covern, wenn da die dritte Runde kommt. Okay, Pellerano am Anfang ist natürlich stark.
He needs stuff to side out, so
so in reality it should be one.
Just in respect to how like big his side deck options are, I would assume
Moin Kunai. Schön, dich zu sehen. Schön, dass ihr da seid.
Yeah, that is so crazy.
Oh, okay, also spielt ein Team Side-Deck. Das ist halt gar nicht so dumm.
And he's set two and he's just gonna add a card.
Oh.
I wish Gabe was playing,
Nicht gut.
on his rank 6 toolbox options like is it the Wallet?
Das ist, by the way, die Common, die aktuell die Super Rare, die 7 Euro kostet. Ich sag's trotzdem, kauft es euch nicht. Für 7 Euro ist es definitiv zu teuer. Wir haben zumindest vorhin gerade Sprint gesehen. Ne, das ist nicht D-Link, ist tatsächlich Runing Sprite. Das ist aber das zweite Game, das heißt, er hat quasi die Karte reingestylt gegen das Tier-Matchup, was halt ziemlich gut ist.
Exactly. So let's see how Gabe tries to attack the field.
Oh, das könnte...
Yeah.
Die Frage ist halt, was die Setkarten sind. Wenn die Setkarten halt ein zahliges,
Oh, he's doing it, yeah.
greift einfach an.
I like that
Ja,
play a lot.
okay, das ist clever. Runikarte.
So we're gonna see how this goes, because
Schnupper beschüttet erstmal ein Monster. Ich meine, es kommt Hüllen, um die Fieldspit zu adden.
so Josh has
Ja.
2 cards set and potentially a card in hand, I believe.
Also ich habe zumindest noch keinen D-Link gesehen. Ich habe oh, die Ghost Rare, Digga.
Yeah, that's quite surprising, right? I would not have expected that.
Ich werde mir den ganzen guten Kram nach Dortmund holen. Ja, ist wahrscheinlich auch der smarte Move. Wenn man es halt bei Dortmund nicht mitspielen kann, dann
It is.
braucht man es ja auch nicht.
It's like this one sphere mode will do me justice.
Das sind die UK Open, ja. Minneapolis ist hier.
Could be an issue, but
Sobald es hier weitergeht, werden wir auch hier rüber springen. Aber aktuell vertreiben wir uns die Zeit so ein bisschen mit dem hier. Denn die sind so ein bisschen zeitlich versetzt, das passt ganz gut. Wir werden halt von den UK Open nicht alles sehen können, aber halt einen Teil davon auf jeden
this
Fall.
Pulse of Desires is
Ja, wenn man es halt für Dortmund braucht, ist halt kritisch. Ne? Aber ich würde halt trotzdem keine 7 Euro für eine Super Rare aus meinem Hauptset investieren. Da würde ich mir lieber für 40 Euro Packs holen und hoffen, dass ich davon 3 ziehe. Das ist wahrscheinlich ein deutlich besseres Investment, als die zu holen für 7 Euro.
I do find it a little bit
Ich habe mir 2 Displays geholt von Maleficent Maven, weil das ist ein gutes Set, was den Value an sich angeht.
maybe even Hyperion.
Aber ich sage euch direkt, das Set ist echt teuer. Das kostet 100 Euro so ein Display und da sind halt die 6 Boxen drin. Aber halt die Hüllen auch, die sind auch haben auch ein Value.
Yeah. He's like, this will be fine. There's never gonna get banished when I need it. It'll be there always. Yeah.
Charter, ja.
Activate
Gute Hand.
starter. Yeah. You just won't be
Yeah.
banished.
Aber er spielt echt die Sires. Das habe ich jetzt gerade erst gesehen. Das ist krass. Die neuen Striker-Karten, ja, die neuen Striker-Karten werden auf jeden Fall, sagen wir mal, spielbar sein. Striker wird im Format aber aktuell schwierig, wegen halt genau diesen Bissil-Karten, die halt einfach die Ray banishen können. Da hast du echt ein Problem. Ja, Maleficent Maven ist halt viel nicht so guter Kram drin, aber sehr viel, sehr guter Kram. Muss man ja auch einfach mal sagen.
Yeah, it's really weird looking at this because what can Josh have set? What can he have set? If he has a Dynamiscus, I'm not sure if it's good enough at this point. I think it might just be too late for him to be able to resolve it.
Ja, was die Setkarten sein können. Es könnte auch eine Superpulli sein, das kann man ja auch sagen. Aber er hätte ja die Superpulli nicht benutzt für die Battleface und die beiden Dark Monster zu fusionieren, weil Sherry müsste ja Dark sein, ne? Ja, okay, oder er wartet jetzt quasi genau auf den Gigantic, das kann natürlich auch sein.
Exactly.
Ja, aber er wird ja erst Dynamiscus auf den Effekt machen von der Karte.
I think both are acceptable.
Oh, er lässt es einfach resolven. Okay, was sind denn die Setkarten dann? Was möchtest du nach Dortmund spielen? Schwierig.
Summoning a blue here. As you can see here, that
Ja, die Tins waren von den,
unfortunately banished.
außer die Secret Rares, die wirklich gut waren, waren die Tins wirklich nicht so gut. Also rein von dem Value.
Yep, he did. Yeah. No, Jet's already been used, so yeah, it's looking like
Okay.
both his red, his carrot.
Kommt nochmal Hugin, logischerweise.
Still in his deck might all be gone. So.
But he's not a coward. So
No,
it's
but he
fine.
drew 2, so that's
He's
okay.
fine, he drew
And
2
now
cards.
he's gonna draw 3.
And this
So-
is when
2 Karten und das
Sure,
Deck
the
und
Dynamiscus
2
is
Karten
used
ziehen.
here. No, it is
No,
not. No,
so maybe it's just
I
not.
question whether he has a card. in his
Yeah,
hand.
exactly.
Or maybe he's just thinking, okay, maybe I'm going to use this Dynamiscus into his field in my turn to help me play. Maybe he values that more.
I don't think so.
Also er kriegt noch ein Dragon
It's
Monster
easy,
auf die
but
Hand
it's
wegen
just 2 cards is a lot.
Magmut oder Magmamut,
And
wie
so
das
it's
Ding
2 cards
heißt.
now, it's 2 cards next turn as well,
Exactly.
realistically.
Yeah. And if he can establish as well, it just gives him an extra card to play in his turn. So.
And he's got the Pellerino as well. So
Also auf jeden Fall,
another card
sag mal,
Yeah,
Josh sitzt da und macht halt gar nichts und Gabriel spielt halt die ganze Zeit durch.
Got rid of both the Gigantic Sprite and the Fountain.
So maybe he just.
Eine Frau.
Oh, and I think he's hit the Dynamiscus here.
Ups.
Let's see if that's. It could be a Suliak as well. 'Cause we did say.
Nee, also wenn halt Maleficent Mavens kommen, wird Tierlements definitiv
Oh,
besiegt.
he actually hit the Dynamiscus.
Es war der Dynamiscus. Hä?
I guess it's
Maybe he
safe
just
to
doesn't
assume
have
he
a
just
card.
didn't
He
have a
don't
card in
actually
hand and he
card
wanted
in
to
hand.
discard.
So yeah, maybe he just doesn't want to discard it. He just wants it and he values that card for next turn.
Ja, toll, aber
Gabe now working towards.
je nachdem, was er hinten dahin baut, kann sein, dass die eine Karte halt nicht viel bringt, ne?
Do you think he'll make a sprint play here or try and go for something like IP?
Der Link ist auf jeden Fall nicht schlecht. Ob das jetzt wirklich krass wird, ist halt die Frage. Weil viele werden ja die ganzen bis 4 Karten spielen, auch im Side-Deck.
Yes, yeah.
Und ja, ob das jetzt wirklich gut ist, ist halt die Frage, ne?
Let's see. No.
Oh, he is going for IP.
Und das ist eine Starlight Rare, Masquerena, jupp. Einmal ein bisschen flexen.
He
Yes,
is playing
exactly.
Avramax.
He is, I
He
believe,
is playing
yeah.
Avramax, yeah. So yeah, it'll just make his life significantly easier in the long term if he
Again,
has a big monster.
playing around
on him.
Dynamiscus here, setting some of the runic cards potentially. Not looking great for Josh.
Ich glaube, das Game ist so ziemlich gelaufen. Er hat jetzt 2 Karten in der Hand, die eine Set wird eine Sulik sein.
That's, something
Ach, er hat einen Pellerino auf der Hand.
Another field spell.
Aber wenn das die Destruction ist, ist das Game.
That is going to get noped. That is going to get rid of.
Wenn ich obersten 4 und die eine Karte in der Hand ist ein Dynamiscus
Double Bell there and 2 more Relevant Names.
und die letzte Karte wird Salik sein und da macht er nichts mehr.
Hits in his deck and it's just making it extremely difficult.
Oder die andere Karte ist auch noch ein Dynamiscus, das wäre natürlich auch beschissen.
He needs to hit more than one, he needs to hit 2 because he has to play around the Bestial in his hand as well.
Yeah.
He's not going to get a battle phase next turn, so it's not over yet, so he does have another turn.
The advantage here is
The amount of cards that Gabe has is
slowly getting out of
looking
control,
very overwhelming.
yeah. We'll see. He must use the elf here just to try and get some more cards.
Okay, Set eine.
He has set a card in past turn.
Aber er hat keine Handkarten mehr. Das heißt, wenn das jetzt das ist ja ein Dynamiscus, der macht halt nichts.
I don't think he's got a card in hand now, unfortunately, with that Pellerino being destroyed by destruction. Yeah, we're just gonna have to see. Again, he still has another turn. We talk about this all day about how these runic cards just give your opponent that extra turn to breathe.
And now I wonder if he'll use IP Masquerade's effect. Maybe not. Maybe he just is perfectly fine, just have an elf up.
It doesn't look like he's playing Unchained Abomination, which would be a good card here. Again, just getting rid of more cards.
Once per turn.
Unicorn kommt jetzt, ne?
Want to try and
Yeah.
This makes sense, I think.
Get rid of the fresh set. The other set didn't do anything.
Exactly.
Just get rid of
Ja.
the fresh one.
Die neue Set, definitiv.
I think that flies, yeah.
It's only you.
So what realistically can Josh draw into that might be able to get him somewhere? Maybe something like maybe Merlin. That could be something that gets him there.
Yeah, I think he had to hope that.
Und kommt jetzt hier weiter?
Yes, definitely.
Nö.
So yeah, we'll see what happens with this turn.
If you didn't have that back row, evenly matched would have been a reasonable way to come back.
Yeah, that's true.
If there's like a way, maybe Gabe will get rid of it. Like, I would assume Gabe would be like, right, okay, let's just keep that there, just because I don't want to get even lead.
Yeah.
Sprint.
Although I do believe Josh did start this game, so
Yeah, it's
even
not like
looking
he'll-
unlucky.
Aber hat er denn noch Karten drin? Er hat jetzt Desires Resolve. Ich glaube nicht, dass er noch ein Target hat.
So,
Doesn't need it.
no.
But
Er macht es wirklich nur für den Bounce. Okay, das ist eigentlich gar nicht so blöd.
I think he just made a sprint and just passed.
yeah,
He's ready. He's got the boys are ready. That is a good
that
top
is a
deck of it.
Das ist ein guter Top-Deck,
Former
ja.
disruption will
Have to, yeah.
stop this. Does he have a former disruption?
I think you can see Gabe sign out. I think he does not want to activate a runic card. He wants to be able to attack next turn.
Yeah, exactly.
But he might not have another piece of interruption.
Yeah, maybe like, but at the end of the day, like negating this Rhino Heart and not having your
Yeah.
battle phase again is completely fine because then he has to top deck again.
It doesn't matter because I forgot he still has a bestial card in hand, right?
It's fine. What's he sighing for?
What's he sighing for? He's got it. He's like,
grumpy.
but he's gonna activate it.
Yes, it's completely fine. Just like banish this.
And it's
Oh
another
mein
monstrous.
Gott, er hat noch einen davon.
Yeah.
Attack for game next turn.
Und dann
Spin trigger.
bounce er den selbst. Ja, hat er
Oh,
wieder auf der
bouncing,
Hand.
returning
Oh
to
mein Gott,
his
ja.
hand. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like that
It's
play
not once
actually.
per turn, right?
No.
Oh,
the Suliak.
he has Suliak.
Ja.
This would have been
Aber
a good way
das
to
war
get
doch
around any of
telegraphed, dass das ein Suliak ist, oder nicht?
Because then he would have just skipped his battle phase for no
Exactly.
reason. And now he's struggling and he's just like, he doesn't want to use any of them. And you can tell he's like, he really just wants this game to be over. He just wants to have his battle phase, so he's just allowing
Oh, he
things
just
to
wants to
happen.
summon that 2 back. And
That
maybe
does
try and
open
make
up
a
some
play.
options.
Yeah. Able to make a play with Sprint, right?
Now, he's using smashes. Is Sprint
Warum hat der das Match denn nicht an Suliak gechained? Dann hätte er den Paleo nicht bekommen.
Just probably remove the Rhino Heart, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's unaffected by monster affects the Dynamiscus.
Dynamiscus,
right?
yeah,
So-
but you're just gonna try and go for the
because then
attacking, right?
the Suliak's
Yeah.
going to be live, right? So you just get rid of it. And then just be like, yeah, if you've got another monster, sure.
Yeah. Moving gigantic there. May even be able to summon like the IP back and do something with it as well.
Yeah, it looks like Josh is wanting the pass, and Gabe's saying, nope, I would like more cards, please.
Yes.
So bear with me a
Was
moment.
Greta?
I'll
Ja.
just summon back my free link fodder.
Starlight Rare as well.
Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Look at
Es fällt mir jetzt auf, dass es ein Startup-Player ist. Crazy.
So where he's gonna go from here?
Attack.
Yeah, attack. The battle phase.
Just like that battle phase. He is allowed it this time. If he gets another,
You can
he's
see,
checking
yeah.
if he can actually even get anything from his deck because he's banished a lot from bottom sides. He's got a lot of card advantage. He would think like the
Schön, dass Josh auf jeden Fall noch am Lachen ist.
He just needs to get the damage out.
That last bit of damage, maybe, yeah.
Too little.
Exactly.
Well, this is gonna definitely help.
Yeah.
Er hat einfach, ich glaube, 7 Karten in der Hand.
Well, this is just what you see when the Runic Sprite deck does just get going.
He's not locked at the twos either.
No,
So
not
if
yet.
he wants to link his off away to get a dark, to get more damage up as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he's
I
checking his
just don't think
graveyard
there's
now.
enough in there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everything that was in there, he's got
Oh,
rid of. Oh, he's
definitely
using it to
gone
summon
now,
the
yeah.
Bestial, and I think that's got to be more than enough, right?
Surely it's enough.
Gigantic für 3-2.
He's gigantic
Bigger.
there, I guess. Why not?
Is the defense of the Paleozoics 1200?
No, I believe it's 0.
Null.
So, yeah.
Null Def, ja.
1200 attack, 0 defense?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can use IP Masquerade
To attack
right,
over
and
it,
then
yeah.
the rest is just boom.
Ja,
And that's
Game.
it, Gabe. 2
Ja.
Elements players.
Solide runtergespielt, aber der Telemann-Spieler hat auch echt Pech gehabt.
Round 7.
Round
7-0.
He's putting himself in an
Yeah.
excellent position to win the Yugioh Open 4. With 2 rounds left, he really could do it.
I believe in him. If anyone's going to do it, it's that smile. He
Look,
could
he's
do it.
hilarious.
He's so happy now.
He
He
Ja,
was
süß.
so-
he teased us. He looked
Guck mal, was hier abgeht.
That was completely fine. 220 minutes.
Gar nichts, hier geht gar nichts ab.
Very, very happy.
Especially that's pretty impressive for the Runic deck as well, because often we find
Yeah.
it goes into time. It
Nice
goes
and speedy.
very, very far
It
down
gets
to the
very
timer.
technical.
Yeah.
You can tell he did not want to use his
Exactly,
cards at
yeah.
a point because he's just like, I just want this game to be
Yeah.
over. So he's using his other defensive cards instead, which worked out
I
well
think that's
for him.
correct as well, because you see a lot
Yeah.
of them just Runic Sprite players. They're just using the Runic cards every single turn.
Very
and
trigger
then-
happy with them.
Exactly. Whereas you just want to try and use these other cards you have to your disposal to just get the game over and done with, so you can attack. Like, yeah.
But don't go away. We'll be ready for the player interview for
Round
round
7.
7.
Oh.
We'll be right back.
Guess the Card. Kennt ihr die Karte? Ich kenne sie nicht. Sieht aus wie eine Dark World Karte. Ich sage, das ist diese Banishment-Karte, die was zurückmischen kann. Oh, ich bin halt so weit offen, ne? Oh mein Gott. Puh. Keine Ahnung. Ach, oh mein Gott, das ist hier die DDD Headhunt oder so. Na, ich glaube, das war das. Hey, ich kenne eine Karte, wenn ich sie halb sehe. Nice. Okay. Ich muss aber fairerweise sagen, dass der Stream jetzt hier in UK fühlt sich ein bisschen schöner an. Das ist hier der Vasall von dem Erde-Ding. Nee, doch nicht. Dann ist das hier die Ghost Trick-Karte mit dem komischen Pumpkin drin. Oh, wie hieß die nochmal? Irgendwie so gut, so cute Friends oder so ein Scheiß. Irgendwie sowas. Oh, keine Ahnung. Ghost Trick oder Treat, ja, kann auch sein. Oh ja. Ah, stimmt, aber die haben beide so einen Pumpkin. Okay, dann habe ich nichts gesagt. Ghost Trick or Treat. Jupp, starke Karte, noch nie gesehen. Geste Card. Boah, das ist ja Animation, was ist das? Stratos? So, hilft auf jeden Fall. Alter. Ja, das ist echt schwierig. Ach, hier diese Monster Reborn-Ding da, ja. Wie auch immer die heißt. Was ich von Kashtira halte, ich glaube, das ist ein sehr, sehr gutes Deck als Engine. Also ich glaube, dass du mit der Engine viel machen kannst. Ich glaube, das pure Deck selber ist gar nicht so gut. Es hat auf jeden Fall irgendwo einen Platz im Meta. Aber ich glaube nicht, dass es wirklich ziemlich gut ist. Muss ich fairerweise sagen. Es könnte halt sein, dass wir ein paar Tops sehen werden. Vielleicht auch schon jetzt hier an dem Wochenende. Also gerade in Amerika kann ich mir das gut vorstellen, weil die ganz gerne mal so neue Decks halt wirklich spielen. In Europa spielen die ja ganz gerne die alten Decks. Ich würde sagen, ich lasse mich mal ganz kurz mit dem Stream hier alleine. Und gehe mal ganz kurz frisch Luft schnappen, denn meine Nase ist gerade so ein bisschen zu. Wo ist das? Oh, ja. Ja, so machen wir es. Oder? Ja, so ist schöner. Bis gleich.
For the round 7 interview. Yep. Shocked everyone here. Yeah. And Gabe, you are going so well so far. Round 7, 7-0. How are you feeling?
Tired? No, that has been good. I played a kind of similar list last week for euch, so I'm feeling confident on it. I feel I played decently.
It has been a long day, especially with it's probably going to be a bit of a struggle for you to shuffle your cards with your injured finger.
I did injure my finger. I fell off my bike yesterday, so I have a dislocated finger.
What a fairy tale story that would be to win the event with such a horrific injury.
Oh god, that's killing me.
I believe you had some tape on earlier.
I had some tape. No, because I play volleyball, right? So I had like volleyball tape like wrapped over two of them, just so it doesn't hurt. But I couldn't hand shuffle with it, so I had to improve.
You should have tried. You should have tried.
I tried on the train, and I was like, nah, I can't do it.
Well, you're 7-0 with your roots right there.
Yes.
How's your day been?
Alright, I was very tired at the start. At this point you kind of just get into the adrenaline and you go through the motions. I did cool things this game, which was fun. But yeah, no, I'm enjoying myself.
It was good to watch. There were times though where you did look a little bit miserable.
Yeah, you were just like
game 1 when they activated Havness, you were like...
Nah, it's terrifying. Like, Havness can be like a blank, or it can be like the equivalent of 4 hand traps.
You hadn't even opened the card yet.
We just activated that. You were so sad.
You don't understand, like, every Hobbit my opponent does hits like 3 things. So I was just like, I was already ready. I was considering going like chain starter to summon red, because he will hit.
Yeah. And that's what you did, right? You activated starter, read the play around that.
Someone blue, I believe.
No, it's someone blue, I just changed it to
very
someone
much
blue.
thought about it though.
I thought about summoning red, but I think blue is just better, because like, even if he hits a name, my hand is good enough that I can play through him hitting a name, and then this blue resolves before he makes the Apelia.
And then we noticed your mood changed significantly as soon as
second,
those mills.
yeah.
Like you were just like,
Nah.
yay! You were very
I
happy.
had a great hand, and I thought, like, as long as this Hovinist doesn't like, that doesn't get me over, it will be fine.
Yeah.
You did draw. You had 2 fountains as well, so
I had
and you,
fountains.
and you
Lots
think
of
it is
cards,
you think
yeah.
it is reasonable to just draw as many cards as you can.
I do like drawing as many cards as I can. Drawing cards is the way to win games.
We also saw that you play Hard Desires as well. Like, you're not a coward.
No. Nah, I prefer like game 2 I banish red and carrot of it.
We noticed.
And Hyperia.
So, yeah, that's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
All 3 are gone.
Yeah, because I decided when Hyperia out because I was doing Golem and Sphere mode. So it's kind of awkward because like you don't have anything to like keep recurring advantage.
Yes,
but I was
yeah.
so ahead that like it
Yeah.
didn't matter.
He just didn't really start playing that game, did he?
Yeah,
He
yeah.
tried and it just didn't really
I mean,
get anywhere.
the bicep card was very good though.
Yes,
Like it's my first time resolving it, and
Really?
being able to resolve it. There's this cool sprint interaction. You get to bounce it back as well.
We saw that.
Yeah, we
I
saw
really
that,
like that. I
yeah.
really like that. Yeah.
Those bestial cards have been putting in so much work over the weekend. It shows that like that they didn't conflict with the rank 2 of the rune against the ball. There's something that would like to ask you. We noticed that like we looked at your side deck card going into game 2. There's a lot of stuff that you could have put in against Tail of it. So what is your plan here? There's a lot here. We saw the bestial card. Did you put in anything else?
The bestial, like the lava golem.
You fit in lava golems and sphere mode as well. What were
I
you
was
taking
really
out?
surprised by this.
You fitting all this in?
I feel like
Tell you later. I think like against tier, you just need to draw like 2 like high impact cards, and when you simplify the game state, your deck is just better than them. And especially the bicep cards, it kind of allows you to play more because they replace themselves and they're good advantage sources.
Yeah.
And they also like if you have that and a monster kind of one, it can go elf and something like.
You didn't want to play Lebellion?
No, it's just those like the hand traps.
They do an enough of a job, right? Especially if you have the utility of sprint bouncing them and then you just have a constant disruption.
Yeah.
We were thinking like at a point where like top deck the Reinhardt, you were starting to look a bit of the whole players, but it
This
seems like
doesn't
you're
really
always
do
fine.
much.
You
You
just
have
had
the
the
bestial.
bestial.
And the game is like the games with this deck, you get like 10 cards, you have one, and like you won that game already. But you just gotta like go through the motions.
Yes, exactly.
You're just constantly stressed to like not throw.
Yes, yeah.
Es scheint, als wäre die nächste Runde gleich auf jeden Fall ab.
Yeah, exactly. So like that turn I had I think a freezing chains.
Weil die Pairings scheinen da zu sein.
Yeah.
Alle rennen rum und jetzt geht's weiter. Jetzt sehen wir Heißteil Gameplay.
You're from Brazil.
I am Brazil.
So you moved over.
Okay.
You moved over.
Gucken wir mal, was hier so abgeht. Dann gucken wir gleich mal, was bei Twitch so abgeht, weil da werden auch einige die Streams schauen. Geht auf jeden Fall gleich los. Wer streamt denn gerade hier? Guck mal, Joshua ist auf jeden Fall dabei. Hier und Ehren ist auf jeden Fall auch dabei. Hier, falls ihr Ehren nicht kennt, schaut mal bei dem Dude vorbei. Cooler Typ. Bin zwar nicht abonniert, aber cooler Typ. Bisschen Werbung hier. Gotham Knights, gutes Spiel. Aber jetzt sehen wir auf jeden Fall mal ein bisschen Yugi. Da habe ich echt Bock drauf. Ich muss nach dem Game auf jeden Fall meine Katzen füttern, das ist ganz wichtig. Sonst haben die Hunger. Diese Musik ist auf jeden Fall, wenn man sie im Loop hört, auf jeden Fall ganz schön nervig, muss man fairerweise sagen. Guck mal, Aaron spielt Locals. Oder Locals, er spielt auf jeden Fall hier Remote. Da ist Aaron, falls ihr ihn nicht kennt. Richtig, richtig nicer Typ. Aber scheint, müssten die Leute in Amerika auf jeden Fall noch Masken tragen auf den Events. Bei uns auf den Events war das ja nicht so. Weil hier in UK ist halt so, da tragen die halt keine Masken. Das ist spannend. Scheint, das wäre jetzt in Amerika auf jeden Fall deutlich schlimmer als bei uns. Wir können uns gleich während den Runden aber auch, falls hier nichts abgeht und wir hier nichts haben, können wir auf jeden Fall gleich ein paar YouTube-Videos angucken, die vielleicht spannend oder interessant sind. Da können wir mal reingucken gleich. Dann könnten wir ja Vorschläge gleich im Chat machen, was wir uns angucken sollen. Das Problem ist halt, wenn die halt das Feature mitmachen, dann brauchen die halt auch einen Deckcheck, bevor die halt das Feature mit reingehen können. Ich feiere auf jeden Fall ihn mit seiner rosa Jacke hier. Cooler Typ. Das ist auf jeden Fall keine schlechte Idee. Das machen wir gleich. Ich mache mal hier schon den nächsten Tab auf, um das zu gucken. Können wir uns mal angucken. Erster Deck hier. Kastira. Combo. Vor 3 Wochen. Vor 7 Tagen. Vor 3 Tagen hat er ein Deck gemacht, okay. Gucken wir uns mal die Kombos hier an. Ich halte auf jeden Fall den Blick, ob hier irgendwas losgeht. Wir haben ja den Ton an. Wir haben den Ton hier vorne aus. Okay. Grim Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeigt mal an den Kombos. So, der sucht halt die Karte hier. Okay. Also, wenn du Yukon hast, kannst du die Zauberkarte suchen. Okay. Und Fenrir. Fenrir sucht jetzt das nächste Monster. Der kann, glaube ich, in der Standby-Phase was specialen. Achso. Das ist wahrscheinlich sogar Post vor dann aber nur, weil ich weiß nicht, wann die Karten rauskommen. Ja, das ist das Neue. Okay. Also relativ easy zu machen, auch das Bossmonster ist auch ganz krass. Hier sammeln immer noch alle Leute, cool. Spielen schon? Ja, aber die spielen schon, okay. Also wird es gleich losgehen. Wow, das war's jetzt oder was? Ehren ist auch dabei. Autsch. Oh, das war auf jeden Fall nicht so geil. Ja, ist das immer? Kasti. Danke dir. Ich wollte mir aber das neue Monster durchlesen. Das hier. Weil wenn der halt darauf endet, so, dann scheint das ja irgendwas Gutes zu sein. Once per turn, during the effect, return the effects of Shangri were activated, you can also exit summon. Okay. Okay, die ist halt ein Markenbewusstsein. Okay, das ist natürlich nicht schlecht. Once per chain, each time a card is banished, attach one banished card to this card as material. Once per turn, quick effect. You can detach 3 materials on this card, then target one card on field, banish it face down. Das ist eine gute Karte, ne? Minneapolis schaue ich da. Nur da passiert gerade also nicht viel. Also ich schaue das halt über YouTube, ne? Hallo, Monsieur Kurt. Moin. Aber die scheinen schon alle am Spielen zu sein, das heißt, es geht auf jeden Fall hier gleich los. Gucken wir uns mal aktuell einfach hier Ehrens Gameplay an. Set-Karte. Bei Ehren läuft auf jeden Fall. Aber die Musik hört ihr ja wahrscheinlich, das heißt, wir werden gleich auch alle zusammen hören, wenn es halt weitergeht. Er spielt gegen Goti. Crazy. Spielt Ehren die Remote Locals von DTV? Die heute? Oder was sind für Remote Locals? Ich sehe einen Tactics in der Tech-Position, ich bin verwirrt. Ah, okay, er hat das Monster geklaut. Okay. Ja. Was macht denn Joshua? Bei Joshua machen wir erstmal Werbung. Ist mir egal. Was sage ich zu den Preisen von TTT Lightning Summit? Ich werde dazu tatsächlich ein Video machen, weil Staples in Yu-Gi-Oh! Waren noch nie so günstig. Vor allem so gute Staples in Yu-Gi-Oh! Werden Tier- und Sprite-Varianten dominieren? Ich glaube schon, dass wir sehr, sehr viel Sprite und sehr, sehr viel Tier-Elements auch im Top-Card nachher haben werden. Also gerade Tier-Elements und mit den neuen Karten, mit den Bestial-Karten, werden die auf jeden Fall gut sein. Ich würde gern einmal so ein Black Green Deck in Action sehen. Da hätte ich halt richtig Bock drauf. Wir hatten gerade in der letzten Runde nicht ganz mitbekommen, was sie da gespielt haben. Ja, Deckos sind teuer, aber es gibt ja auch günstige Decks. Und du kannst halt günstige Decks mit guten Staples trotzdem zu einem guten Deck machen. Und das ist ja das Geile. Das heißt, Yu-Gi-Oh! Selber, du kannst entscheiden, wie viel du investieren möchtest, weil du halt nicht die teure Decks spielen musst. Der Access Code Reprint wird in dem nächsten Battle of Legends Set sein. Also in dem Set, was kommt auch noch dieses Jahr. Und da wird der Access Code drin sein. Ich hoffe ja persönlich, dass der einen Secret Reprint kriegt, ne, weil ich finde den Secret sehr schön. Das ist ja die Frage, was der Access Code aktuell kostet, das weiß ich aktuell auch nicht. Guck mal, wir gucken mal, was Joshua macht, der wartet ja auch.
How was it for NA?
They almost have one every month, like even before Corona, I think. They had like at least 10 events a year, I think.
Okay, I guess that makes sense then. If you sometimes you might feel more inclined to skip one every once in a while. As like a semi-competitive player, yeah, okay, fair enough.
For sure.
Yeah, Josh, what do you think about the new Toad combo?
The new Toad combo?
Yeah, the one that you just sprint to send Angler in order to special summon double beaver and going for Toad with just one beaver.
I mean, I think it's strong. I think if I was playing pure Sprite, I would probably be going on Toad again. Especially because if you play Nimble,
Ja,
like now
der wird's echt
you always
geworden.
have Nimbles to add back for follow-up. I think that was an issue before.
Yeah.
When
so-
like
Nee, die kommen immer unregelmäßig. Die kommen halt, also die Battle of Legends Sets, die kommen halt dann, wann sie kommen. Aber dass wir kriegen halt dieses Jahr noch das Structure Deck für Dark World und wir kriegen noch das Battle of Legends Set. Und Maleficent Maven. Also wir kriegen noch 3 Produkte dieses Jahr und wir haben Ende Oktober. Das ist halt richtig krass. Dieses Jahr haben die uns zugeschüttet mit Produkten. Das ist der Wahnsinn. Guck mal, Joshua hat einen neuen Sponsor. Was hat er für einen Sponsor?
Would you play 3 or just 2 for the combo?
I haven't tried it. My first approach would be try 2 and then only play 3 if it's necessary.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually good. It's actually quite
Ah,
good.
Sleeve Chief sponsern jetzt auch. Nice.
It seems like it is the thing, like it's a combo that was already made before, and now there is the new release of Tier Elements cards with the Beasted.
Guck mal, kriegst
and
du aber
the
5%
Shortly
off.
Line. Doesn't seem enough. It was already not enough before. It was barely enough.
Oh yeah, I
before.
don't know about pure Sprite being good enough. I think if you play pure Sprite, you play Nimbles and Swap Frogs, but that doesn't mean that
Ja.
pure Sprite is the best way to go. There might be something else that's better.
Wahrscheinlich.
I mean, it doesn't really matter because once Ishizu comes out, I think it changes again. Like, I think if you play Nimbles when Ishizu comes out, you might probably just play 3 anglers because it's just so much free value if they mill it for you.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, I think makes sense. Makes sense to do that.
But what I really don't understand is, I think when I have never seen, I think, an OCG list with 2 anglers. Right? I think it was always 1.
Jo.
Pretty sure that
Ach, das ist Nash.
during the
Okay, cool.
first draft of
Ja, komm. Gehen wir zurück zu den Dingen. Warten, bis hier irgendwann mal das Feature mitkommt. Ach, das dauert aber echt lange immer sowas, ne? Ich habe etwas Angst vor den kommenden Karten. Wir haben jetzt alle Staples so günstig, dass ich glaube, dass wir bald neue Staples auf einem neuen Power Creep Level bekommen. Möglich. Wir haben ja schon die erste Karte angekündigt mit Triple Tactics. Und die ist ja wirklich ziemlich gut. Ob das wir neue Karten bekommen, die in dieses Level reingehen, schwer zu sagen. Aber selbst die Karten, die wir jetzt halt haben, die Staples, die halt da waren, die jetzt günstiger geworden sind, die Karten sind immer noch gut spielbar. Eine Karte wie Even Match ist halt immer noch eine gute Karte. Ah, es scheint loszugehen. Let's go. Okay, es sind nur 1000 Spieler auf der YCS, das ist krass. Ach, ist alle krass.
They're joining into the tournament. They got those 2-0 buys, but now they're jumping into the thick of it with everyone else. You know, it's been exciting so far. You know, I didn't get to commentate that last match, but it looked quite exciting.
Yeah, as you mentioned, round 3, things do get a lot scarier. The VIPs there's usually a good amount of them now. After having so many UDS championships, VIP exclusive tournaments. So that's like maybe 10 plus players just added freshly into the tournament. And now we're going off into round 3. Let's see what the players have for us today.
That's right. And first up, we are going to have Scott. He's from Lyle, Illinois.
Firework kann High King Avatar Garunix. Crazy.
Garunix, one of my favorite cards. I'm a big Fire King fan.
Ah, guck mal, Vlad. Oh mein Gott, Vlad im Feature-Match. Vlad ist ein unglaublich guter Spieler. Ich bin mal gespannt, was er für ein Deck gepickt hat. Vlad hat auf jeden Fall immer den richtigen Drip. Ja, das ist jetzt Runde 3, Minneapolis. Mal gucken, was Joshua zu Vlad sagt.
Vlad is asking for a feature with that sweater.
Ja. Crazy. Also alle, die noch nicht abonniert sind, by the way, könnt gerne mal ein Abo dalassen. Ich werde auf jeden Fall in Zukunft öfter mal, wenn ich die Möglichkeit habe, sowas featuren in Streams und logischerweise Videos, um sowas zu covern. Die Feature-Matches waren super schlimm, echt? Also ich habe den Livestream geguckt und war eigentlich, also ich fand das eigentlich ganz gut. Denn ich habe da jetzt nichts krass Negatives gesehen. Die Plays selber, da waren extrem viele Missplays drin, habe ich gesehen. Also ich habe gesehen, da wurde ein Masquerena negiert, der unter 11 lag mit einer Runischkarte, was nicht ging. Ja, okay, dann reden wir von demselben. Ja, da waren krass viele Missplays drin. Auch mit Dark Special Kaleido hat zurück, nachdem Starter resolved ist und nicht in die Zone von Dark beschworen. Also war... Ja. Magnamut kostet jetzt 12 Euro. Ihr seid doch alle Idioten, ey. Jetzt zahlt ihr 12 Euro für eine Super Rare aus dem Main-Set. Vor allem, wenn das halt gerade released ist, ist halt richtig dumm. Hier, Dennis auf jeden Fall Market Watch. Magnamut auf jeden Fall mal draufhalten.
And on top of that, you just have a plethora of extra monsters that are really fantastic. And then that's not even getting to the
Scarecrow vs. Chocolate. Oh, das habe ich nicht gesehen. Krass. Okay. Aber wir wissen noch nicht, was die beiden spielen, ne? Okay, hier passiert erstmal nichts. Können wir zumachen? War nicht so spannend.
Slam into any deck if you're having a problem with, getting
Es scheint, als wären quasi alle der Meinung, dass die Plays ein bisschen painful gewesen sind. Ich mache mal die Lows, die nerven ein bisschen. Aber die Frage ist halt, wer von beiden hat das in seinem Deck? Featuren die einfach nur jetzt Vlad, weil er halt ein prominenter Spieler ist, oder featuren die, weil er ein cooles Deck spielt? Weil Vlad spielt eigentlich immer nicht den besten Meta-Call, aber halt ein gutes Deck. Scarecrow Tier Elements. Ah, nice. Das wird ein cooles Match. Wow, eine 11. Holy shit. Also Scott geht first mit Tier Elements. Was mich jetzt schon wieder ein bisschen triggert, ist, dass das Feld ein bisschen verschoben ist.
Which lets you get that field spell, which gives you access to Visa Starfrost, and then you can summon the Visa Starfrost by destroying your Lightheart, and then Lightheart can...
Ach, wir hören die sogar reden, das ist ja ganz praktisch dann. Ach, danke dir, Dennis. Mein Test ist zumindest wieder negativ, das ist ganz gut, also ich werde Montag wieder arbeiten können. Yay.
When you're opening up like this and you just normal summon Reinhardt, do you have an intuition as to which one you want to be sending? What is your usual logic for which element name you want to use first?
I think it really depends about like which element you have in your hand. Like if you already have one in your hand, maybe you want to use that specific one again.
Effekt, ja, okay, cool. Guck mal, Vlad spielt sogar mit den offiziellen Top-Sleeves.
It's really, you know, it could go either way. You could get the one you already have, and then you end up milling the same one you already sent. But it's definitely.
Ja, wenn du das beste Deck spielst, bereiten natürlich die Leute auf dein Deck halt auch vor. Das ist halt so das harte Los.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned is a really big part of it. You want to control the casino, if you will. Like there's a lot of randomness to it, but it's a lot of math and you can definitely...
Langeweile, oh ne, Langeweile habe ich nicht. Ich habe Videos produziert. Jetzt habe ich heute keins geschafft, weil ich halt ein bisschen fertig war. Und gestern habe ich auch keins aufnehmen können. Das ist halt bei mir, ich bin halt Content Creator, ich kann halt Videos machen. Ja. Aber die spielen jetzt alle irgendwie deine Misches, ne? Crazy.
Even if you Nibiru the board, sometimes you're going to be triggering those effects on the field because they're being sent by a card effect. But we do see the Kiktalos that grabbed him the Tier Element's Crime, and now he's using the Kiktalos to summon the Sharon, and he milled 5 since the Kiktalos.
Und das Coole beim Scarecrow-Deck ist halt, dass du halt erst Tier-Element-Sachen machen kannst, und wenn die gestoppt werden, dann rennst du einfach mit Scarecrow-Sachen rein, dann kannst du halt extrem schnell OTK drücken. Genau, einfach Content Creator werden, einfach Content machen. Hast immer was zu tun. Telements. Ja, wobei ich sagen muss, Telements war nicht unbedingt das beste Deck. Es war das Deck, was die meisten Leute als bestes Deck erwartet haben. Das ist Rückerlos, ne? Okay, das ist natürlich sehr interessant. Rückerlos ist im Mirror Match extrem gut, weil er halt jeden Telements-Effekt stoppen kann. Oh, der spielt die Field Spell. Er spielt die Field Spell. Also hier die Rainbow Trap. Ich liebe diese Kombination, dass das funktioniert. Ja. Ich liebe, dass das eine Kombination ist, die man spielen kann. Und dann Field Spell plus einfach die Karte. Richtig gut. Ich liebe es.
But he'll have another fusion summon, so he has some forms of disruption, but he's going to really be relying on those like monster effects in hand to have his disruption as well.
Oh, er hat die sogar als Super Rare.
And it looks like Fool's Bureau goods for Rainbow Bridge Salvation. Yes, these brand new.
Ja, Vlad ist ein richtiger Kenner auf jeden Fall.
Had a pretty big impact actually. Where you're, even in Charlotte's, you know, a main deck where you're able to get a card like this, you have to add the Crystal Beast Emerald Tortoise to your hand, and you also get any field spell.
Now, this version of Tier Limit has a lot of potential field spells you can get access to. You mentioned that he's playing Scareclaw, so not even the Primeval Planet, but the Primitive Planet as well. And then, you know, maybe some additional field spells potentially down the line.
Die Face-Storm wird wahrscheinlich Sully sein. Das heißt, er hat einen Negate und einmal Effekt, der was beschwören würde, negieren. Also er hat 2 Negates auf dem Feld und kriegt dann auch dann die Summon für ein Fusion-Monster.
And Tiarlum is one of, like, you'd say it's one of the stronger decks of like all time almost with it it's able to do the amount of monsters put up, but then you're still able to like use the Crystal Beast cards. It's really fantastic.
Well, it's the same as me like
So Vlad's explaining a very intricate part of how continuous spells work here. When they have an effect to search a card at resolution, it is actually not an effect you have to declare, because it is an effect that happens at resolution and not an activation. So he's explaining that to his opponent right now. Similar with something along the lines of Fire Formation Tenki, you do not have to declare that you are activating it to add anything.
It's a part of the activation.
Yes.
Like when you activate the field, that effect
Lol.
is activating on pawn activation, as opposed to something like Draconic Diagram or one of these other field spells that you'd have to require you to let it resolve and then activate it separately. It said it activates upon activation, yeah.
Habe aber nur Publics gespielt, da ich nur für einen Tag habe. Ja, das ist natürlich schade. Ich werde auch in Dortmund, also wenn ihr in Dortmund seid, ich werde da sein, aber nur Sonntag, weil ich werde beim Main Event nicht mitspielen können, aber ich werde auf jeden Fall mir das nicht nehmen lassen, kurz rüber zu düsen und vielleicht ein paar Public Events zu spielen oder einfach mal abziehen mit den Leuten, die da sein werden. Ich habe gehört, Niska, Ehren und Muri werden auch da sein. Die werde ich mir auf jeden Fall schnappen. Vielleicht mache ich sogar ein Video, mal gucken.
Merly and Visa Starfrost. I love Visa Starfrost. I'm so happy. You know, he's seen play even in these top tier decks. It's a really awesome card. Level 6 tuner monster, you can spell from your hand. Just really fantastic. Opens up, you know, synchro plays.
Okay, er hat rückgelassen und geht in Effekt.
Use the ones on your field. Another reason why you wouldn't want to go for like a name that you'd have in hand already if you were trying to use like a Rhino Heart effect. Because if you do have Sheeran, you know, you can use Visas on the Sheeran, get the effects going.
Yeah, Visa Starfrost has the
Ach, ein Super Poly.
You can destroy a monster inside the field just to special summon it from your hand. And while you're like, why would I want to destroy my own monster? As you mentioned, the Talents will trigger.
Ja, Vlad auf jeden Fall richtig gut. Ja, in Dortmund wurde es natürlich eine geil, wenn dann eine YCS angekündigt wird, ne? Ja. Breedens Nummer 2, wahrscheinlich eine Kitkalus dann.
Maybe just another copy of Kiklos? Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is.
Try to generate as much advantage as possible.
Kiklos is like one of those really good cards. Like you can just summon it, and then it leads into another fusion if you want, or in this case,
Hafnis,
you can
okay.
add Hafnis to your hand if you want to keep that Kiklos on the field. A little more risky because you're going to have to hit that Element's name off the top of your deck, but we'll have to see.
Well, you did say Scott searched a copy of Crime.
Oh,
earlier.
That is right.
Yeah, so this could be just a really heads-up combination of cards here.
Because you have to discard for the Crime, and you get to trigger the Hafnis. You don't have to use the effect in hand. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, there is the Starfrost.
Okay.
This is the exact scenario. Yeah, we're able to destroy that Element monster on the field.
Dann zerstört er, der triggert dann.
Visa Starfrost touching down.
I feel like he's not really willing to waste a Crime, or not waste per se, but just use a Crime so early on just an effect like this. This is really where you want to have those other points of interaction from your hand if you're able to. Maybe a DD Crow, perhaps a Bestial monster. This would be a fantastic time to see one of those cards pop up.
Yeah, something to stop the fusion summoning though, right? Because he doesn't want
Oh, eine Bell.
As soon as the Primeval Planet can resolve and you get to destroy a card. Oh, Ghost Bell, you're called it. Just some card from the hand that's able to stop the summon. Just make sure he's not going to be able to use that field spell. Because not only does the Primeval Planet give your monsters 500 attack, not only does it add a Element monster, but when you return cards to your deck, you're able to destroy a card on the field.
Super Poly kommt jetzt wahrscheinlich runter und klaut den beiden Monster. Er kriegt aber Mill 5 und halt das Monster zurück. Das ist eigentlich nicht so geil. Oh, er hat Rhino.
Now normal summon coming down here for Vladis, and that is Rhino Heart.
Yeah, trying to get his last Element effect to be able to be used here.
She's done, yeah, Sharon, Merrily, and now the only thing left is Havnis.
Es gibt einige YCS, die auch in Richtung Berlin und sowas sind, aber man muss ja trotzdem sehen, dass halt in NRW der Großteil der Yugi-Community halt auch ist, ne? Das muss man auch fairerweise mal so sagen. Es gibt sehr viele OTS-Stores in NRW, es gibt sehr viele Menschen, die in NRW und umliegend halt auch wohnen, ne? Deswegen... Also jedem, der einen Magnamut gezogen hat, würde ich sagen, werdet ihr jetzt los, verkauft die. Die Karte wird sowas von tanken.
Wow, 3 amazing hits. Scream is going to allow him to add a trap. Solik's going to let him add a Element's monster. And then the Merrily's going to let him fusion summon. I don't think I've ever seen a better Havnis mill than that.
Yeah, no, we all scream for Element Scream.
I scream for Element Scream. Big fan of Ice Cream.
I don't think Vlad is that big of a fan of what happened to him right now.
No, that is not. It's definitely not the kind of mill you want to see.
You can see just a tad bit of despair on his face a little bit, but he can still pull through. Visa Starfrost can still turn into that Link 1 that we talked about earlier.
Lightheart. Yep.
Gonna unfortunately have to play over his field spell right now, but he's able to.
Ja, aber genau das ist halt der Grund, warum halt viele von diesen Events auch in NRW sind, weil es halt in NRW wirklich halt den großen Teil von der Spielerbasis gibt.
I wonder what you would even try to send if you use all 3 of your effects.
Sorry, are you saying?
Yeah, Vlad is definitely in a tough spot. Like, he was already in a tough spot, and then this mill off happiness just put him in a way tougher spot. Like, even if he's able to break this board, like, he's not going to have a good board after this. It's not going to be something too crazy. Like, and Scott's going to be full of ready to come back with this, you know, this excellent Hobbies mill.
Yeah, it's also just one of those awkward situations when you're not able to resolve a Tier Elements monster. Maybe you put up a field, but that Kickflow staying there is such a huge threat. Him being able to add a Sulik as well as another name for the following turn as well. Like, you have to deal with the board there as efficiently. You can't destroy it either, because then it'll just send 5 more cards to the
Ich glaube, er wartet mit der Super Poly, dass er den Value von Kickflows nicht mehr benutzen kann, weil Mill 5, wenn halt du die meisten Effekte schon raus hast, bringt dir halt nicht so viel. Kaschira ist fein. Ja, aber Köln ist ja auch NRW. Wohnst du in Bonn? Ja, aber in Köln gibt es auch garantiert ein paar Logos geben. Ich meine, Bonn und Köln ist natürlich auch ein bisschen auseinander, aber ist halt trotzdem halt möglich. Ja, weil bei mir ist ja relativ. Okay. Okay, also geht für Predator und nicht für Kaleido.
Especially something like this, but we'll see how Vlad navigates it. Looks like he was able to resolve his fusion summon, so he's going to get the Kictalis effect. He's going to be able to trigger his field spell to destroy a card. Kictalis is either going to add or send a Tier Elements card.
I feel like the field spell is definitely going to just go after the Prime here.
Exactly, yeah, you have to.
No cards banished either, so you're not getting that incremental value from its secondary effect.
The Dragostopelli is not a bad target either, but...
Ja doch, das wäre dumm. Der wird ihn jetzt ja Kitkalos negieren.
Yeah, like realistically, at this point, if he's allowed to go into Baron, I think that's like more than enough.
Yeah, Baron Kictalis, and he still has the Kictalis effect in Mill 5. I mean, not that he has any effects to really trigger from the Kictalis, so maybe he wants to leave that on the field, but...
Yeah, like, maybe like forcing Scott to not have like a way to actually kill everything. Oh, it's a Sulik.
Oh, so it was Sulik. Yeah, I wasn't sure if he had a Crime or Sulik, but it is Sulik, so...
Oh!
Oh, wow. Super Poly's huge here.
Yeah, for multiple reasons. If you don't actually...
Ja, die kannten wir ja schon. Okay.
Probably his Dragostopellia? Yeah.
Ja.
You don't want to fuse with his opponent's Kictalis, because then he'll be able to mill 5 since it was hit by a card effect.
Yeah, like...
Okay, er hat Sulekreis aktiviert und Kitkalos gewählt. Das ist natürlich auch nicht ganz so clever gewesen. Ne?
Yeah. So, like, as long as he's able to attack over that, he's able to actually... Like, this is actually... You know, we talked about this last round. Super Poly was one of the players' favorite cards, and this is a good reason why.
It's so good going second, for sure. Even going first is set as like a defensive option. It's an incredible card.
Oh, even the field spell going after the Sulik still, getting off the field, had already activated this turn, makes this just such a really strong turnaround for Vlad. It's like,
yeah, so maybe that one of those 3 wheels wasn't as good as it quite seemed. Even though I think it did give him this yeah, he didn't get the habit style. He already had that, so definitely.
Okay. Also Vlad ist auf jeden Fall der deutlich experienced Spieler. Bro, muss da im Keller spielen oder im Stehen?
Obviously, you just might as well commit some more cards to the field. That Visa Starfrost might be gone for now, but it definitely can come back.
Yeah, the Leichhardt will have the field spell. Oh, that's
Ghost Mourner.
Ghost Mourner, the alternate art.
Unfortunately, potentially a little bit punished for trying to commit more bodies on the field instead of going straight for the Baron.
Yikes. Because now he's not going to be able to grab that field spell that would normally grab him Visa Starfrost. That's another thing. If you incorporate Visa Starfrost into these themes that he's like adjacent to, all the field spells grab Visa Starfrost or like the theme it works with. So he can really like include Visa Starfrost in any one of these kind of strategies. Kashira, TR Element, Scareclaw.
Looks like Vlad sees that he's not going back in the deck. Or he could try to get some additional value from the Scream here. He has used all 3 names, so it's not going to be tier elements that he's really looking for. Maybe a
trap, so I like to get like a Hobness to his hand for the next turn or something like that.
Yeah, that's nothing too bad there. Oh, he already had a rival.
Ja.
Okay, so he didn't need to get the spell. So this is gonna let him special summon Visa Starfrost back from the graveyard.
Could have potentially summoned a Scareclaw if he had one in the grave, but you know, no need. And it looks like he hit Grief.
Grief only adds back a banished trap, I believe, so nothing going to be able to add here. Interesting, you decided to use Tier Element's Grief. That's a card I wasn't sure if we're going to see play. It's not a bad one. It lets you swap like a Tier Element on the field for another one, and then you get to trigger that Tier Element you sent. So it's not a bad card by any means.
I think it's like a better version of Foolish Burial, honestly, because you can use it with an empty field, just put a Tier Element on the field, throw it in the graveyard, trigger its effect.
Then you have Kiktalos.
Yeah, like you just have to have...
Oh, so yeah, I see the Foolish Burial like a line, yeah, that makes sense.
Was ich glaube, was die YCS gewinnt? Boah, schwer zu sagen. Oh, das könnte richtig cool werden jetzt.
Oh yeah, if you summon something, I mean, the Lightheart can come back now too, since he has Scareclaw or Visa Starfrost on the field.
Game gepost.
Like, I mean, I would assume that just means that he's trying to go for something along the lines of Curious.
But yep, looks like we're gonna pause here just for a quick ruling question about something that happened previously in the turn. But you know, it's been an epic match so far. Like we've seen so much happen. Like Vlad's, you know, fighting.
Hey,
like,
Leine.
we also kind of mentioned like the board that Scott put up that turn 1. Like he's not.
Ja, ich guck mal, wie YCS, ne? Das geht halt ab. Also ich kann nicht sagen, was die YCS gewinnen. Das ist wirklich schwer zu sagen. Ich glaube, dass das Tier Elements einen guten Shot hat, das zu gewinnen. Gerade in Amerika ist es wahrscheinlich sehr beliebt. Aber ich glaube auch, dass tatsächlich Ruling Sprite aktuell im Format auch noch ziemlich gut ist.
Yeah, we saw the Ghost Mourner, the Ghost Bell, along with all the interactions that were already on the field. The Havness hitting 3 powerful hits. It seemed like Vlad was going to be down and out really early into that turn, but then Super Poly really just put him right back in the game, and now I think he's almost favored. Now you saw that the Dark was on the field, potentially the Link 1 coming back on the field because Visa Starfrost is on the field. That's going to be 2 different Darks, Dark being able to summon a different type, hopefully going into Curious, which I only assume is what he's trying to do, but maybe that's not even the end goal here. Maybe he's trying to go for something along the lines of Link 4, maybe Appaloosa.
Mal gucken, was Joshua denkt, was gerade passiert ist.
Think it's repairable. I don't think it's repairable. Even though, like, technically they could rewind with all the information on screen, but I don't think it's repairable because, like, the Super Poly is something that he now knows about and could potentially play around in whatever. It's just, it's messed up. It's messed up.
Okay, also was ist passiert?
If anything, I think there's 2 ways how they can handle this. There's 2 ways how they can handle this. They could just rule it as an accepted game state. I don't know exactly what the rule book says on that, like when that's appropriate and when it's not. I actually don't know. But to be fair, I think Vlad looks like he's winning either way, kind of.
Not only negate my opponent's monster, trigger my Tier Element effect during their turn, like it's definitely a good card, and being able to add it with Scream just because when you just happen to mill it on top of it.
Bro, my man just insulted Billy Break in chat and thought he wasn't gonna get time out of it. Like, what the hell?
To, you know, continue fusion summoning, so you don't have that option to
just like insulting Billy Break
so now you can just,
and thinking he's gonna stay in chat. What do you mean?
Crazy.
What do you mean?
Easily.
Yeah, it definitely adds a lot of convenience when you're trying to access those spells.
Also es scheint irgendein Problem gegeben zu haben mit Super Poly.
Anyways, that's the one thing, right? They could be saying it's just an accepted game state, right? It's an accepted game state. And then maybe they're fine with that, or they could be giving a game loss to the player that caused the problem, which is in that situation Scott, I think. I think that feels a little rough as well, because I don't think it was intentional. I genuinely don't think so. But
weiß irgendjemand von euch, was passiert ist? Also irgendwas mit Super Poly, irgendwas ist nicht richtig resolved auf jeden Fall.
The game is probably lost anyway.
Glaubst
like,
du, man kann mit FTK Anti... Glaubst du, man kann mit FTK und Anti-Handtrap-Stables was reißen, weil einige ja gerne eher Powerspell spielen? Ich glaube, das ist nicht unmöglich, mit FTKs was zu machen aktuell. Ich glaube, es ist trotzdem auch nicht so einfach.
For them to just end the game right there and say, okay, Vlad is winning it now, because I think he would have won it anyways. If they played that correctly, imagine how it goes, right? They resolve the rule, Kalos. The Sharon stays on the board. And then he at some point tries to Saliak and he just chains super poly, right? The game is over. He wins the game.
Okay, also Rukalos war irgendein Problem. Okay.
Yeah, it's probably correct to just move on with a 1-0 record and call it a day like that, but we'll see what happens. X Crazy, thank you for the 3 gift subs. Oh, I see why it's specifically 3. I see why. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess that's a good timing. I guess that's very good timing.
Okay,
because we're gonna have to wait and see how long this judge call and decision is gonna.
Gucken wir mal, wie lange das halt ist. Also wir haben jetzt auf jeden Fall von Joshua. Diese Woche sind 2 Events, ja. Wir haben einmal die Yugioh Open. Können wir mal so lange reingucken. Wir sehen hier gerade hier schön ein Match zwischen Telemans und gegen Nista. Ja, also die Yugioh Open sind halt und die YCS Minneapolis. Hallo Magier, mir geht's ganz okay.
I love that about Yugioh. It's like, oh, well, this is my problem. They can do this. Well, then how can I like counter that? And then the next step, how do I counter their counter? And then, well, I'm going to use this to counter that. And it's just like,
das sieht nach einem Arrival aus.
Whoever reaches that further step usually has the advantage in terms of the deck they brought into the tournament.
Yeah, speaking on that, though,
Jo.
looking for those advantages wherever you can. We're talking about cards that were printed just several years ago, seeing played now. Like, just talking about how powerful the tournament cards are, like, just in hand, engraved, and how easily accessible they are when you're sending them away.
Ja, beide Events mit Dark Blast. Dark Blast ist legal seit Donnerstag, also beide mit den neuen Karten. Deswegen ist es ja so spannend, weil die ja die Möglichkeit haben, halt die neuen Karten zu spielen. Deswegen ist es spannend mal zu sehen, was die Decks halt also machen. Der Nista zum Beispiel hat keine neuen Karten bekommen. Steht trotzdem hier gerade 6-0-1.
Do something in the graveyard. You also have the
Cosmic. Crazy.
Of, like, things you can send down for Foolish Burial Goods. Big fan of Foolish Burial Goods. These cards that just send cards, Foolish Burial Goods from the deck to the graveyard, whether it be a monster or a spell trap, just absolutely fantastic because they're getting you access to things you don't normally have access to from your deck.
Yeah, like having access to any field.
Oh mein Gott. Wie kannst du eine Karte in eine Zone aktivieren, wo eine verdeckte Karte liegt, Junge?
That's crazy. That sounds like quite the card, actually.
Gepunished von Imperm. Selbst schuld, Digga.
Alright, looks like we are back in the
Ja,
game.
Pellereino.
So I think what happened here, Rukalos didn't destroy a monster when it negated the Sharon, so it was incorrectly to the graveyard, but the game state is accepted at this point, and this is where you are going.
Okay, was geht weiter? Okay, also Game Set ist accepted. Geht einfach weiter.
Here we are. It looks like we do finally see that synchro summon for the Baron. The main reason why you could use that Vista Star Frost.
So your kip goes to 1800, so you take 1200 damage.
Opting to not go for any of those extra like link plays, just leading on the Baron, Dragos to play in the dark that will also, you know, potentially float, give him more resources if it's lost.
Because there's Mourner.
So he oh yeah, he takes the damage from the Mourner.
Yeah, additional effect of Mourner, if that monster that was negated leaves the field, you do take life points equal to its attack.
Definitely important. So I don't think he used Baron's effect to destroy here, right? He just went to battle and attacked over Kitalos? Interesting. Is there a reason why you wouldn't use the effect to destroy?
I don't think I want him to mill 5 cards.
You can, I guess you don't want to use your negate, I guess. Just hold the negate.
You only get one. I wonder if it's ever going to be a problem that the Baron was summoned into a dark zone. Now, likely the dark had already been used this previous turn. He'll summon back his the opponent's Dragos to Pelia.
But he definitely could have put in one of those other 2 left zones, probably been better off.
Yeah, just in case you get to resolve it again.
Okay, here we go. So
Ja, guck mal, jetzt steht eine Karte, das ist echt ziemlich smart.
Reason why he didn't want to destroy any card, because he wants to destroy his own carded Baron. So he's gonna pop the Scream, so he can add.
Was es macht ist, es baut Bauness. Und kann theoretisch halt mit Tryhard halt auch Rotikaren. Das Game hier hat er wahrscheinlich verloren. Aber gucken wir mal, was Vlad hier macht. Okay. Während die Seiten gucken wir uns das andere Game hier an. Wir gehen einfach hin und her die ganze Zeit jetzt hier. Ich glaube nicht, dass der Arrival outen kann. Ja, Fenrir ist krank, wie teuer die ist. Ich muss fairerweise sagen, ich verstehe es aber auch nicht. Weil eine Ultra Rare aus dem Hauptset darf nicht so teuer sein. Pendel mit Sprite zu spielen, das hört sich nicht gut an. Mehr kann ich dazu nicht sagen.
Engine to engine, it is really difficult to deal with the amount of force that Scott had, especially after those three that the Hobness hit, having three beneficial effects. You feel like you just fall too far behind, even if you are able to clear the field. But Super Polymerization makes it really easy, getting rid of two of their cards potentially, or at least forcing one of yours through, and then putting a body on your field to really equalize the situation, and then just having enough to stop the few interactions that Scott had left. So Vlad able to move forward 1-0 in this game. You think? How do you think he would go into games 2 and 3? What do you think he's looking for now?
Vlad going second here, going to game 2. I mean, so I was talking about this with Joe earlier. When I go to the tournament, like if I'm going to be choosing to go first in my games, my deck's going to be tilted towards going first, my main deck at least, and then I'm going to more so focus on my side for like going second cards. So a lot of people are doing that with. Ich finde es ja geil, dass die Judges eigentlich immer die gleichen sind bei den YCS gefühlt. Ciphering Gear Gamma even maybe. Ciphering Gear Gamma really shines when you go second. You know, it used to be it's still okay if you go first, you're able to catch your opponent off guard. You know, no Chaos Ruler, Synchro into. Unix Spider ist immer noch ein Thema aktuell, ja klar. Wir haben noch keine Ishizu-Karten im Game, deswegen ist das auf jeden Fall noch ein Thema. Mein Lieblingsdeck ist Trades. Guck mal, was Joshua sagt. Ja, was zu erzählen. Gar nichts. Joshua hat nichts zu erzählen.
They can't hear you, they have ads. Yeah, well.
Deswegen.
Losing game 1 when you go first, and then you have to choose to go first again. You're like, well, what if the same exact thing just it plays out the same way? Because now Vlad's deck is even better for going second.
Yeah.
But it's so tough to sit down and be like, okay, you go first. Like that's a scary thing, especially when you're down the game, giving all.
Ja, ich mache nicht meine Nase logischerweise. Was soll ich machen? Ich kann mich jetzt nicht hinsetzen und jedes Mal alle 2 Minuten ein Ding fertig machen. Muss ich immer eine Katzen füttern, von daher werde ich eh gleich gehen. Jeder braucht gerade Fenrir und ich glaube tatsächlich, dass die gar nicht für jedes Deck unbedingt essentiell notwendig ist. Danke dir. Jetzt Game 2.
The third round of Swiss here at YCS Minneapolis. I'm so excited for this tournament to see what's going on, and it has lived up to the hype. I've had nothing but exciting matches so far. We've seen Draco Slayers take down, we've seen the power of Charlements, and we're going to probably be seeing a lot of Charlements throughout the weekend.
Absolutely. I do think it's one of the most powerful decks for a reason, and Scott, to no surprise, is choosing to still go first. And now he has the field spell.
Ich habe 2 Katzen. 2 lange Katzen.
Consistency of getting pretty much any monster in your deck, but having that extra layer of disruption during the opponent's turn just to pop a card while you're doing your normal fusing summoning stuff is huge.
Glaubt ihr, Vlad sidet ein paar von den Bisher-Karten? Weil das wird sich ja für sein Deck komplett anbieten, ne?
We see Scott with the Tearlement Scream and then that normal summon of the Rhino Heart that he added, and the Scream's already going to mill him merrily and...
Merrily,
just
yeah.
merrily.
I think that's probably good enough, you know, just...
Usually you're happy if you just get one effect, one name.
Yeah. And this means that potentially you could send any name off the Rhino Heart and you don't have to use it. You can just keep the Rhino Heart on the field. Because one of the biggest things here that we're looking for is going to be...
Ja, wenn es ein YCS oder eine DM gibt oder eine EM gibt, wo ich halt teilnehmen kann, dann spiele ich logischerweise auch da. Was ist krasser als 3 Mal eine YCS zu gewinnen? 4 Mal eine YCS zu gewinnen. Easy as that. Da brauchen wir mal Tempo Total, ja. Damals aber noch mit Complexity Card Gaming. Das ist auch schon eine Weile her. Ich glaube 2014, 2015 war der da.
And now it looks like he is going to use, I'm not sure if he used the Merrily or the Havness, but he used them both as materials to make this Kiktalos.
Okay.
If you're really scared of like something like Infinite
Warum wird er der erste YCS? Ja, good luck dann dabei. YCS ist halt anders wie jetzt eine Regional DM, da ist deutlich kompetitiver in der Regel, zumindest nach Runde 3.
Yeah, I mean, if you have no choice otherwise. If you know you're going to lose to something like Infinite Permanence,
you just got to do it sometimes.
I know I've had to do that. I had to do that in my...
Just cover all your bases. Yeah, you got to cover all your bases.
Now he is...
Oh, that makes me feel better that I know that you did it in a future match. I've always like thought about that play, and I was like, I don't know if I should do it, but sometimes you're forced to. It's either that or you're going to end up passing to an imperm.
Yeah, it never feels great doing it, but like I think it would feel a
Haben
lot
nur Asiaten gefühlt die Woche gewonnen.
And you just have to pass it
Interessant.
entirely, so.
Yeah, that feels a lot worse.
You have to make the concessions where you can.
We do see the Sharon coming down for the Kiktalos effect, so he's going to mills the Sharon as well.
That's all he needs.
Ja, 40 Minuten ist doch vollkommen fein im Auto.
Yeah, it's already Rukalos Dweller.
Was sind da 100 Kilometer dann ungefähr?
Does he have Nibiru? Does he have a Bestial?
Can we see a Bestial one time? Oh, Gamma? I'll accept.
Cyframe Gear Gamma's
Gamma, oh mein Gott.
So he's going to negate the effect of Sharon in the graveyard to fusion summon. So now all Scott will be able to do is really overlay for Abyss Dweller, but not the worst.
Yeah, you can use, yeah.
Definitely not the worst, especially since like, you know, there used to be consideration because of how powerful.
Ja, Joshua ist ein guter Spieler.
You want to save the Gamma for the Abyss Dweller itself, but with Rukalos on the field, that's not something you can do anymore. That's going to be something that answers the Gamma immediately. So unfortunately forced to use it right now.
Yeah, Rukalos really fixes all the weak spots of the TR limit decks. Like when I was first using it, I was like, if you could go into like Garua, you can go into Dragos Stapeli with Kiktalos, but it just felt like there was something missing. And then now with Darkwing Blast, that Rukalos really lining up nicely in the deck.
I wonder if Vlad has any kind of answer to the Abyss Dweller here, because it effectively will shut off any of the tier function in his turn. The Scareclaw stuff will still be effective at the very least. Maybe not.
Ja, engage these, ja.
You still get the monsters on the field. Maybe
das sind auch
you're
schön.
able to go for something along the lines of Baron, which honestly is not that bad if all you have to do is an Abyss Dweller.
Very true. That's, I mean, having that Scareclaw package in your deck gives you some alternate options to play through like Abyss Dweller. I was a fan of like the Adventure package, so if I got Dweller, I could still, you know, maybe activate Right.
Da ist der Dweller.
Griffin Rider, Draco back, maybe get rid of the Dweller. Hopefully they don't do it again to me, but just always having some other strategy to kind of deal with that Dweller. But it is just Dweller and a set back row.
Oh,
another copy game that's going to be dead with the driver banished, unless he's playing multiple copies of Typhoon Driver.
Yeah, this is very interesting to detach the water monster, putting the Abyss Dweller back to 1700. But that might mean that the Rhino Heart is really relevant in the graveyard, because I do believe I saw a copy of Dynamiscus in Scott's hand.
Okay, Trade Hafens.
Yeah.
Was soll der Müll? Oh mein Gott, wenn der Duell nicht wäre, wäre das ein Ultra-Müll gewesen. Warum haben die eigentlich immer die Gold Red als Karte? Das ist richtig, richtig weird. Ja, ein Deck zu spielen ist auf jeden Fall wichtig, ja.
Not against Abyss Dweller. When all else fails, you can at least go into Dweller. But here comes that other alternative options where he's not completely relying on the graveyard. He can go into Visa Starfrost. He's not going to get that bonus of triggering the Havness effect after being destroyed, but he does get a level 6 tuner onto the field.
I wonder if Scott is just going to shotgun his copy of Dynamiscus here, not allow him to get access to
Dweller ist tausendmal besser. Dweller ist im Extra-Deck, der ist immer accessible, du kannst mit 2 4-Monster bauen, der ist ein Buddy auf dem Feld. Ja, also Dweller ist immer die bessere Karte und Stummer Friedhof kostet ja auch noch eine Handkarte, ne?
And after seeing that he won't, he's going to, you're right, he's going to use that Dynamiscus, just discards a Soliek to probably grab Havness.
Ja, Vlad muss eigentlich hier schon scoopen mit der Hand. Gamma den Visa Starfrost. Super Poly. Ist auch dead.
This is really cool though. If he has the Havness now, Vlad is just not in a position where he's able to activate a monster effect on the field. Yeah, like he has.
Okay, die Super Poly jetzt set.
Leaving the Dweller on the field, that's also just a huge issue. It's just going to cause the same problem next turn. But now Scott will be able to put a tier limit monster on the field to potentially have the Scream live as well.
Könnte spannend werden auf jeden Fall. Ja, dann stehen wir um Hung um 4:10 auf. Good luck, Buddy.
Vlad had another copy of Havness here, it could have potentially, well, that's...
Holy.
6 cards, 3 for the Merely when it's summoned, 3 for the Scream since he summoned a monster.
That was Merely and Havness, it seems.
He'll be able to trigger both their effects. All the chill out monsters, if you aren't familiar with them, if they're sent to the graveyard by card effect, you can use themselves to fusion summon a monster from other, and you put the other materials, including themselves, on the bottom of your
Ja, aber
so
wenn man ein Spiel möchte, besser als nichts, ne?
And Havness, maybe either for a Rukalos or a Dragos Tapelia. I would imagine a Rukalos.
Yeah, and then the field spell will
Rukalos.
go after the set, try to minimize damage where he can.
Now he's also resolving Merely as well. Probably going to make another Kictalos. Oh, it looks like he's going straight for Kaleido Heart. Just wants the damage. Just trying to end the game. Maybe he's going to go for Kaleido Heart, trigger its effect on the back row.
Kaleido Heart könnte jetzt sehr interessant werden. Weil Superbully wird jetzt quasi auf jeden Fall was rippen. Er kriegt beide Monster wieder zurück, aber Merely kann nicht mehr triggern.
Yeah, maybe even potentially playing around something along the lines of Waking the Dragon.
You never know. The only times you get Waking the Dragon.
Ja, es lohnt sich auf jeden Fall. Also, du weißt ja, es lohnt sich eigentlich immer. Also rein von der Atmosphäre.
The guy still lost, but he did resolve too. Oh man, that is a good back row to have.
I wonder, like, he still has to deal with the Dweller though. Like,
both those monsters also come back.
Yeah.
Kaleido and Rukalos both would come back.
Luckily for Scott, and I guess
Ich denke mal,
you cannot fuse with
Merely und
Kaleido Heart.
Rukalos.
Oh, yeah, because it's water, so you can't fuse with it. Oh yeah, that's right.
Which, you know, both strong in super polymerization, but also bad because you can't ever shuffle it back.
Kickalos, ja.
So now that he's summoning Kictalos on his opponent's turn, maybe he'll be forcing Scott to use that last material for the Dweller. So if he's able to survive this turn, he'll be able to play and use his graveyard effects again on his 4th turn. Well, Vlad's 2nd turn, 4th turn of the duel.
So you get your triggers first, sorry.
Yeah, Rukalos just summons itself back when it's sent to the graveyard.
Chainlink 3 Havness?
And then he's going to go Chainlink 2 to Rukalos, Kictalos, and then Scott will do Chainlink 3.
Chainlink 4, Dweller. Alles andere wäre dumm.
So only Sheeran is still available for Scott to use. If he does get to hit it here, he's able to use the effect of Dweller and then use the effect of the field spell to go after that.
Yep. Rhino Heart, basically, if he has a Channel Monster in his hand, it's kind of like hitting that last name that he needed, but if he doesn't, then it's just kind of a whiff there.
Yeah. I do believe it's not as strong as potentially just.
Muss jetzt Mail und Stream. Ja, muss er. Er macht jetzt halt selber halt einen Kaleido Heart.
Things going.
I think he's just trying to get as many monsters onto the field as possible. Like, the more monsters maybe Scott has to deal with, the better chance he has at surviving. But even if he survives his turn, like he only has 2 cards in his hand. The follow-up is he's gonna need a lot.
Yeah, I don't think Scott has to do far too much here.
So Droll and Lockbird.
Ja, also was YCS ist immer ganz cool. Ich habe auch 2019 mit Trains auf dem YCS teilgenommen. Also Spieldeck, worauf du Bock hast und spiel das halt. Das ist immer ganz gut. Ja, Magnamut, okay, crazy.
He's not going to be able to survive this game, and we are moving on to a game number 3 here in our 3rd round of Swiss at YCS Minneapolis.
Yeah, Scott just flashed the copy of Bestial Magnum, being able to finish off the game here. Like, being able to not only be a 2500 attack body, but being able to clear a card in the graveyard, make it really difficult for Vlad to actually put anything on the field. Like,
ist auf jeden Fall ein gutes Game. Also geht hin und her. Ist ein gutes Game. Du brauchst die Karten hier auf Englisch. Brauchst du nicht. Jeder hat Access zu Neuron. Und Neuron reichen im Endeffekt, um die Karten auf Englisch mitzunehmen. Und dadurch, dass die YCS in Deutschland stattfindet, brauchst du nicht mal eine englische Kopie. Weil es würde in Deutsche reichen. Weil du spielst ja in Deutschland. Also kann der nicht erwarten, der jetzt auf eine YCS geht, dass du die Karten in Englisch hast. Weil wenn jetzt dein Gegner jetzt eine französische Karte spielt zum Beispiel, muss er eine Übersetzung halt dabei haben. Aber mit Neuron ist es halt gar kein Problem mehr.
Scareclaw Rightheart, you're able to, it's basically like an in-game. You have those 3 monsters in defense mode, you're able to draw, if it's the 3rd one you summon, you can draw a card. And
Ja, Blatt ist ein bekannter Spieler. Ich denke mal, wir werden auch noch ein paar bekanntere Namen, mit denen ich schätze mal, dass auf der YCS auch Puck mitspielt. Ne, weil es ja in Amerika ist. Ich könnte mir vorstellen, dass wir vielleicht Sam oder sowas sehen, dass der auf der YCS auch mitspielt. Ne, ist jetzt kein bekannten Spieler, aber zumindest eine Persönlichkeit, die man kennt. Truth könnte auch mitspielen.
Just going from planet to planet, you know, fighting the good fight.
Is that what he's doing? Is he like?
Yeah, he's got a heck of a fight for him in Photon Hypernova in a few months. So we'll see how that continues on as we get more sets coming out throughout the, time.
Yeah, Fender's already been a force to reckon with.
Yeah, the Kastira definitely here and ready to fight. I mean, I'm glad you didn't really get to see the Magnet, but like that is something of the bestial cards. Not everyone talks about, they're kind of like DD Crows. They get to banish the life cards, and obviously banishing TLR monsters is huge because they don't get, if they're banished, they can't fusion summon, they can't resolve. But you're also getting a 2,500 body on the field. If you summon 2 of them, that's 5,000 damage quickly in games. But let's go ahead and jump right into game number 3 here of the 3rd round of Swiss.
Game 3.
First, all of Ireland behind Vlad. Maybe all of you, cheering on their brethren. We'll have to see what he does. Following the course every turn 1.
Noble Reinhardt.
Summoned here for the turn 1 player.
Havness.
We do have a Havness here for Scott. Again, his Havnesses have been really strong so far.
Good. Okay, not so
Nip.
good.
That could be
Rhino.
That's
Alter. Der Typ, ne? Der ist der Millgott, Alter.
Very, very problematic for Vlad, depending on how many other tier monsters are in Scott's hand.
This is our turn now. Scott's gonna be able to fusion summon more than Vlad can on his turn before he's even got to that point.
Yeah,
Crazy,
so far,
eh?
at least. Like, if he's able to just put up a Dragostapelia early enough, they're able to cut off the Kiklos, that could be really, really powerful. And there is a Druis Worm as well, cutting off the Havness.
And now he could also just go into like.
Scott ist aber der bessere Spieler, Alter.
Shuffle back the Rhino Heart as well.
Oh mein Gott, ey.
I think it's Vlad's. You wouldn't be able to tell.
Oh mein Gott, ey.
The first time I was playing with the bestial cards, I was playing against my opponent. I summoned 2 during their turn, like banishing their Drytron cards, and then he tribute summoned for a monster, and like went tried to attack over one of my bestials, and I was like, it's the first turn. You can't attack on your first turn. I can summon monsters on when it's not my turn. You can't attack though. But yeah, we see. At least it's Druis Worm.
Gibt mir das Pride-Fragment hier noch? Ich glaube, in einigen Varianten schon, in den meisten wahrscheinlich nicht mehr. Weil du kannst ja immer noch einfach nur 11 spielen. Und wenn du halt einen Merli auf dem Feld noch hast, kannst du halt mit Merli und irgendein Monster auf 11 gehen. Und dann in der anderen Runde halt dann mit Merli wieder 3 Karten millen. Ich glaube, dass das immer noch gespielt wird, aber das ist halt nur eine Karte, die du halt im Extra-Deck brauchst.
All during Vlad's first turn, we got a Rukalos coming down.
Rukalos turn 0. That is. It can send the Havness.
And then the Havness will trigger, right? It wasn't one of the ones he milled, right? Yeah. So he has the screams.
Aber er hat Rukalos.
If he has to use a normal or spell summon monster effect on someone, it'll protect it from Rukalos being able to negate it at least. Showing.
Oh, that's Grief, right?
Oh, it's Grief. Oh, I'm so used to. They're very similar from the distance, but yeah, Grief even better. Maybe we can see the value of Grief here.
I'm just going to just deal with it outright, not allowing it to send the Rhino Heart instead of the other name that could potentially be summoned off of it.
Havness. Aber jetzt kommt halt Dragostapelia. Ja.
Actually, using the Rukalos, we're going to summon Dragostapelia now.
So he's summoned the Druis Worm. The Rukalos got the value out of the Rukalos and gives Dragostapelia for another negation.
Gibt ab.
And then he hasn't even drawn his first card yet. And now it's Scott's turn.
Yeah, like Scott's second turn of the game here. Let's.
Aber wenn man zuzieht und so mild, Alter, und er hat einen Rhino hat, natürlich. Boah, mein Gott. Er hat eine Hand.
It's a good normal summon. It basically has 2 lives also. Like it has itself coming back if you get to send it by card effect, and when you summon it, you get to send down any talent monster. Basically instantly access.
Ja. Aber ich glaube tatsächlich, dass die meisten wirklich gar keine Sprite-Karten spielen werden, und vielleicht wirklich nur 11, wenn überhaupt, wie gesagt.
I see. That's the reason why it wasn't allowed to do that. Now I understand.
And now we are seeing a fusion summon
Kiklos.
or probably Kiktalos, if I had to guess.
Yeah, like, it's interesting. Like just looking at this position, Scott doesn't have to do much to just attack, right? There's not much damage that he needs to provide.
We were talking about the bestials. Yeah, they're great at disrupting, but they're also just huge dragons.
Also er hat einen Sherry in der Hand.
So that gives you access to things like
Kein
Beatrice or the brand
Monster.
new Wallow, the founder of the Dredge Dragons.
I love that card.
It's so good. I can't wait to. I'm sure we'll see it in action in the feature match at some point. But having a quick effect, take a card of your opponent's. It's like a Mimicatic Seas monster. Like, give me your card out of your graveyard. It's mine now.
I feel like it's really underrated just how
Dein
big
Chat ist hier gerade 2 Minuten
100
verzögert.
for every card in the graveyard for every
yeah.
monster you control.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a spell card for Spray. That's a whole gamut.
Das kann durchaus sein, ja.
I'm sure we'll see Wallow make an appearance at some point. But now it looks like you have the Bestial
Another
Magnum.
one.
Gonna banish his own Nibiru. Get another dragon on the field. Now he's moving to battle phase, and that's
enough.
Just like that. And Scott,
Ja, crazy. Schade Blatt, aber wenn der Gegner einfach mild und dann noch den in der Hand hat, plus Rollverlust.
and a Bestial, and was able just to dominate this game 3. And now Vlad's gonna be moving on, with one loss, not out of the tournament yet. And big congratulations to our winner Scott.
Ja, GG auf jeden Fall. Dann gucken wir mal, was Joshua zu sagen hat.
Even though the more bestials, the better, in my opinion. But even if you just
How
have a
come
few
Scott,
and you're
only 34%
open
voted
up with
for
those
Scott,
bestial
so,
monsters, you can
yeah,
really work
enjoy.
out nicely.
And,
Und ich werde mal ganz normal meine Katzen füttern.
I'm gonna need to go to the toilet real quick, so very short.
Das heißt, wir gucken uns lange einfach dieses Match hier.
Maybe I should have sided the third one out. I'm not.
Viel Spaß, bis gleich.
Wait, that's quite interesting.
The kick also did not trigger either, which makes me think that it must have triggered earlier.
Yeah.
It's struggling to remember since it
So yeah, now Michael's down
9
to
minutes ago.
3,200. So, do you think he will be able to clear out this game?
Oh, get rid of everything.
Do you think he gets rid of everything here?
Get rid of everything. Even the Suliak. It is a high rate draw, yeah.
I knew it.
Just get rid of everything. I don't care if it's adding a card. Just let him have it. Just get rid of everything. Because that Suliak is going to put pressure on him if he summons a card anyway.
Yeah.
Just get rid of it. If he has any, hopefully Jack has some form of disruption in his hand, so he can actually interact with him.
Yeah, hopefully.
Other than just hoping. 200 life points.
Yeah. Oh, he's on 200.
Was he only 200 off? Was there a slight maybe?
There might be a
miscalculation
miscalculation there. Oh, that is really unfortunate for Jack there.
That is
Oh, and he's got a Bestial.
He's got a Bestial. And we
get
wondered
rid
if
of-
this had any sort of interaction with this matchup.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's doing something.
It's doing a little bit here.
There's an extension there.
Yeah.
That is the one that would remove from the field. I don't think access code talker is protected by anything.
Reinhardt effect to
And it's resolving.
That looks like
no.
it's going to be very strong now.
I think if you just respect Nibiru, just a Kaleido Heart spin is probably just, I think that's what he's doing. He's respecting Nibiru, just going to spin it away. And there's, there it is, and there's the handshake.
Michael takes it down with a 2-0 victory.
Michael is heading to the final of the UK Open 4. Could he be the winner of UK Open 4 with his Teal Limit matchup? His pretty solid Teal Limit list, playing the new Darkwing Blast cards in what was the card that it added again? What was it? The one that removed Mystic Mine.
Oh, Tournament's Heartbeat.
Heartbeat. I need to remember that because I keep thinking
that card's seems really unique.
I keep thinking that Scream was the only card that was added. Then he's added that card. I wonder if he added it as a means to out Mystic Mine.
I think that might have been the main reason. Also, just gives that extra utility for game 1, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Being able to deal with maybe even like more of the back row matchups, which may be a little bit more difficult for tournaments to usually deal with. So just again, give you that extra little bit of removal and somewhere to go.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah.
Solid. He has been on feature twice. He's going to be
Gonna
on
be
feature
a 3rd time
again since he is undefeated. He will play the other undefeated player in our final round, round 9. So we'll see what we'll be interested to see who is victorious in the other round. I think it's table. This was table 2, so whoever was the winner of table 1.
Yes,
I believe it could have been a Mystic Mind player or
I believe it
player.
was. I believe it was a Runic Sprite mirror match on table 1.
Runic Sprite mirror match.
I believe
so. Right, so we'll basically be the 2 big boys at it. So what we'll do is
So it looks like he's playing Gabriel Nets in the finals. Gabe.
We'll be featuring them both again.
8-0?
8-0. So
I got it right. So that's what really matters.
Excellent. Right. Well, we're excited.
Yeah, we are.
We're going to take a quick break before we get stuck into the final. We'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Oh, das wäre also auch vorbei. Gut. Ich habe keinen mehr gewonnen, aber cool. Und hier ist, glaube ich, auch noch, ja, das Interview.
Moving to winning round 3. Good luck in the rest of your tournament. Stick around. We'll be back with round 4 in no time. See you soon.
No time. Also die YCS Minneapolis hat 1000.
You want to check out these upcoming events coming to you very soon. We have the Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox Release Celebration in
Ich glaube, also zu der Frage zu dem T0-Format, ich glaube schon, dass wir mit ein bisschen Mavens ein Deck kriegen werden, was sehr gut sein wird, was sehr, sehr viel vertreten sein wird. Ob es ein T0-Event wird, ob es ein T0-Format sein wird, schwierig zu sagen.
God. Ooh. Okay, one second. Let me lower your volume. Holy. Okay. Okay. Do you see this? Did you like this?
I mean, it was relatively standard tier mirror in my book.
Ja, sehe ich genauso.
What about the illegal play?
I mean, I didn't think it was intentional. It didn't seem intentional.
Obviously, it's not intentional. I don't think it's intentional.
I think Chad and I were agreeing.
Hey there, guys. Welcome back for the round 8 interview. We've made time for an interview for you.
Yes,
and we're here with Michael, undefeated. How are you feeling?
Not quite undefeated.
Ah, schade. Habt ihr vielleicht ein paar gute Yu-Gi-Oh! Videos, die wir uns angucken können? Irgendwas, was spannend ist, was uns die Zeit vertreibt, bis das nächste Match kommt. Gegen Teams gibt es auch starke Karten wie Shifter, Ebony, Dark Ruler und Co. Außerdem gibt es noch Exorcister und haben Erfahrung aus dem OCG. Ja, ich glaube trotzdem, dass, also die Sachen funktionieren ja nur dann, wenn halt das beste Deck im Format das eine Deck ist und alle wollen es halt schlagen. Dann spielst du halt diese ganzen Counterkarten. Eggman hat ein Yu-Gi-Oh! Video gemacht, lol. Also ist ein super cooles Event. In Frankreich spielen die gerade so richtig krasse Duelle und so ein Scheiß. Das ist auf jeden Fall ziemlich cool. Ja, ist aber nichts Spannendes dabei. Was jetzt so gerade Top 10 Karten aus Mama. Ja, cool. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghost Trick Engine Explained. Play more handtraps, Love Frame. Ja, ist halt nichts Spannendes dabei, würde ich sagen, aktuell, ne? Geht hier ab? Ach, Speed Duel, die Xbox. Jo, gucken wir uns das an.
Field spell, you need 5+. You can't do that.
being able to bring something like Speed Duel over to, you know, someone's house and be like, yeah, you can pick it up and we can play it.
Coming from the competitive side of things, I know how complicated the game can be and how like daunting it is for new players to try to like play regular Yu-Gi-Oh right now. I think Speed Duel is such a good introduction to the game.
It was really neat to just open a box and have all of these different decks instead of going out and having to buy all of the different cards. Row, I'll put in Cobalt Eagle.
I'm definitely a fan of the Elemental Hero cards and the Winged Kribo just because it's the main character, Jay and Yuki's like favorite cards.
Alright, so I'm going to activate Polymerization, and I'm going to send these two to the graveyard, and to start my battle phase, I'm going to activate the skill card.
It shows that there's other ways to play the game and it's not just one rigid way to play.
It still gives you that flow, that pacing, but at a much like lower.
Die haben einfach alle Yu-Gi-Oh! T-Shirts an, außer er.
I think it's really good for the game.
Trotzdem mal gucken, was Joshua zu erzählen hat.
The combo with just branded fusion that ends on a crazy board by leaving Cartesia on the board. But you have to play one red, you have to play one ad libitum, you have to play at least one or two jester, and I mean it's full of bricks. We touched 50 card deck list, and okay, you can have an advantage against cards like Dweller, I would say. But then you lose to Flanders and Exorcister, which basically you have a target on your back if you play this deck that you are going to lose to Flanders and Exorcister, and I wanted to prepare part for those. And also Dweller still kinda hits you in a certain way. But then the issue is if you play red,
Guck mal, Julian streamt auch gerade. Nice.
The cards like Banishment.
Können wir mal eben mal reingucken, was Julian uns zu erzählen hat hier.
Ich habe mir ein paar Tennis auch angeholt. Aber wie gesagt, können wir später noch mal gut drüber schauen. So, aber hier passiert jetzt noch nichts. Deswegen würde ich sagen, wir switchen mal aufs andere rüber. Vielleicht geht ja hier ein bisschen mehr ab. Wobei, da war eben auch gerade erst die letzte Runde, ne?
Geht bei beiden gerade nichts, Digga.
Naja, ist auch mittlerweile schon vorbei. Moin, Aubertin. Ich habe gesehen, du bist auch parallel auf YouTube dabei.
Ja, ich bin auch dabei.
Gerade nichts. Ja, das habe ich auch gerade schon festgestellt. Aber gut, dann warten wir halt noch ein bisschen. Wie gesagt, das wird heute noch eine ganze Weile gehen. Guten Abend, Björn. Noch nicht, aber Contender, Bistil, was? Bistil meinst du? Ja, Bistil ist auf jeden Fall, die ganzen Karten sind nicht zu unterschätzen, aber ich glaube, sie sind durchaus ein bisschen overhyped, würde ich sagen. Ich finde den Preis nicht wirklich entsprechend. Zur Spielstärke. Wir können uns klar zusammensetzen, aber ich bin auch mit Sebastian noch verabredet. Ich meine, wir können jetzt für den Moment uns zusammensetzen, Aubertin, das können wir gerne machen.
Ja.
Aber wenn Sebastian dann anruft, dann bin ich schon verabredet, da habe ich schon ein Date. Vielleicht sagt er aber auch, wir machen zu dritt, aber du kannst mich gerne anrufen über Discord.
Dann rufen wir jetzt einmal Julian an.
Pur, na, ich finde Pur ist auch gar nicht so zu unterschätzen, muss ich sagen. Das ist wirklich nicht so schlecht. Achso, ich wollte ja auch noch einen YouTube-Post machen, das mache ich jetzt mal. Das machen wir doch mal.
Rufen mal Julian an.
Achso,
Moin.
wenn du anrufst,
Moin, moin.
Musst du jetzt erstmal leiser stellen wahrscheinlich.
Moin, moin.
Grüße dich.
Möglich.
So, ich stelle dich jetzt mal leiser. Der Chat muss sagen, wann das von der Lautstärke so passt. Ja, auf die Frage, ich bin ja dort mit dabei. Sag mal, bist du ein bisschen verschnupft?
Ein bisschen, Alter. Ja, ich hatte ja jetzt Corona die Woche. Das war richtig ekelhaft.
Oh ja, hatte ich letzte Woche.
Ja. Fühlt sich nicht so geil an.
Nee. Lauter soll ich den machen. Bisschen lauter, bitte.
Bisschen
Okay.
leise, crazy.
Naja, ihr müsst mir das sagen. Gute Besserung wird hier ausgesprochen im Chat an dich.
Ja, dann danke an den Chat.
Sag mal, auf Twitch ist jeglicher Verzehr von alkoholischen Getränken verboten, korrekt?
Soweit ich das weiß, ja.
Ist natürlich bitter.
Deshalb bin ich auf YouTube.
Vielleicht,
Dazu sage ich nichts.
Julian ist auf Twitch live.
Genau. Ja.
Haben wir uns ja gerade
Das hab
ganz kurz angeguckt.
Mhm.
Also sehen wir gerade noch.
Ja, Bierchen geht immer. Das Ding ist halt, wie gesagt, wenn die Twitch, ja, merkt keiner. Also da würde ich jetzt nicht sagen. Aber um das mal zu spoilern, ich habe da vorhin was aufgemacht und das muss dann halt jetzt stehen bleiben. Weil ich halt das eigentlich entspannt alleine vor dem Fernseher geschaut habe. Aber irgendwie wurde ich dann motiviert, mich hier eben anzuschließen.
Habe ich mir auch gedacht, ich habe mir, komm, kannst du angucken, weil vor allem gerade, weil es ja 2 Events sind mit der Open in UK.
Ja, da ist auf jeden Fall noch genug am Start.
Hast du denn schon viel gesehen davon, oder?
Gar nichts.
Okay.
Ja.
Also, also ich habe vorhin, also bevor ich halt im Stream gewesen bin, habe ich UK Open so ein bisschen geguckt und da waren halt Missplays drin, holy, oh mein Gott, ey. Da hat jemand einen Starter aktiviert.
Ja.
Dann hat sein Gegner mit Freezing Curses Masquerade annulliert, unter 11.
Aha.
Dann hat er weitergespielt, ist auf Dark gegangen und hat mit Dark Kaleido aus dem Deck aus dem Friedhof zurückgespecialt, in der Zone, wo Dark nicht drauf zeigt. Und ich hab mir
Perfekt.
Was passiert hier gerade? Und grad so,
sehr gut.
LOL.
Aber wenn ich ehrlich bin, hätte ich das, glaube ich, eher von der YCS erwartet, muss ich sagen.
Ich
weil die Amerikaner sind ja eher hier unsere Missplay-Spezialisten.
Ja, das passiert öfter mal, das stimmt wohl, ja. War jetzt eigentlich, also waren ein paar Missplays drin jetzt, die wir gesehen haben hier, aber es war eigentlich relativ clean. Jetzt haben wir ja gerade Vlad im Feature-Match gehabt.
Das hab ich noch zur Hälfte gesehen. Also ich habe es jetzt nicht hundertprozentig verfolgt, aber ich weiß, dass er, wie ist denn das ausgegangen? 1-1 war mein letzter
Ja, Vlad
Stand.
hat verloren. Sein Gegner einfach insane. Weißt du, Vlad normalt Rhino hat, er aktiviert Hafnis, Mild Merli plus Trap. Er aktiviert von Hafnis-Effekt im Friedhof, er aktiviert Magnamut in der Hand und ja.
Ja, gut, machst du nix. Aber ich meine, immerhin ist das Format ja jetzt noch ansehnlich im Vergleich zum darauffolgenden.
Ja, das könnte sehr, sehr wenig spannend werden, ja.
Also, ich muss tatsächlich sagen, ich habe jetzt eine Woche intensives Testen hinter mir und ich habe diese Gefühle und diese Vibes zuletzt verspürt zu einem gewissen Spiral-Format, wenn du weißt, worauf ich hinaus möchte.
Ja. Ich habe auch das Gefühl, dass es darauf hinauslaufen könnte.
Ja.
Aber ich glaube, dass es im Format viele Counter-Decks gibt. Wie
Wird
Flander.
halt viele Shifter-Decks geben.
Wie Flander, wie Exorcister, die halt einfach dagegen halt spielen können. Deswegen glaube ich nicht, dass es so wird wie damals mit Spiral, weil du konntest wirklich halt jetzt nur mit Spiral spielen. Ohne Spiral hast du halt einfach direkt verloren. Jetzt könntest du eine andere Strategie fahren, die das halt hops nehmen könnte, was aber auch schwierig ist.
Ja, also ich habe auch mit Sprite schon viel rumexperimentiert. Aktuell fühlt es sich noch nicht so an, als ob dieses Deck nur ansatzweise mithalten kann.
Ja, also die einzige Variante, die ich halt gefunden habe, ist, wenn du halt über also mit Sprite spielst und du anfangen kannst und machst hier das, wie heißt das Kackding? Mannequin Cat machst.
Ja.
Und dann halt Christy aus dem Deck Specials. Das ist das Einzige, was du machen kannst.
Es gibt auch noch eine andere Option. Ich weiß noch nicht, ob ich die Karte schon droppen will, aber eigentlich ist das mittlerweile auch schon bekannt. Ende von Anubis.
Ja, habe ich auch schon gehört. Und du könntest auch theoretisch Banisher auf Light specialen, das würde auch gehen. Der alles banisht.
Ja, stimmt. Das ist auch ganz nice. Also es gibt auf jeden Fall einige Optionen. Problem ist dabei nur, das ist halt für das Going First Matchup. Und ich finde, das Problem ist nicht das Going First, sondern
Oder
das Going Second.
Genau, wenn du reinspielst ins Board.
Ja.
Das wird dann kritisch, ja.
Und deswegen denke ich, Flander, Despia sind aktuell meine Hauptcontender dagegen. Und leider.
Ja, also ich glaube tatsächlich auch, dass Exorcister Go Second auch viel machen kann. Weil wenn du wirklich, weil du spielst ja Shift ja automatisch schon, weil du das ja spielen kannst. Und dann kannst du einfach da wirklich in das Board halt reinspielen, weil es sich nicht so juckt, was im Friedhof ist. Wenn du halt einigermaßen noch Karten in der Hand hast.
Das ist natürlich richtig. Nur Exorcister ist halt per se, finde ich, ein Deck, wo die Spielstärke halt einfach gar nicht mithalten kann.
Ja.
Klar, es ist der Counterpick irgendwo, aber es gibt auch genauso gut Matchups, wo die dann trotzdem verlieren.
Ja, das wird ein spannendes Format auf jeden Fall, so die ersten 3-4 Tage. Und dann, das wird sich relativ schnell solven, das Format, und dann.
Was glaubt denn der Chat? Jetzt mal eine Frage an beide raus. Ich sehe jetzt deinen Chat noch nicht. Glaubt ihr, wir kriegen wirklich dieses, in Anführungszeichen, große Tier-0-Format? Oder glaubt ihr, dass es doch wieder ein Deck oder ein Format wird aus 2 bis 3 Decks? Ich weiß, es wurde immer viel gesprochen über Tier-0-Format, maybe. Aber ich glaube, diesmal ist es so am wahrscheinlichsten wie schon lange nicht mehr.
Das ist eine gute Frage, ja. Was der Chat denkt. Also die Frage kam bei mir im Chat vorhin schon auf. Ich habe es vorhin schon beantwortet. Ich glaube nicht, dass es ein Tier-0-Format wird, dass wir wirklich halt nur dieses Deck haben, was toppen wird, aber dass es einen sehr, sehr großen Anteil an dem Top-Card haben wird. Also safe mehr als 60%. ob es halt wirklich diesen Tier 0 Status erreichen wird mit über 70, schwierig zu sagen.
Also meine Hoffnung wäre, dass dieses Deck in YCS Pasadena 70% im Topcut vertreten ist, wenn wir eine Merchant Banlist vor Dortmund bekommen. Weil die ist eine Woche davor.
Klingt nach einem Plan. Da bin ich voll dafür.
Pasadena müsste das sein, glaube ich. Ja, mit
Pasadena müsste davor sein, ja.
Ja.
Und also ich bin ja auch schon mit dem Elben, genau. Aber ich glaube nicht, dass Konami da irgendwas direkt danach machen wird. Das vermute ich eher wieder.
Glaube ich auch nicht. Aber ne, träumen darf man ja noch.
Ja, jeder hat Träume. Das
ist so, ja. Also hier schreibt der Chat auch, dass sie glauben, dass es kein Tier 0 Format wird und dass die besten Decks Exo Shifter, also auch ein guter Name, und Despia sein werden.
Aber ich glaube tatsächlich, dass Despia viel größeres Potenzial hat, in dem Format zu scheinen als Exorcister, glaube ich.
Absolut. Despia ist halt auch vom Power-Level gut genug, um diese Decks mit seiner Engine zu schlagen. Wo ich bei Exorcister sage, klappt nicht immer.
Was ist denn die genaue Definition von Tier 0? Das ist eine gute Frage tatsächlich. Also Tier 0 bezeichnen wir ja, wenn wir ein Deck haben, was über 70% in Topcards von Turnieren erreichen kann. Weil das halt dann das obviously das beste Deck ist und es wäre dumm, das nicht zu spielen, um halt zu toppen. Ne?
Das ist richtig, ja. So, hier machen wir mal Pause. Sag mal, UK Open Finale, was ist denn als nächstes? Weißt du das?
UK Finale.
Da läuft doch gerade schon was.
Ja, es läuft gerade Teil damit vs. Runic Sprite.
Oh, dann können wir uns das ja angucken.
Ja.
Währenddessen, aber spielen die heute Topcut? Nee.
Ich glaube nicht. Weil die
spielen doch bestimmt morgen.
Sind jetzt Runde 9, glaube ich, ne? Ja, Runde 9 sind es jetzt.
Mhm. Ja.
Und die streamen schon seit über 10 Stunden. Ich glaube nicht, dass da heute noch was passiert.
Die Coverage ist okay von denen, ne? Also ich würde jetzt nicht sagen, die ist überragend, aber ich glaube, man kann sich halt angucken.
Was ich schön finde, ist halt das Setup für das Feld selber und die Spieler selber, wenn man die sieht. Das finde ich schön.
Ist halt mehr rangezoomt ans Feld, ne?
Und man sieht auch ein bisschen, was im Hintergrund passiert, ist eigentlich ganz cool. Und
ja, übrigens Gabriel Netz hier im Feature gerade, ne?
Ja, der hatten wir vorhin schon mal.
Achso, ja, das habe ich noch nicht gesehen.
Also wir hatten beide schon.
Ah, krass.
Runic Sprite, der Runic Sprite-Spieler, der sidet auch die neuen Bissia-Karten, haben wir schon gesehen vorhin. Und wir
hier nochmal auf die Frage, ganz kurz, sorry, dass ich dich unterbreche. Tier 0 über 50% oder über 70%? Über 70%.
Über 70%, ja.
Ja. So, fahre wieder fort, bitte.
Ja. Ja, wo war ich gerade? Ja, keine Ahnung. Ist ja egal.
Hast du die Büstil-Karten siden, hast du gesagt zuletzt?
Ja, genau. Und wir haben halt den Michael auch schon im Feature-Match gesehen. Hat jetzt auch, ist ungeschlagen aktuell. Ich habe nur einen Draw gehabt, glaube ich. Ich glaube, der hat ja gerade sogar im Feature-Match geholt oder so.
Ja, genau. Und Netz steht 8-0.
Ja. Scheint aber auf jeden Fall halt das Top-Match zu sein, ne?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Ich meine, Runic ist in diesem Format halt auch noch viable. Im nächsten, denke ich, wird es eher schwieriger.
Ja, also ich glaube, für das Wochenende war es ein ziemlich guter Pick noch. Weil die halt diese ganzen bisschen Karten halt dodgen. Weil dann sollen die halt den die Darkban zermanagen, ist halt scheißegal.
Ja.
Ich glaube auch gar nicht, dass das Tier-Element selber so ein guter Pick war für das Wochenende. Weil wirklich.
Glaube ich auch nicht.
Ja, weil sehr viele wirklich halt die Bistia-Karten spielen werden, ne?
Ich glaube, wenn du Büstil Tier-Element gespielt hättest, also mit einer großen Büstil-Engine, dann wäre das ein guter Call gewesen, aber in jedem anderen Szenario glaube ich nicht. Selbst das hätte es schwierig gehabt gegen Runic.
Ja.
Wie viel Player hat Fenrir schon gesehen?
Also ich habe bis jetzt noch keinen einzigen Fenrir am Feld gesehen, glaube ich.
Gut, liegt vielleicht auch ein bisschen am Preis, 150 Euro im Playset für eine Ultra Rare, aber ja.
Das ist auch das ist der größte Joke.
Also, wo die Preise in Yu-Gi-Oh! Aktuell hinschweifen, das ist ja eine Frechheit. Also wirklich.
Vor allem für Ultra Rares aus dem Hauptset. Also jetzt mal
ja, auch guck dir Magnamut an, hallo?
Ja.
11 Euro, halt, ich bin auf den Markt gegangen, ich fall vom Stuhl.
Für eine Super Rare aus dem Hauptset.
Das ist insane, das ist wirklich, wirklich insane.
Ja, keine Ahnung, ob das jetzt auch so worth it ist, für eine Super Rare 10 Euro zu bezahlen.
Gut, ich meine, ich glaube nicht, dass die vor Dortmund viel günstiger werden. Das kann ich mir fast nicht vorstellen.
Schwierig zu sagen. Ich glaube, dass Fenrir den Cap erreicht hat. Mehr als 50 wird nicht gehen. Und
glaub
wenn wir jetzt, also ich glaube, nach dem Wochenende wird der wahrscheinlich auch ein bisschen droppen. Weil, also ich habe damit jetzt noch in keinem Game gesehen.
Mhm.
Heißt, der Impact war halt nicht da. Klar, wenn jetzt natürlich der YCS-Finale, der gespielt wird und der einen 10 abräumt, klar, dann wird die auch den Preis halten.
Ja, ja.
Ich glaube aber nicht, dass die jetzt da wirklich in dem aktuellen Format hier viel reißen wird.
Mhm. Wird's ja auch nicht. Die Karte ist maßlos overhyped.
Ja, also ist gut, definitiv. Aber ich
Ja,
glaube nicht, dass sie
ja.
so gut ist.
Nee. Also der Chat sagt auch, ich würde sagen, nicht kaufen, würde ich zu 100% mitgehen, außer man ist so irre wie ich und ich kaufe. Ich habe die jetzt halt gekauft, ne? Aber ich würde trotzdem auch sagen, macht es nicht nach. Das ist nicht klug, das zu kaufen. Absolut nicht.
Also ich glaube, wenn ich nach Dortmund, also wenn ich Main Event mitspielen würde, hätte ich es natürlich auch geholt.
Ja.
Aber ja, ich werde halt Main Event nicht mitspielen, von daher brauchst du dafür nicht und für Side Event ist mir das Bums.
Um die Karte geht es auf die Frage. Sieht man im Greenscreen jetzt, glaube ich, nicht so gut in klein, aber ich glaube, ihr könnt es trotzdem erkennen. Es geht um die overhypedeste Karte für den aktuellen Moment.
Ja. Ich finde es halt bei der Karte so witzig, dass sie so eine süße kleine Axt hat.
Ja. Habe ich noch gar nicht drauf geachtet. Warte mal.
Ja,
Stimmt.
Hat mir heute irgendjemand gesagt, so, oh, cool, eine Axt. Ich so, warum hat der eine Axt?
Sieht echt witzig aus.
Fenrir.
Aber ey,
ihr kennt Fenrir
hat
nicht.
was.
Ich mach mal kurz Fenrir hier offen, warte mal. Fenrir.
Fenrir geht's, Shinobu, auf die Frage.
Fenrir ist das Ding, ja. Kashtira, mein Gott. Fenrir, die Karte hier. Das ist die Karte, um die es geht. Strong, richtig strong, auf jeden Fall. Aber keine 50 Euro wert für eine Ultra Rare. Ich weiß noch damals, wo alle halt die Orcs Engine gespielt haben und dann, wo die Gesso rauskam, wo die richtig im Hype war. Und das ja wirklich die beste Ultra Rare aus dem Hauptset lange Zeit gewesen ist, die aber trotzdem halt 35 Peak gegangen ist. Und das Hype-Level hat halt hat Fenrir halt einfach überzogen. Keine Ahnung.
Das ist so, ja. Ich meine, stell dir mal vor, oder generell auch in den Chat raus, für gerade das Magnamut ist genauso gut, würde ich 100% sagen. Die Karte ist auch genauso gut.
Jo.
Aber jetzt stellt euch mal vor, das wären beide Secret Rares geworden. Dann hättet ihr für Non-Engine in dem Format 500 Euro auf den Tisch legen können.
Ja. Aber das ist das gleiche auch mit Pellerino, ne? Die hat Preise erreicht, wo ich mir denke, so, das ist eine non-generische Karte, die eine Karte suchen kann und was schießen kann. Ja, cool, aber doch keine 100 Euro.
Nein, absolut nicht.
Was hat den Preis von Prosperity erreicht? Wo denkst du so, ist das ernst?
Ja. Ja, stimmt. Ich finde es krass, dass man Büstet mit den Viren opfern kann. Das ist true. Auf jeden Fall auch krass, ja, keine Frage. Aber ich finde es auch, dass Lubellion, bin ich ehrlich, ne, der ist zu günstig. Also ich finde, der wiederum ist zu günstig. Ich finde, die 50 Euro sind zu wenig.
Ja, wobei der
wenn du es in Relation siehst, genau.
Mittlerweile, glaube ich, geht er sogar 60 wieder, ne? Der ist ein bisschen hochgegangen.
Ich hatte vorhin geschaut, 53 kriegst du.
Okay, weil ich hatte gestern, da war der bei 58.
Ja, ich hatte mir auch leider meine für 56, 57 gekauft. Aber der wird sich langfristig 60 Euro etablieren, denke ich.
Ist auch, glaube ich, reasonable.
Ja. Halt eine insane gute Karte. Eigentlich, wenn man den mal so liest, der ist halt broken. Der ist der Searcher, der sucht dir quasi eine Diddy Crow, ja, und enabled dir halt noch einen Interrupt. Also, ich finde den halt schon sehr gut.
Ja, 55 im günstigsten, ja.
Ja.
Ja, ist eine gute Karte auf jeden Fall. Also, das Set selber generell ist halt eigentlich gar nicht gut, aber es gibt so ein paar Karten, die gut sind.
Ja.
Aber auch hier Sprint und Rökerlus so um die 25 Euro. Die ganze auch hier die Verzaubert-Karte, ne? Geht hier aktuell.
Ja. Die ist zu wenig. Viel zu günstig.
Ja, für das, was ich machen könnte. Ich glaube, also im aktuellen Fall ist es nicht gut, aber es ist eine Karte, die wird mal immer
Richtig. Ja. Ich finde, der Punkt, den man bei der Karte einfach noch nicht so richtig auf dem Schirm hat, ist, dass diese Karte halt in seinem eigenen Spielzug genutzt werden kann. Und ich glaube, das haben die meisten Leute noch nicht so gesehen. Ne? Klar, in dem Format oder auch im kommenden, ich fahre übrigens schon wieder über mein Kabel hier unten, nicht wundern, wird die noch nicht so viel Play sehen, aber ich denke, in Zukunft wird das eine sehr interessante Karte. Vor allem, wenn du dir mal überlegst, wer weiß, vielleicht kriegen wir wirklich irgendwann mal ein Ban von Dimensionsbarriere, weil die wirklich komplette Mechaniken aushebelt.
Möglich.
Dann werden alle nach dieser Karte schreien, ne?
Wobei ich sagen muss, solange Antispell nicht gebannt wird die Barrier auf jeden Fall fein im Format bleiben.
Ist richtig. Also ich glaube auch nicht, dass das passieren wird, aber ne, auszuschließen ist ja nichts mehr. Aber alle Flanders-Spieler, die müssen auf jeden Fall vorsichtig sein. Spellbounce nimmt euch hops.
Das stimmt. Wobei ich sagen muss, die Karte wird in dem Format richtig gut, wo die auf dem Board hätten, also wo wir früher diese Mascarena-Boards hatten, die halt auch ausgelegt sind, dass Mascarena resolved, ne? Da ist sowas halt richtig gut, weil dann geht halt nichts mehr. Aber ich glaube, das Format werden wir so schnell nicht sehen.
Das ist richtig. Auf die Frage, was ist eigentlich gut gegen Runic? Also, du brauchst dir gar nicht so sehr Runic durchlesen. Lest dir einfach die Shizu-Karten durch, die sind gut gegen Runic.
Ja, ich wollte sagen, warte 2 Wochen, dann hast du das Out dafür, wenn du die Runic-Karten, also wenn du mit Shizu spielen möchtest. Dann wirst du auch deutlich weniger Runic-Karten, also Runic-Spieler sehen, weil die halt einfach die Friedhofskarten immer zurückmischen und dann ziehen die keine Karten. Wenn Runic keine Karten ziehen kann, verlieren die schnell den Vorteil, das snowballt so ein bisschen raus.
Ja, das ist genau so, wie du sagst.
Einfach so, also ich meine, wer hat sich das auch überlegt? So bescheuert. 2 Karten diesem Deck zu geben, die Quick-Effekt im Friedhof Karten des Gegners zurückschaffeln können oder banishen können.
Vor allem halt wirklich 3 oder 5.
Ja, ja, gut, Exchange of the Spirit wird selten vorkommen, aber wir gehen mal von 3 aus.
Und dann hast du halt aber 2, die aufeinander mischen die 6 Karten zurück. Und ich finde ja viel witziger, dass halt alle Decks, die Engine-Karten haben, die im Deck brauchen, mit dem Deck ja auch Probleme haben werden, weil die dir einfach 10 Karten aufs Feld auf Friedhof legen können. Ja, cool.
Ja, das ist echt absolut bescheuert.
Was witzig sein könnte, und das ist hier wirklich auch hatte, wenn du wirklich Runde spielen solltest, es könnte sehr schnell um Deck-Size gehen.
Ja, stimmt.
Ja.
Das kann wirklich passieren. Aber ich bin übrigens auch dafür, dass wir eine Petition starten, dass wir den Sprite-Sprint umbenennen.
In was denn?
In Tier-Element-Sprint. Oder Tränenklagen-Sprint.
Ja, stimmt, der wird da auch. Ja, klar, Merli.
Der ist da viel brokener noch. Der ist da viel brokener als in Sprite selber.
Das ist halt Merli.
Ja, das ist so dumm. Du kannst 3 Plays aufhalten. Na gut, dann mache ich Sprint und Spiel.
Ja.
Das ist komplett bescheuert.
Und also, Sprint ist auch eine Karte, die ist auch nicht unbedingt future-proof, ne? Es muss ja irgendein Level 2 Monster geben, was halt richtig insane ist und dann hast du wieder ein Problem.
Ja, das ist so. Ich will mal nebenbei gucken, ob der Herr Lemke schreibt. Nö, der meldet sich. Vielen Dank für den Follow. Toter und Toter, na, da konnte sich wohl einer nicht entscheiden.
Der lebt on the edge. Sagt man auch so schön. Ne?
Naja. Auf wie viel wird denn runtergecuttet morgen für den UK Open Top Cut, weißt du das?
Ich hab's nicht gesehen. Also ich habe auch nichts gehört von denen.
Ja.
Muss auf jeden Fall sagen, auch der Chat bei denen ist auch richtig geil. Hier, Free
Ja,
Girls.
gut, toll. Ich meine, ich werde auch, das müsste ja die letzte Runde sein, Runde 9 hier. Danach werden wir den komplett zu YCS rüber switchen. Aber jetzt, wenn das hier noch läuft, ich meine, wenn man Gelb-Brünett schon mal beim Spielen zusehen kann, dann sollte man es auch tun.
Ja. Nicht so
Das ist übrigens auch Magda-Boot on board, ne?
Ja. 10-Euro-Karte, by the way.
Naja, schon mehr übrigens, 11 Euro mittlerweile.
Ist der Sprite FTK gut? Das ist eine sehr gute Frage. Ich weiß nicht mehr, was der Sprite FTK ist.
Ich kenne den auch nicht, muss ich sagen. Ich meine, ich weiß nicht, ob du den Sensenlock meinst. So, das ist halt eine Option. Ist ja jetzt über Sprint auch noch konstanter möglich.
Ja, das auf jeden Fall.
Weil,
man steht auch, was ist der Sprite FTK? I don't know.
12 Euro ist Magnawood, okay, sorry. Scheint wahrscheinlich müde zu steigen, das Ding.
Meine den mit Cyberstein.
Nee, boah, das ist Exterior halt, ne?
Ja, aber das fühlt sich nicht gut an.
Nee, vor allem Exterior macht ja gegen Ishizu Tier gar nichts. So, die spielen vielleicht 7 Spells, so.
Ja.
Ne?
Und keine Ahnung, dann macht der Gegner Fenrir und dann ist es tot.
Das Ding ist halt, pass auf, das Ding ist ja, Ishizu Naturia wäre ein gutes Deck, aber NetBeast ist in dem Format einfach kacke.
Ja, gibt's keine Spells, ja.
Ja.
Aber das Naturia Pur-Deck selber ist gar nicht so schlecht tatsächlich.
Nee, ist es nicht. Ist es wirklich nicht. Ich habe es auch getestet.
Weil die so viele kleine Monster haben, die so viele Effekte haben, die was negieren, was zerstören können und so ein Driss. Also wirklich halt auch gute, solide Karten, wo ich denke so, warum habe ich noch nie gesehen, die Karten vorher?
Ja, es ist wirklich so. Vor allem, ich hab auch den Naturia Core hier gerade neben mir liegen. Ne, hier so eine Sunflower oder so ein Stinkkäfer. Oder auch die neue jetzt, Naturia Segen, die ist ja komplett irre. Ne? Oder generell die neuen. Der Maulwurf und die Kamelie. Sehr, sehr gute Karten sind das.
Ja. Habe ich hier sogar mal ein Video drin gehabt zu den besten Karten aus dem Set, weil diese beiden Karten halt wirklich echt gut sind. Also gerade die Kamelie ist halt geil. Send den Grave. Ach, du machst was. Hier, Special zum Grave, danke.
Ja.
Und das andere Ding, Special 2 aus dem
Ja.
Deck, so.
Ja, die sind echt gut, vor allem am gegnerischen Spielzug da, diese Interaktion, die gefällt mir auch, weil die Decks, die spielen alle übers X-Leg, ne? Moin, Dani Real Madrid. Aber der Punkt ist einfach hier, dass wenn du Ishizu spielst, dann musst du Ishizu auch in dem besten Deck spielen, nicht in einem Nischen-Deck, wo du quasi das beste Deck noch begünstigst durch deine Plays.
Ja, das ist halt immer das Ding, ne?
Ja,
ich sehe gerade hier, der FTK geht über Cyberstein mit der Air-Quiz-Spell. Boah, ne, das fühlt sich einfach richtig schlecht an.
Ja, verliert wahrscheinlich. Aber ich weiß gar nicht, musst du Cyberstein, sendest du ja, dann musst du den Reborn, Cyberstein ist da, kriegst einen Magnamut, FTK beendet.
Ja, ich verloren, ja.
Ja, fühlt sich, ist ein bisschen in a nutshell. Das fühle ich jetzt nicht, glaube ich.
Oh, geht wieder
Vielen
weiter
Dank.
in Minneapolis.
Okay, dann schalten wir mal rüber zur YCS. Ich meine, die UK Open ist nur unser Überbrückungsstream.
Ja, guck mal, das ist doch die Freundin von Billy Bray, glaube ich, ne? War das nicht die? Oder waren
Warte,
die,
ich muss
oder
das mal.
die Malfreundin? Weiß
Bei
nicht
mir
genau.
lädt es noch. Oh, boah, das weiß ich gar nicht so genau. Das kann gut sein. Hatte das nicht damals auch was mit diesen Band zu tun, mit seiner Freundin? Erinnerst du dich?
Ja, ich glaube, das kann sogar sein, ja.
Mhm.
Vielleicht sind
Ich meine, ich will mich jetzt nicht zu weit aus dem Fenster legen. Moin, Tim. Aber ich glaube, das war damals so, dass er mit seiner Freundin quasi in Anführungszeichen Windsharing gemacht hat und er deswegen ein Ban bekommen hat, glaube ich, ne?
Ja, ich glaube, ja, das war auf jeden Fall, dass beim Slip quasi Lose eingetragen wurde, obwohl er eigentlich gewonnen hatte. Und da war irgendwie. Das
Genau.
fand Konami nicht so toll.
Aber wurde der Ban nicht sogar zurückgenommen?
Verkürzt. Von
Oder verkürzt.
Von 3 auf 1 Jahr.
3 wäre auch ein bisschen krass, muss
Ja.
ich sagen.
Dumme
Aber ja.
Frage, sind die Shizu-Karten in BL spielbar? Nein.
Nee.
Nee, also, keine Ahnung, das finde ich schlecht. Ich bin mal gespannt, was die Leute für Decks spielen gerade. Also gerade nach dem neuen Set möchte ich sehen, was die Leute für Decks spielen, weil jetzt hier gerade 3-0 stehen, die beiden.
Mhm.
Ich denke mal,
Aber warte mal.
Ja.
Ist die Dame nicht die amerikanische YouTuberin? Die hat doch einen YouTube-Channel.
I don't know.
Glaube ich. Doch, Chat, helft mir mal, falls ihr die kennt. Ich meine ja, ich bin mir nicht sicher.
Wenn mein Chat die kennt, unter YouTube-Tag sagt mir Bescheid. Sagt mir nichts.
Mhm.
Aber ich kenne auch nicht so super viele amerikanische YouTuber, muss ich fairerweise sagen.
Die hat bei der amerikanischen Invitation mitgespielt, bin ich mir relativ sicher, aber mit Mundschutz natürlich schwierig zu erkennen.
Ja, könnte natürlich sein, ne?
Mhm. Heißt die nicht sogar, warte mal, komm. Ich guck mal nebenbei auf YouTube. Und auf die Frage, in welches Tier würdest du Draco Slayer einstufen? Tier 2.
Ich glaube
Höchstens.
sogar schlechter.
Naja. Wahrscheinlich ist es schlechter, wahrscheinlich ist es. Ja, es ist schwierig einzuschätzen, muss ich mir erst Gedanken zu machen. Und auf die Frage, wann ein Tierlist-Video kommt, einmal pro Monat. Anfang nächsten Monat dann oder Ende diesen Monat.
Schließe mich an, mal gucken, ob du wieder schneller bist als ich.
Das wird sich sehen, wie ich Zeit habe, ne? Und
Ja.
wie meine Kollegen Zeit haben.
Das ist bei mir halt auch immer so. Wir battlen uns immer richtig um die ersten 2 Tage.
Ja, Elise, so warte mal, wie heißt die denn? Elise, Yu-Gi-Oh! Heißt die vielleicht genauso? Ich muss mal gucken.
Könnte natürlich sein, ja. Aliserium, schreibt mein Chat gerade.
Aliseum, ja, das ist sie wirklich. Ich hab's gefunden. Das müsste sie sein, wenn ich mich nicht irre. 18.700 Follower. Ja, ich glaube, das ist die Dame.
Crazy.
Ach, Sebastian ist ready, hat er mir gerade geschrieben.
So nice.
Gut, Aubertin, ich muss dich leider verlassen. Ich habe ein Date. Vielleicht ich kann ja auch Sebastian sagen, wir machen das zu dritt. Ich schreibe dir aber gleich nochmal, ne?
Ja, klar, gar kein Thema.
Hau rein erstmal, ne? Und vielleicht bis später.
Bis später.
Ciao.
Ciao. Da sind wir jetzt wieder für uns alleine. War stimmt mal nett, dass Julian uns ein bisschen mit uns gequatscht hat.
So, jetzt gehen wir zu Sebastian rein.
Aber jetzt können wir quasi hier schön.
Moin.
Hallihallo. Na,
Grüße
mein Lieber,
dich.
wie geht's dir?
Na wunderbar geht's mir und dir selber?
Einmal mit dem wunderbaren Match hier. Das kann ich wieder ein bisschen mehr Chat lesen, habe ich gerade ein bisschen vernachlässigt, sorry Leute.
You know, when you're 3-0, you're always feeling really good, and then you see you're playing someone you're probably familiar with. You know, when you travel a lot and go to all these like big tournaments, you're gonna play against friends, but friend or foe, you have to duel them. Game 1 is now ready to start. So
Bin einfach auf die Decks gespannt, was gespielt wird. Bisschen Tielemans versus Tielemans. Okay, also Konami möchte auf jeden Fall ein bisschen hier die neuen Biscuit-Karten zeigen. Ist also genau was Julian gesagt hat. Ich glaube, wenn du jetzt hier wirklich eine extrem große Biscuit-Engine spielst, ist das gar nicht so schlecht. Uff.
It synergizes well with the tier elements. It just now has a lot of competition, right? There are only so many main deck slots unless you want to go well above 40. So it is interesting to see that we still see Dangers 3-0 in the tournament so far.
Activate planet.
Yep. And we see discarding the primal planet. As soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, she didn't activate the primal planet first. Probably means she has 2 copies.
Ja, ich habe mir gerade auch so gedacht. Wusste nicht mal, dass es weibliche YouTuber im Kompetitivbereich gibt. Finde ich gut. Ja, warum nicht, ne? 18.000 Follower ist ja auch gar nicht so schlecht, ne? Weil man fairerweise sagen muss, man kriegt im englischen Bereich auch relativ schnell Abonnenten und Follower, deswegen ist 18.000 im Großen und Ganzen nicht ganz so krass. Müssen wir gucken, ob jemand mir irgendwie schreibt oder so, falls er wirklich mit Lemke mit mir in den Call reingehen möchte, was ich jetzt nicht glaube, weil die sich da schon zusammengesetzt haben.
Nessie spell summons and draws a card. And let's see if Elise decides to trigger Sharon's effect.
2 Danger und Sharon. Sharon ist schon mal gut. Da ist der erste Bestial.
So we see our first bestial of the match.
Yep, it's definitely not the best one you want to summon to your opponent's Sharon, but it still, gets the job done by stopping the Sharon. The Sarnier definitely hitting the field here.
Jetzt hätten wir Hafnis, schätze ich mal. Ja, Merli, okay.
So the Rhino Heart on summon's gonna send down Charlie.
Nächster Bestie. Oh mein Gott.
Another bestial coming down from mine.
This one's Drew is worm. That's really interesting. When you're playing against these type of cards from the perspective of the player with the bestials, you're really trying to target a significant and impactful fusion summon on the tier element strategy. And when you're using a danger effect, it's almost like an incidental fusion. It's hard to tell if this was really a pivotal fusion. The fact, though, that Mike was able to open with 2 copies gives him that extra resistance where he can use it on the first, but then use it also later on in the turn on what may be considered a more vital fusion summon.
Yeah, that is very true. That's a very good point.
Ja, aber das meine ich gerade, habe ich jetzt wieder gesagt gehabt, dass das wirklich halt kritisch ist für Tier Elements, weil die Bestial-Karten halt die Liga einfach rausnehmen können. Ne? Was ich jetzt faszinierend finde ist, jetzt ist das quasi andersrum schräg. Weil vorher war es halt so ein bisschen getiltet, jetzt ist es ja ein bisschen andersrum getiltet. Jetzt kommt Anaconda. Imagine, das wäre im Bereich jetzt möglich. So, Julian guckt sich auf jeden Fall auch an.
He's pretty cool. So he doesn't work like the other bestials where you can special from your hand a banish card, but while it's in your hand, you can discard it to add any bestial from your deck to your hand. And then while it's in the graveyard, you contribute a dragon from your field to summon it back to the field, and then activate a branded spell or trap, a branded trap from your deck. So you'll be able to get branded beast, and then with Bestial Sarnier, he'll be able to send down branded regained or something like that.
Rebellion.
And then you can bring back the branded beast at the end phase. Rebellion's really a cool card.
And it's really impactful when you open multiple copies like this.
Weil er kann sich jetzt rotieren, kann special.
The more you draw like that, the more impactful it can be.
Really, yeah.
Sharon effect.
Starting off with like 2 level 6 dragons already on the field before your turn started.
I'll be interesting to see if he's playing Wallow in the extra deck.
Und trifft noch einen Namen. Oh mein Gott.
It certainly is, and it looks like Bestial Rebellion was also discarded for Sharon, so Sharon is going to summon Mill 3. He did hit Charlemagne
I'm going to go deck in for Kikalis if
well, technically I should have cut before, but it's fine.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like you can cut and then I'll put them at the bottom.
You didn't go into your deck at all. Well, it's fine.
Well, yeah, it'll be.
You just forgot to let me cut before you use Sharon effect.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to? Okay, yeah.
He's resolving Fusion Summon to summon Kikalis. Now Kikalis is either going to add or send a Charlemagne's card.
I'm going to chain Sulic target.
Met by Charlemagne Sully.
Yep.
That's fine.
So he's going to negate Kikalis.
Use Rhino Heart effect in grave.
Send the Rhino Heart, and Rhino Heart is sent to the graveyard. It's going to spell someone back. At least can discard Charlemagne to resolve that effect. And then on summon, it will send a Charlemagne monster to the deck.
Aber er hat ja noch auf jeden Fall einen in der Hand.
So interesting to see what she chooses to do with Merle.
Has a lot of options. Apparently nothing, because Mike drew 3 bestial monsters. Well, we knew he had it. He searched it with Bestial Rebellion.
Ich wollte sagen, also den kannten wir ja schon. Was ist eigentlich dein bestes Ergebnis von dem Event? Also bis jetzt ist das halt die DM gewesen, wo ich halt 124er geworden bin. Weil ich halt nicht so viel Zeit habe, auf Events auch zu gehen, ne, muss ich fairerweise sagen. Nicht um mir zu sagen, ich will jetzt jedes Event toppen oder so, aber wenn ich mehr Zeit hätte, könnte ich logischerweise auch deutlich mehr Zeit investieren für diese Events.
I definitely can see that coming up. I know like there's a lot of Dragon Link players that are really excited about the bestial cards because it gives you access to so many more cards in the deck even.
Geht
It
los.
looks like a fusion summon for Kaleido Heart is coming down from that Sharon that was sent from the Rhino Heart.
Chainlink 1 to shuffle, Chainlink 2 pop.
The Rhino Heart gets banished.
The Kaleido,
Yeah, you're fine.
So the Primeval Planet Perlino is going to trigger to destroy. Looks like she's going to destroy her own Kaleido Heart to dodge any sort of effect negation.
So, zum Reinlegen, zum Fusionsbeschwören.
And now the Kaleido Heart comes back and sends a Charlemagne card from the deck to the graveyard when it
Hafnis.
since it was sent by a card effect. And it's going to send
Okay.
and now she's going to add Hafnis.
Das war also gut gespielt,
Has only triggered Sharon, I think, so far during Mike's turn, so has a lot of tier element names that she can hit off that Havness.
It's really amazing how what may only appear as 1 or 2 interactions just suddenly becomes 3 or 4.
It is. It's really awesome. I'm a big fan of the tier element deck, and I'm really a big fan of the Beast Steel cards. They've just had a huge impact this weekend.
I guess the question is, does Mike have potentially another Beast Steel card this turn?
He could. He also still has the Lubellion in his graveyard. He can summon back by tributing any dragon. Lots of options here for Mike.
Interessant auf jeden Fall, richtig interessant.
Mike clarifying that he knows the card in hand is just Havness.
So bad. I'm not so too pretty. Yeah, it's neither the most insane fields I've ever seen in my life. I think I have to make.
See what he decides to go. He does have options like Wallow and stuff. We talk about Beatrice is another option being a rank 6. Looks like he is looking at his extra deck, considering what he can do. Is he checking the graveyard? Like, was there anything I can take here with Wallow? Not really. Nothing you'd really want to take. You take either. I mean, the Primal Planet might not be terrible, but the Soliac, they get the effect if they get it from the graveyard.
You could also be doing a dark check.
Meines wird Draco Slayer geändert. Nee, nicht wirklich. Ich glaube, dass Draco Slayer kein wirklich gutes Deck ist. Es ist cool. Es macht Stuff, aber ich glaube, dass es im aktuellen Format keinen Platz hat.
Looks like we're going to see a Link summon with Sharon. I believe that was normal summon.
So it is dark.
Looks like you're right.
Okay.
So since Sarnier was sent to the graveyard, anytime it's sent to the graveyard, you can send a branded Speller Trap, and he's going to send
Sarnier to send branded Spell Trap.
Going to send Branded Beast. That's a new card out of Darkwing Blast. This continuous trap lets you, as long as you have a Beast Steel monster, you can tribute a dragon to negate or to destroy a card on your opponent's side of the field.
Effect.
And at the end phase, Branded Beast lets you activate a Branded Speller Trap from your graveyard to the field.
Branded Beast.
And we might actually see the second copy of Branded
Ich
Beast
will zwei davon.
here, because now we finally get to see Lubellion come out of the graveyard.
Indeed, he tributed off that Magnamut. Lubellion just so fantastic. Like, it gets you the Beast Shield. You can use to banish your opponent's cards. You get the Beast Shield effect that you added, and then you get to tribute that same Beast Shield. I mean, even the branded deck is where I really like it to shine, because you can distribute off something like Albion, the Shrouded Dragon, or not the Shrouded Dragon, the Fusion one. But then you can distribute it off, and you get that set with Albion, and you're getting Lubellion onto the field. Hopefully we get to see some of those decks.
Ja, mal Antispell leider. Ja, ich glaube nicht mal, dass Antispell das Problem ist. Ich glaube, Antispell ist gerade gar nicht so krass im Format drin. Aber das Deck tut einfach zu wenig, dass es mithalten kann, glaube ich.
I think they're clarifying how many tier element effects remain.
Yep. No, just.
Oh, you're talking about you. Sorry.
Yeah. I've only used the Havness to fuse.
Yeah. No, I was talking about myself. My bad.
You're good. No, you're good.
Is that a Borolo dragon that he's looking at?
Looks like he might be thinking about linking into Borolo just to take Kaleido apart.
That is a card we do not see as often as we once did.
Yeah, Magnite Crusader Avermax has kind of been a card that risen in popularity, with, being tough to deal with for a lot of decks. But if you have something like Borolo, non-targeting, be able to take the Avermax, definitely huge. But it does look like he's going to link into Sprite Sprint.
Okay.
That's going to let him send a level 2.
Presumably Merly.
Merly effect.
Kommt jetzt Kaleido hart. Schaffen wir Kaleido hart dann back.
Lubellion places
the face up. Yeah. You're good. Yeah. Merly effect. Take, and this goes deep.
Still looking at that Borolo. This is really what I want to do. Is this the card I'm going to do?
It's probably less likely now that he's gone into Sprint.
Ja, also mit Sprint. Mit Sprint kann das machen. Wenn man ins CC einsteigen will, würdest du eher englische Sets, Einzelkarten empfehlen oder die deutschsprachigen? Oder macht das wenig Unterschied? Das hängt davon ab, wie du halt einsteigen willst, ne? Wenn es darum geht zu spielen, würde ich mit den Deutschen anfangen, weil es natürlich vom Lesen her einfacher ist, weil man einfach verstehen kann, was die Karten tun. Wenn es darum geht, den Value der Karten zu haben, sind meistens die englischen Karten halt ein bisschen wertvoller, deswegen dann die englischen. Aber ich glaube, zum Spielen, zum Einsteigen ist, glaube ich, Deutsch besser.
Maybe he didn't realize that effective sprite sprint, that it would not be able to use the link. He has that shares that sprite elf effect. You can't use it as link material to turn it summon. Maybe he didn't realize that. So that even with the fast sprite sprint, he was still eyeing that Boro load, but now realizing, oops. Maybe Boro load is not an option. But Rukalos is still a great monster to summon. Gonna go to battle phase and attack over Tsuchinoku.
In phase, resolve Magnemite.
Sure.
Then in phase, just has to leave the Kaleido Heart on the field.
Hat Rebell keine 3000?
At least having the field spell, Kaleido Heart and Soliak.
Würde es fallen, wenn er wieder ein Pendel-Meta-Deck geben sucht. Ja, ich mag Pendel. Ich finde Pendel ist eine coole Mechanik. Deswegen All Power to Pendel. Ich finde noch, dass Elektromite wieder zurückkommen kann. Meine Meinung. Ich weiß, es ist ein Hot-Take, aber ich glaube nicht, dass Elektromite broken ist. Also im aktuellen Format nicht mehr. Game ist wohl entschieden. Würde ich nicht sagen. Also ein Effekt, wie von Rukalos rausgenommen.
So although he only has one on the field
Zwei.
currently, he can very easily get a second one onto the field if necessary as well.
Magnum at the gift that keeps on giving.
Normal summon happiness.
Normal summon happiness.
Interesting.
Mike's definitely
Battle phase?
He's going to want to destroy maybe the field spell at some point, because the field spell could destroy a card. Maybe not. Maybe let Elise use the field spell to take out one of the branded beasts, and still has the other branded beast to be able to use. But no, it looks like right away it's going to prompt. Going to use branded beast to tribute Lebellion to destroy Kaleido Heart. Oh, Kaleido Heart did already bring itself back via its effect, so it's no longer fusion summoned.
Can I read it really quick?
Yeah, my guess.
So he only has to clear it one more time, essentially, without having to worry about it being recurred.
Branded Beast, one of my favorite cards in Darkwing Blast. I mean, this is just how free it is with Lubellion. I mean, Lubellion is actually my favorite card in Darkwing Blast because it just gets you so
Dann kannst du Sulkrad aktivieren, ja.
First read that card, I'm like, oh, well, Necros of Brionic was pretty good, right? This is just
Die Trap-Karten sind die neuen Branded Traps. Können wir uns kurz einmal angucken.
Field effect that rarely came up, but it would, I guess. You can return a couple extra deck monsters back to the extra deck. You are correct, sir.
Channeling 3, negating this, and channeling 4, targeting this.
So Mike trying to shut down everything from Elise, going to chain.
It's negated.
I negated this.
Oh, I'm so dumb. You're right. You're right.
So here, Michael tried to use Rukalos on Kaleido Heart, but Soliak, its effect is permanent. It's not until the end of the turn negation.
Ja, ist für immer negate. Das ist da, Bestial Ungeheuer. Die Karte ist das, die sehen wir gerade im Stream. Die hat die tolle Fähigkeit, einmal pro Spielzug während der Main Phase. Falls du einen Abschlussmonster kontrollierst, du kannst einen Drachenmonster zubieten. Wenn der Gegner sich kontrolliert, zerstör die. Während der Endphase, du kannst eine permanente Zauber- und Fallkarte aus dem Friedhof wählen, lege sie offen in die Spielzauber. Also das ist eine ganz gute Karte. Und was bei der Karte wichtig ist, das ist halt hier once per turn, aber nur pro Kopie. Das heißt, wenn er 2 BC-Karten hat, kann er 2 Karten schießen. Das ist also ziemlich gut.
Perfect all the time. You just have to play good enough to get by until you can play perfect.
Just play good enough.
Yeah, I totally agree. You want to get to those middle rounds with a few games under your belt.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Fusion 7 coming down here for Elise.
So you can only hit Merly, right?
Yep. So I'll go Channeling 1, Channeling 2, target.
Channeling 1, Kiktalos, Channeling 2, Primal Planet, targeting the branded beast that has not been activated.
Target?
And Mike is going to use the branded beast to tribute his. Is that a Druid Swarm?
Yeah.
To be able to take out another card.
It says one per turn, but it's for the other effect. So this will okay.
Yep.
Then I'll kill
Mike was just turning around, you know, his cards upside down, just to be like, oh, I've already used this one, just so you know, this is the one that hasn't been used.
You already normal summoned.
Correct.
No, they're facing the right direction.
I'll use this could be destroy card effects, right? It just comes with, but it already came back this turn.
Correct.
I'll target this with the branded beast.
Sure.
Gonna try and destroy Kiktalos.
That resolves popping. And that resolves searching.
Now the branded beast is gonna go to the graveyard thanks to Primal Planet Perlino.
But she is shut off from using Kiktalos' effect. It's really going to rely now on what the mill of 5 will look like.
Yeah, I mean, you still get that 5 mil as you mentioned, but you aren't going to be able to summon that also that
Einen reingehauen. Hey, alles klar bei dir? Hat sich gegrüßt bei dir in Bochum. Bist also Budget-Typ. Ja, freut mich. Ich muss hierbei sagen, sorry, wenn ich mich nicht erinnere, an Namen oder sowas. Ich bin ganz furchtbar darin. Ich habe auch bei der DM super viele Menschen getroffen, muss ich aber sagen. Also wirklich richtig, richtig viele. Also kommt auf jeden Fall zu YCS in Dortmund. Ich werde auf jeden Fall sonntags auch da sein, um mal abzuchecken, was da so losgeht. Fühlt sich nicht gut an. Oh mein Gott.
So it's a good thing.
Oh, I think this card summons itself back when it's into the graveyard, actually. So she did hit something.
It's a good thing that she sent Merle to the graveyard as opposed to adding it to the hand.
Sure. And then I'll use
I'd say probably 85% of the time you're just adding cards to hand. So it's great to know those corner cases where you absolutely just need to send it to the graveyard.
And this level 4 gets, when it's milled, it's sent to the graveyard. It
3K.
gets a spell summon back. It's a level 4 aqua, so it's something you can use for fuse material, but also helps you get that access to more rank 4.
Das Gebäude, wo es schon bekannt. Ja, das müsste auf jeden Fall bekannt sein. Da kannst du schon Tickets kaufen, also schon. Das ist ja schon in 3 Wochen. Also es wäre komisch, wenn das noch nicht bekannt wäre. Aber egal, wo es Dortmund ist, ist es für mich nicht weit weg.
Right, and it looks like Mike still has those 2 branded beasts facing on the field.
I'm just gonna draw. I'm just gonna probably have nothing here. Draw. Activate.
Uff. Er kriegt den perfekten Top-Deck.
Is that a third Bestial Rebellion? No.
Westfalenhalle, ja. Das ist
For another bestial monster.
That just negates and destroys this, right? Yeah. Activate targeting.
probably the Kaleido, I would assume.
Yeah.
Then yeah, I'll just use
All right,
the
yeah, you got it.
Okay.
I will concede.
Oh, Mike sees the writing on the walls. Not going to be able to come back with the cards he currently has. And Elise is going to take this close game 1 here. Mike, you know, was able to go first. Maybe didn't get the exact board. Or no, Elise went first, right? Yeah, so Mike was able to kind of break through the board. Did the best he could. You know,
Ja, wir hatten ein paar bisschen gemacht. Hallo, Mr. Meep. Ich weiß, wir sehen uns gerade keinen Striker an, aber schön, dass du hier bist. Mal gucken, was das Julian zu sagen hat zu diesem Matchup.
Spiral Boards ja. Und natürlich Lulukaros durchzuspielen macht es auch leichter. Aber ich glaube, dass ich Droplet sogar noch besser finde. Ich weiß natürlich nicht, ob sie beides spielt.
Ja, Droplet kann ich auch sehen. Aber beide Broadbacker-Karten auf jeden Fall sinnvoll.
Ja.
Finde ich schon.
Ja.
Weil auch irgendwie, es spielt ja keine.
Also nichts Spannendes dabei auf jeden Fall. Danke für den Follow, mein Freund. Also fürs Abonnieren in dem Fall. Wer hat gewonnen? Das erste Game hat Alice gewonnen. Ich bin auch ein bisschen überrascht, dass sie das geschafft hat. Aber Michael oder Michael, wie man es auf Amerikanisch sagt, hat es auf Amerikanisch genau. Michael hat es ein bisschen verkackt.
Side deck really changes things. There's a lot of cards, high impact cards that you can have for a lot of matchups. But more determined, like if you're going first or second, what cards are going to be good in my hand when I start. You know, Mike going first in the mirror match. What I can't even, what is like the best cards going first? Normally a lot of the cards are like going second kind of cards. I mean, back in the day, not even that long ago, just when the branded was so dominant, I know Dimensional Barrier and Anti-Spell were huge ones, but I don't know if those are going to be the same kind of cards we're going to be seeing here this weekend.
It's interesting. Obviously, the Bestials can be used on your first turn.
Ich bin gestern mit Invoke Branded Dogmatiker mit von 50 Leuten 2 Platz gemacht. Ohne Winder brauche ich nicht. Ja, Glückwunsch, freue mich. Ist auch gar nicht so schlecht das Deck, nur ist natürlich mit den ganzen Bestial-Karten kritisch. Bannwinder, ja. Wäre auf jeden Fall nicht der schlechteste Take.
Though it might be a little dicey as time's winding down. That's the only hint I'll give you, the card that he could potentially be playing in his deck.
I did notice it while he was shuffling, so I don't know if anybody else...
Oh, you were able to get a little sneak peek at it?
I saw it in there. Ideally, that card is probably better going first, I would imagine.
I would think so. I hope this build-up works out. He actually opens up and we get to see it turn 1 here, but... At least, you know, going second, definitely, this is cards like Nibiru and stuff could be going in. Maybe using like the danger monsters. You're not going to be expecting those like monster effects from hand. We already saw it. We got a sneak peek that the board breakers are in the main deck. The Dark Luna more, so you can only imagine.
Ist bei Normalerweise ein solides Deck? Ich glaube nicht.
Even cards like Regeki and Dark Hole have seen a lot of play recently.
Du kriegst halt daran Flatgate, was du machen kannst, so cool. Aber ich glaube, das Deck macht aber nicht genug.
Preventing you from playing your turn, but not as much having like an Omni negate or something that negates spell trap or monster effect. So if you even have like double Regeki or just a combination of two cards to clear the board before you can commit to the field, if they don't have too many beast seals in your hand, it can really pay off. But let's go ahead and jump right into game number 2 here of our 4th round of Swiss. We have 2 veterans going at it. It's Elise Davis versus Mike Albanese.
I don't see the card in Mike's hand, which is okay. It is a one of.
It's limited to 1, in fact.
It is limited to 1, in fact.
I'll give you another hint. There's a previous prize card. But here we go. We see Merly normal summon mill 3. Not the start you usually want to have, but he did hit a Tearlament Sharon. Yeah, somebody Merely, he does have a triple tactic talents in his hand, so if Elise does try to interact here, he will be able to use that fantastic spell card. That's one of those cards that just never works out for me, but seems to be really good when everyone else uses it.
Yep. It is one of those cards that can just completely win the game on its own. The ability to look at your opponent's hand.
That's what I see. Maybe it's the old like duelist in it, but I always want to just look at your hand, take out a card. I feel like I'm winning the game if I'm doing that.
Much as I like to draw 2, that information is worth the second card.
It really is. Triple tactics. You get to pick whatever version of the card you need when you need it. But it's also a popular card this weekend, so a lot of
Das ist auf jeden Fall schon schlecht.
That's what people are packing. So maybe we've already seen Dark Luna more stuff. Maybe focusing on the board breakers.
Ich will jetzt eigentlich Unique Striker spielen, aber mit dem neuen Karten nicht so gut. Weil mit den Shizu-Karten wird es schwierig mit Unique-Karten, weil die ja die ganzen Friedhof einfach zurückmischen. Ist das Necro Valley?
There it is.
And there it is, Cyberstein. There we go.
It's cool when you draw it.
A really cool level 2 monster. Pay 5,000. It's like an instant fusion kind of. It's a little more costly, but you have a lot more access to other cards in your extra deck as well.
He's even side decking some pretty spicy options.
Yeah, Cyberstein making its way back into competitive play here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game.
I'm not sure I have the.
But since it's in his graveyard, Sprite Elf can bring it back.
For the first time ever on stream, so.
See, now is do I need to make the best play or should I make the Cyberstein play?
Win in Rome, right? No,
yeah, win in Rome. Dues the Romans. If you have Cyberstein, you better use it. This is your chance. You're in a feature match. You want to pay 5,000? It's time.
Yeah, let's
go.
go.
If he can somehow use triple tactic talent to make sure that a card like Infinite Permits and Effect Filler are not there, and the 5,000 won't just be paid for the sake of paying it,
that
might actually be the play.
Innovative cards.
You can say innovative. You know, notoriously broken for a long time, but it's been around and hasn't been used for so much. But so you see 2 fusion summons coming from that Kiktalos mill. We were focused on that Cyberstein, but he did hit some Tearlament monsters as well. So we're going to see a fusion summon of Mud Dragon, which is a level 4 that can also protect a specific attribute from being targeted, which is a huge part of the deck. And then Rukalos is also on the field since he fused with the Kiktalos.
Which gives him some resistance potentially against
Das ist ein
Nibiru.
Dweller.
Mud Dragon is also a water. So you get to make a Beast Dweller and get that boost. And Rukalos is also a water monster, so it gets a little extra attack boost as well.
It might have been in my graveyard before. Don't quote me on it, though.
End phase.
No Cyberstein, no Sprite Elf, no Cyberstein. Maybe we'll see it on turn 3.
Okay.
So just Dweller Rukalos were definitely good in the mirror match.
I do not.
Okay, well,
Dweller especially good against the Danger Tearlament version. It's more all in and focused on getting monsters to the field, using your graveyard effects.
This Dweller.
Activating it before there's any monsters on the field. This could be stopped by something like Cypher and Gear Gamma.
Aber ich glaube, jetzt die Gamma spielt.
I think at least would have just immediately activated Super Polymerization, but that is one of the things.
Gegen Despia, dann Morpheus, Geisttracker Heroes gewonnen, Phantom Knights. Ja, ist auf jeden Fall ein solides Ergebnis.
One of your favorite cards.
Evenly matched.
Evenly.
See, you saw the Darker Luna Morris. You know there has to be an evenly match somewhere, even if it's in the side deck or not, but definitely a powerful card.
Rukalos auf jeden Fall behalten.
Luckily for Michael, he already got to use the Abyss Dweller effect, so in theory, he feels fairly isolated this turn.
Just keep the Rukalos, maybe?
I don't think I could win with
Probably.
that Dweller. I'm really bad.
Okay, maybe not. He's rethinking.
I don't know. You have that cool jersey.
Oh yeah, right.
Okay, so you're keeping Rukalos?
Yeah, okay, why not? You know,
Sounds good.
it does it by itself.
Has to banish the rest of the cards face down just so they control
Jetzt
the same
kommt
amount,
Friedfeld.
at least control the evenly matched, and now Mike only controls the Rukalos. The thing about Rukalos is
Looks like
Mystic Mind, favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card. You're going to be activated here from Elise after having the evenly match to clear the way, get rid of something like maybe a branded beast. There's definitely a lot more outs of Mystic Mind now than there have been ever before. I mean, we've seen branded beasts. You just tribute a dragon, destroy a card on your opponent's side of the field, including spell and trap cards. Doesn't look like Mike has that access to that right now. He did have the Beast of Lubella in his graveyard. Maybe didn't want to focus on getting that to the field to get a branded beast. So now he doesn't have that immediate answer to Mystic Mind. But we'll have to see. So yeah, it does look like Elise is leaning heavily on those board-breaking cards. The evenly matched Dark Little more than Mystic Mind, where you can wait until you can sculpt your hand perfectly, so you can finish off your opponent. Elise knows this isn't a wait until you deck out kind of strategy. The way decks are constructed nowadays,
Mystic
there's so many different
Mind.
you're eventually going to draw it, but it's like timing the best time to turn off your own Mystic Mind.
If the mind is mystic, then it's really mystic. Aber das war wirklich gut gespielt.
Mystic Mind not as powerful as it once was, but definitely still a good way to jump back into a game that looked, you were down in before.
It is definitely the only card in this situation that is going to give Elise almost as many cards as she wants until she can craft the hand necessary to counteract this.
Wir lieben alle meinen, Druck weg, ja. Warum zeigen die immer die ganzen Karten als Goldframe? Was soll denn der Schwachsinn?
I'm trying to get a dragon on the field, and I'm trying to get a bestial, more importantly, onto the field, and then tribute it off with branded beast and pop the Mystic Mind during the end phase. Something like that.
I'm looking forward to the tribute summon of a bestial.
They're all level 6, so definitely one tribute. Play is back to Elise.
Looks like she even has an additional copy of Mystic Mind. Usually if Mystic Mind leaves the field during Michael's turn, that's probably going to be the game. But it is interesting to see that she's utilizing multiple copies.
Looks like
maybe
she drew that extra Mystic Mind. She's ready, like, okay, well, now I can try and make a push. If Mike somehow stops me, I still have that Mystic Mind.
Yeah, it's great backup to have that additional copy.
I've seen this game before.
Did you hear him? Did he say, oh, you have another Mystic Mind?
He says you're going to bait all my cards and then play another one. I've seen this before.
See, it heads up. That's the best part. You know exactly what's going on. Yeah. Especially with how casually you get rid of the Mystic Mind, can kind of be a tell, like, oh, I'm not even like having to be worried about this. Because worst case, everything goes wrong. Oh, but the danger cards could discard the Mystic Mind. Also, depending on how many monsters she commits to the field, she might not be able to activate Mystic Mind afterwards anyways, but discards Rhino Heart. That's a good one. We see like a big danger package, and at least we saw a Bigfoot, I believe. Or no, that might have been the last matchup we saw, but I do think Bigfoot might have been in her deck as well.
I think we saw it milled last game.
Yeah, there was a Bigfoot, right? Yeah. So definitely a bigger danger package than usual.
Have we really seen any new cards besides Rakalos?
And Elisa's side? No. I'd imagine she has maybe a Scream or something like that in her deck.
Then I'm gonna go.
We just haven't seen it yet, which is interesting.
I mean, she's still on, using the danger packages.
Ja, Pikachu ist schon oldschool gerade.
But yeah, as I mentioned, while Mystic Mind
Hallo,
is up,
Schwitz.
it's going to allow Mike to draw into these bestial monsters. Going to be able to trigger Havness, Mill 3. It looks like he at least hit a Lubellion. I didn't see the other cards.
Auf jeden Fall ehrenhaft, dass sie die beiden weggemacht hat.
Getting these monsters on the board will help him survive. Ooh, Soliak is going to let him add a TRM monster from his deck to his hand.
If you're Elise, you have to assume that Michael had at least one bestial, seeing as how he's playing so many of them. Once you start to see that your opponent is playing Lubellion, you can assume that they're playing
all of them.
All of them.
There's at least 12 bestials probably in there, right? Maybe 2 Sarnier or something, but I would still assume all 12. I'm a big fan of bestials.
Yeah, it's not the 4 package where you play the 3 Magnamut and the 1 Druzorb. It's actually playing the full package.
But if you don't have much room in your deck and you want to tech in those bestials, that little small 3 Magnamut 1 Druzorb is perfect to tech into any deck. Just really showing you the dynamic power of Darkwing Blast and what it's really given all the decks out there. Pretty much any deck got a boost. Like if you were having trouble dealing with
Hey, das ist keine Goldframe. Hey, wow.
You instantly have way more ways to interact than you did before.
And if you play Terramons, you can include them in your own deck and have access to all these new branded cards.
It just all works well together.
It is yours.
What'll be interesting here is now that Elise is, I won't quite say baited out, but produce some interactions from Michael. Is she going to continue her play, or is she going to rely on Mystic Mind? It looks like here she's going to just continue her play, and I'm curious to see to the extent that this goes. Can she break the board?
I think she has to pretty much give up on the Mystic Mind at this point because now Mike has those 2 bestials on the field. you have to assume the face down's Branded Beast, so he's going to already be able to out at the end phase. Maybe she's going to try and use the Primeval Plant before to try and destroy that back row, you know, anticipating Branded Beast, get it off the field, and then be able to activate Mystic Mind. But I think we did see the Mystic Mind discarded from the Dangerous Tsuchinoko, so she wouldn't need another copy.
I think she has a Terraforming in her hand.
Well, that's a good one.
Dark.
I will go Dark Effect targeting your Cyberstun.
Unsummon. Have you normal summoned this turn?
I have not.
You have not? Okay. This was just on the feet. No.
I summon it back off of its own effect.
Oh, okay. So it'll get banished. Okay.
Yes.
Ooh, you could Cyberstun. That would be nasty.
Oh,
if that's
wow.
How I lose.
Oh, she makes Dark and takes his Cyberstein? Is that what?
Yes.
Oh, man. Maybe Cyberstein backfiring a little bit here to be used against Mike.
You could tell that never happened to him in testing, or maybe it did.
We're just hoping it wouldn't have come up in the actual tournament.
It's one of those things where when you play the smear match, you really have to
Guck
worry
grad
about
parallel Halloween, ja, lol.
fear of dark. It's way more difficult to manage Cyberstein in the graveyard. You're not just shuffling it back into the extra deck.
With great power comes great responsibility to get those good dark monsters out of your graveyard.
Oh, oh my god.
To Charleman's Hobness, since Mike activated a monster effect on the field, Hobness special summons the field, sends the top 3 cards. We saw some board-breaking cards, nothing too useful, and now the dark is destroyed. 2 Winged Dragon of Raw Sphere Modes, big fan of that card. We already saw how impactful Lava Golem can be. Sphere Mode just kind of doing the job of 2 Lava Golems in 1.
It actually looks like she has another Mystic Mine in her hand.
She might not have discarded. I might have just been looking at the old Mystic Mine that was on top of the graveyard as well.
I got a Rhino. Maybe I should use that. No, whatever.
Ist auf jeden Fall ein Game. Ich glaube nicht, dass Alicia viel machen kann noch. Das sollte Michaels Game sein. Das Problem ist nur, wie es halt in Time laufen wird. Weil es wird auf jeden Fall ein langes Game.
When you have Mystic Mind, when you have like 3 or 4 turns to pass and both players get to have all their cards, you get some crazy turns like this.
Yeah, when both players have 6 cards in hand. And there's that waiting game because Elise knows that Michael's playing Branded Beast, so she doesn't have the deck out inevitability.
Oh, no, she did discard the Mystic Mind, so she didn't have a 3rd one. Okay, I wasn't crazy.
Her hand right now is Dark Ruler No More,
Okay, es ist gut.
and the 3rd Mystic Mine.
Oh man, so way too many Mystic Minds.
Geht da Game 3 und geht first.
You know, just the inevitability of knowing that Mike will eventually be, he did have the Branded Beast set, it looked like. The inevitability knowing that Mike will be able to out Mystic Mind, put the pressure on Elise, like, okay, I can only do this for so long.
Mein Ohr, ne? Wenn ihr die ganze Zeit mit Kopfhörer aufhört, das tut irgendwo recht die Rede. Wer kennt das nicht?
Mike would have a bunch of Beastials and Terrorlovers in his hand. He'd be able to do the whole turn.
Aber wir sehen auf jeden Fall hier, warum Beastials an sich gut sind. Also gerade gegen T-Elements. Weil es basically alles TD Cross sind.
Assume that she knows that Michael realizes that he can just tribute summon for one of these Beastials eventually.
Yeah, they've definitely encountered each other in the past. Definitely when you are playing against a veteran, and you saw them play not only just 1 but 2 Branded Beasts face up on the field in that first game. That Mike is going to be looking for that awesome out. You know, just having that pressure of knowing like. This Mystic Mind
Die Breaks einfach so klein.
It's not going to be pass. It's going to be pass. Well, and eventually time is going to run out. Just like the finals of the championship. We saw Ryan Hughes sitting on Mystic Mind for as long as he could, but eventually, like Hanze has those in the Heavenly Dragon Circles in his deck to already out it during the end phase. It's not something you can really rely on to win, but it can help you, break some boards that your opponent might establish turn 1 that otherwise would be difficult to deal with.
The key is that those are engine cards. They're not cards you actually have to side in, because Cosmic Cyclone's not likely going to be coming in. At least in theory. Cards like Branded Beast are just natural inclusions in your strategy, similar to those Sword Soul cards that you were referring to a moment ago.
Yeah, it definitely lines up a lot better. You don't have to play like the extra stuff. Even though I am a fan of Dynamiscus, because like Paleozoic Dynamiscus not only hit the wide right decks, you can hit their normal summon, you can hit the field spell. You can
Open ist auf jeden Fall vorbei.
And Mystic Mind, you can hit any sort of like goes and match rivalry warlords that might be giving you trouble. So I like and you also get to trigger the effect that you discard. So I've always been a big fan of Dynamiscus, but having just, the built-in options when you go first to just already have Branded Beast on the field, like, even though at least opened up with all those Mystic Minds, Mike's turn wasn't great. If he had access, just drew the Beast of Lubellion, every single copy of Mystic Mind is basically dead in Elise's hand, because he'd have the Branded Beast on the field turn 1, and not just like a Bisbal or Rukalos. And even if you have 3 Mystic Minds, you can activate it. He'll wait till the end phase, destroy the Mystic Mind. You just have dead cards in your hand. But like even with that not happening, Mike was still able to eventually out it. Just the idea that it's there.
I wonder. I mean, clearly going first, she's likely to take them out. Do you think, in retrospect, even going second in a future match, that you wouldn't put them in knowing that a card like Branded Beast, that situation seemed like an inevitability. Where it was actually Mike that had the upper hand with that card on the field.
Yeah, I think they're going straight back to the side. I mean, she was going to be going first, so obviously maybe that's why I'd go back to the side deck. But no, I would not try that again. It didn't. It was basically worked out. I mean, she didn't draw very well. She drew multiple copies of Mystic Mind, but even more reason not to have it in your deck so you can't draw multiple copies of that. But the duelists are shuffling both 3-0. So even with a loss here for either one of these players, moving on 3-1, not too bad. We have 9 rounds of Swiss here today, so 5 more rounds to play. You can lose 1 to 2 times, still make it to that day 2 cutoff, and hope you know once you finish with 2 losses, you hope your tiebreakers are good enough to give you that top 32 cutoff.
Es sind aber noch 5 Runden, die gespielt werden. Holy shit.
You really don't have to sweat 5 or 6, 7 rounds. With
Definitely better to get as many wins under your belt as
Was
fast
macht
as
die Karte?
possible.
Welche Karte?
But we'll have to see how this last game plays. I think, yeah, so Elise went first and second, so we've seen both players get the opportunity to go first, but now Mike will be able to go again. Hopefully, you know, I'd have to imagine he sided Cyberstein out.
I know. I was really hoping we got to see it.
Yeah, it was there.
On the playing field. In the graveyard, though, but in the playing field to some degree.
Yeah, with Cyberstein down, paying 5,000
Also auf jeden Fall jetzt hier.
little dicey.
I can imagine what Cyberstein does, but I was really
Letzte Game. Es sind noch 7,5 Minuten. Das könnte also ein Draw werden tatsächlich.
I mean, even just paying the 5,000 just summon a Kictalos, like you don't have to use any talent monsters. You just get Kictalos and Cyberstein on the field. It's really fantastic. But let's go ahead and jump right into game number 3 of our 4th round of Swiss here. Mike Albany's handshake before game number 3. It's been a good match
Karte
so
auf jeden
far.
Fall nicht schlecht, wie gesagt.
See, I see a Super Poly in Elise's hand, so definitely something good for going second. But it looks like Mike had her go first. Oh no, Elise lost the last game. She chose to go first.
Indeed.
Aufpassen, Leute. Aufpassen. Es ist nur ein Game, was gerade läuft. Okay.
But Planet, that's obviously honestly, in many ways, the first card you really want to activate in most circumstances.
Certainly. It's night and day difference if you have that on the field or not, especially in the mirror match. Just having that extra destruction effect as an interaction during.
Aber sie hat halt gar nichts, das heißt, sie muss jetzt mehr.
Here we go. So she is playing some of the new tier elements.
Also Mint ist aber 6 mit Merli, deswegen hat sie sich Merli gesucht.
Talking about how good it is, like Faithful Adventure, you can chain block your effects.
Michael had to clarify.
So Chainlink 1 Merly's going to mill 3, Chainlink 2 Scream is going to mill 3, so that's going to be 6 cards off the top. We see a Suliek, a Scream, and a Sharon hit, so she's going to be able to activate all 3 effects. Suliek will be Chainlink 3 probably. Okay.
4 on Sharon? Yeah.
Okay, so Chainlink 4 is going to be Magnum. Magnum's going to banish the Sheeran, so she won't be able to fusion summon. The Scream is going to let her add a Tearlament Trap, and the Suliek is going to let her add a Tearlament Monster from her deck to her hand.
War auf jeden Fall kein schlechter Bild, aber er hat auch 6 Karten geholt.
Trap Destruction, Cosmic Cyclone, and Harpy's Feather Duster. Do you think she's that afraid of Branded Beast?
I think that is because seeing Beast Lubellion in the deck, you know they're going to have the spell and traps. They're almost always going to have access to Branded Beast and stuff like that. So even going
when it unsummons,
first, definitely still worth it.
It's like Bismugear. You do it, summon, it activates, and then in the end phase it searches. Even if
of all the cards to compare to, Bismugear is a funny one. But yeah, it is just like Rare Metal Foe's Bismugear.
Okay, yeah, you're good.
It'll activate on summon, but then it resolves at the end phase.
Reminds me of the
Duradark? Duradark?
The Genix.
Oh yeah, Genix Ally Duradark, yeah.
Ja, jetzt schon wieder 2 Bestial-Karten, Alter, das ist doch nicht mehr
The
normal.
more Bestials, the better when you're going second. And that's going to banish Merrily. Really limiting what Elise can do here.
So I know Crime. Can I just read Crime in the meantime? Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I'm new.
Taking a look at Crime. We've talked a little bit about Crime already, becoming a little bit more popular now that Scream has been released.
Okay.
Indeed, and now a Foolish Burial going to follow up.
Hallo André.
Yep, Happiness, this would be the third name.
Mir geht's den Umständen entsprechend.
That would be insane if Mike had the third Bestial.
Warum hat man eigentlich den diese Frosch gespielt? Weil du ein Wassermonster mit 2500 Def oder TK brauchtest für die Quickspell, damit du die quasi zurücklegen konntest. Hallo Esther. Phoenix.
Sure, we'll see at some point this weekend.
We were close.
It was very close.
That card's really good, I heard.
It's okay.
So Kictalos is going to add Haveness from the deck to the hand.
That's fair.
So she could use her Primeval Plant to destroy one of these Bestials on that fusion summon for Kictalos.
So I know having his crime. Okay.
Doesn't look like she opts to.
Magnamut would make the most sense.
I mean, yeah, you probably don't want to send the Jerusalem and lose your special summon monster. Though it would trigger the Kictalos. But I do like leaving the Kictalos on the field here. Because anytime you shoot Kictalos with Soliek or Crime, maybe, you're able to mill 5. And you're probably going to hit something and do even more after that. And the end phase, Mike's going to resolve his Magnamut effect to add Bestial Jerusalem from his deck to his hand.
We talked about that earlier. The milling nature of Tier Elements make it so that you can obviously play against what you know.
Wunderschön. Wie funktioniert eigentlich die Bestial Engine? Was macht die? Die ist eigentlich ziemlich, also Go Second hast du halt, siehst du gerade hier, die specialen sich, wenn die halt Light oder Dark Matter banishen, als Quick-Effekt. Das ist dann ziemlich gut. Und Lubellion hat die Fähigkeit, selber zu discarden, ein bisschen Monster zu adden. Du kannst mit Rebellion ein Level 6 oder höher Drachenmonster tributieren und dann den Branded Spell Trap aus seinem Deck direkt aktivieren. Was ziemlich gut ist. Und da gibt es halt eine Zerstörungskarte, die halt sagt, wenn du halt ein bisschen hast, kannst du tributieren und dann kannst du halt eine Karte schießen.
Just 2 giant monsters, yeah, both 2500 attack, like, doesn't he have to go into his extra deck just to go to battle, try and get these monsters off the field, try and prevent something like Crime or Soliak.
Vor allem erstmal Damage machen, weil wir sind gerade schon bei 3 Minuten.
Super poly here from Elise, going to discard Havness to fuse the 2 Bestials? Or is she going to fuse one of her own cards with one of the Bestials? Going to fuse with Merrily and Druisworm, so this will trigger Druisworm's effect to send a special one monster from Elise's side of the field to the graveyard.
So then I will go. Well, your triggers first. So.
Yeah, I'll activate Druid Worm Chainlink 1. Oh god, I really don't want to send that Kictalos to grave. Oh my god, this is so bad.
Just keep in mind, sometimes, you know, with the pauses and throughout the game, sometimes our clock could be a little faster than the actual game clock, so they might have a little more time than what we see here on the clock yet.
Sure.
We don't always get, you know, the extensions updated too quickly, so we'll make sure
my bad.
Yeah, that's fine.
the game might be continuing a little longer. It looks like we did get a few more minutes there on the clock here for this match.
Well, this will be the only
Still in the battle phase, he has the Magnum.
Oh, yeah, because I can't target waters. Yeah, yeah, so you summon that, then I have a chance to activate. So now I can...
So here with Druid's Room, he only can target Kictalos because Mud Dragon will stop the targeting. So it's really interesting that although she used his monster with Super Polymerization, he's actually going to forgo using his Druid's Room entirely because he doesn't want to trigger Kictalos.
That is so funny. But also heads up.
Okay, yeah, I'll respond with Chainlink 3.
The intricacies are huge, and so Chainlink 3 is going to be Druisworm to try and stop that Merrily, and it looks like it will happen. To show you the power of Magnamut, Magnamut stopped the fusion on her turn, and then on his turn, from the Magnamut search, he's able to stop another fusion summon. Crazy.
Also die Permaspell ist auf jeden Fall richtig gut, ey.
Looks like a Havness.
So she's going to be able to fuse her Kictalos and Havness for a Tier Elements Rukalos out of Darkwing Blast. Brand new set, legal this weekend.
Sure.
I'll go.
Has a beautiful Starlight rare.
Effect.
And again.
Send.
Sure. And then effect.
Yep. Continue battle.
Yep.
Attack.
I think
That's fine.
the Rukalos was water. Yeah.
Yeah, Rukalos is water, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, there's
right,
no
so
legal target.
Again. All right, my bad. Yeah, I'll just...
This Mud Dragon has put in a lot of work.
Mud Dragon beste Karte.
It's actually huge, and you can change the attribute too that you're trying to like prevent the targeting. So it's definitely not only is the level 4 you can make for Abyss Dweller, but the on-field effect not bad.
It's one of those effects that you look at and you're like, oh, this is maybe going to come up. I'm just going to use it for Super Poly, and then you play with it.
And you're like, wow, this comes up a lot.
So that's really interesting. 2 Druid's Worms went to the graveyard this turn, both as a byproduct of Elise's cards, and in neither case were they activated.
And Crime, you said has to send from hand, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Crime does have to send from hand, so nothing for Elise to use Crime with. She had to discard her last card with the Super Polymerization.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, rule calls will negate this.
All right, sorry. You're fine.
Yeah. That's not. Yeah. Not how.
We're tripping right now.
Yeah, you're good. My bad. I'm new.
Same.
It is interesting how Elise had to decide what was more important: Tier Elements Crime or Super Polymerization with only 1 card in hand.
Yeah, I mean, just having to force out the battle phase made a big deal to where like the Crime won't be as impactful. Having to use that Super.
You did it because. You didn't because it couldn't be sent, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So here Rhino Heart sends, it looks like Havness. Havness tries to activate. Rukalos gets activated to negate it, sending itself.
And then since it was sent to the graveyard via a card effect,
it gets to come back. And it's important to note there was a bit of a clarification necessary.
Die wird aber nicht
that
gesendet,
earlier
weil
in
die
the
zerstört
turn when
nicht.
Michael wanted to kill it with Drew's worm, he was unable to do so because it couldn't be targeted. So its recursion right now from the graveyard is appropriate.
Everything is as it should be. And they're
Okay, die haben die Zeit aber wieder aktiviert.
Draw 2 cards.
We were talking about earlier how we like to look at the opponent's hand, but when they don't have a hand,
We'll
fair
draw
enough.
2. You could have taken the Recallers, but he did already give up his battle phase here, so definitely not much you could do for it.
And Talents is a card that doesn't target. So had Muddragon still been active and a concern with a card like Talents, he would at least have some counterplay.
Indeed, it looks like a Sharon is being activated here from Mike from the hand. Now it's going to resolve.
Aber es ist beides noch 8000, also es könnte wirklich legit ein Draw werden. Da ist die Bestial.
Having already used this turn, so just Merly.
And what does Crime do when it's sent to grave?
Oh, that's a banished tier.
It does nothing.
Okay.
It has a banished tier element trap. Oh, it has a banished tier element monster. Yeah, sorry, the other Grief is the one that has the trap card. It has a banished.
Ich habe immer wieder gehört, dass in Dortmund bald ein großes Turnier stattfinden soll. Ja, gibt eine YCS in Dortmund.
That's fine.
I'm not sure
Am
maybe there is, but I'm not sure if
12.
there's a
und
natural way of
13.
banishing your own traps.
November.
Tier elements at least not come to mind.
Yeah, not off the top. You get shifted though. I hear Dimension Shifter is a
Ja, dann auf jeden Fall sehen wir uns auf jeden Fall am Sonntag da, weil da werde ich auf jeden Fall da sein.
Here from the Merly effect, Fusion Summon. Garura just a huge impactful card for the tournament deck, out of power the elements. Just takes any 2 monsters with the same attributes with different names. Pretty broad targets. Great super poly target, great for the tournament deck. And then also if it's into the graveyard, you draw a card.
Sure.
What's interesting is that with Tier Elements Crime, it only resolves when it's sent to the graveyard by a card effect. So there could be a universe where she actually pops you with her own planet.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
In order to actually search, not search, but take out of the banished pile to your hand an additional monster.
Okay, and it's main phase 2.
Worst case scenario, yeah. Sometimes you can use that field spell to destroy your own cards.
Aber ich finde, das wird ein Draw, dieses
Stuff
Game.
like infinite permanence and everything. You do have to destroy your own card before your opponent even tries to negate it, but it plays around a lot of stuff.
Anything here? No, there's one dark. Okay.
Hallo, lieber Florian.
Okay, I haven't received any. My bad. Thank you. That's fine. Okay, cool. That's good. that actually makes this game so much better.
Yeah.
That's actually really funny. All right, so what darks do you have?
I just have the Havness and the Jackalope.
Okay, what?
Havness and Jackalope.
Okay.
How much do we have?
So Michael's doing a dark check.
He called official time, so I've only used.
So they are in time. Mike
and
is at 8,000. Elise is at 8,000.
I've only used.
Battle phase is done this turn.
Havness and Sheeran, I believe.
I only fused. This is my first fusion.
Yeah, but I negated
Havness
the other
was negated, and you negated Sheeran, so I have Merly. Okay.
No, you used Merly's the only one. He's used all of them. He used Merly to make that Garura.
Dark effect, target Jackalope.
I'm gonna chain.
Okay.
Fine.
Sure.
So Dark is going to be activated to bring back Jackalope.
Yeah.
Elise is going to use Sulliak.
Sheeran effective fuse.
Or sorry, Crime. Sends a Sharon, so now Sharon will be able to trigger the fusion summon.
Okay.
So I only have Merly left.
How many
Okay.
cards do you have in hand?
I have 2.
There's 3 more minutes on the clock. As I mentioned, sometimes the
already used anyway,
on-screen clock isn't as
You're good. You're good.
There's always some warnings, some slow play warnings. Sometimes add more time, so we always make sure we have the right time. And now a fusion summon is coming down.
With,
uses a fusion monster.
Okay, thank you.
So you can make Predaplant Drago Stapelia. Chi.
So the time is now reflective of what is remaining.
Ja, noch 3 Minuten.
Michael's turn.
It is Michael's turn, right? That's what I'm saying. You never know in these times. You get confused. Whose turn is it? Because everyone's summoning so many fusion monsters during each turn. Quite funny.
Desires.
Ooh, Pot of Desires.
Wild.
That's an interesting one in Tournament. As long as you're playing multiple copies of a lot of your cards, just getting those extra 2 cards is pretty huge.
Ooh, I see one of them is super polymerization.
Those both came back already?
That's a big one.
Oh.
I believe he's already used his battle phase. I believe this was the turn where he just immediately went into the battle phase.
I'll super poly those two.
Now he's going to use Super Poly on Rukalos and the Dragos Tapelia for his own
How
Dragos
much time's
Tapelia. Now he's going to overlay the 2 level 6 monsters in Klingura for Beatrice.
You don't have anything great to activate, right? Nope. Go ahead.
And I think I know what we're going to end up seeing here. Beatrice will be able to send a monster to your red pit.
Reinhardt.
Looks like play was passed to Elise, and Elise activate Primeval Planet Paralino to add Reinhardt.
Havness effect.
Okay, so
spin the
not a burn card. So Beatrice send down Havness, triggers Havness, and so disintegrated by a card effect. It's diffused for 2. And summons Kleido Heart to use its effect on summon to shuffle back Scream.
And then negate that on normal summon. Negate.
So Mike's going to use Dragos Tapeli's effect on the summon of Rhino Heart to put her plant counter on it, and
no effects, right?
While Dragos Tapeli's on the field, Rhino Heart's effect will be a level 2 monster or level 1.
Danke für das Abo, Mr. Nobles.
That's so lame.
Tries to draw as fast as he can to go into the battle phase.
A draw is a loss. Can I ask my opponent if they will concede? Is that like legal procedure? Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think I can't do any damage in my draw phase. So yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Looks like it is going to end in a draw. Wasn't able to get to the battle phase to do some damage.
Unfortunate.
And it's going to end in a draw.
Im Draw.
Not a loss, just a draw for both players. They'll be able to move on to 3.
Und das wieder wegen der tollen Zeitregel, weil ich gesagt habe, die Phase wird zu Ende gespielt und das ist die Draw Phase.
Definitely not something you want. Not as bad as a loss, but it was a long, good match. And in the end, both players going to be walking away with a draw here for round number 4.
War auf jeden Fall nicht das beste Game, was ich jemals gesehen habe, aber war auch nicht gut. Mal gucken, was Julian sagt.
Also vielleicht drehen sie das nächste Mal einfach den Tischsound hoch, damit wir dann auch verstehen, was passiert.
Und kennst du den Joe Gelando, hier den Rechten?
Nee, tatsächlich nicht. Wer ist das?
Mal sagen, dass wir laut genug den Tisch haben.
Zu Zeiten von Billy Break damals aktiv gewesen ist. Mittlerweile hat er so einen YouTube-Channel und der macht hauptsächlich Content zu alten Formaten. Das ist eigentlich ziemlich cool. Und es ist eigentlich der macht sehr, sehr strategisch coolen Content, deswegen finde ich es ganz geil, dass sie den ins Kommentatoren-Team auch geholt haben.
Wirkt auf jeden Fall sehr sympathisch, ja. Naja, gut. Warten wir mal ab, was im Interview kommt. Vielleicht können sie uns da ein bisschen Licht ins Dunkle bringen.
Ja, mal gucken, wen sie überhaupt interviewen. Ich kann mich gar nicht mehr daran erinnern. Machen die dann immer Doppelinterview, wenn es ein Draw ist? Ich weiß es gar nicht mehr.
Vermutlich doch, werden sie so machen. Vielen Dank, Stefan, für den Follow.
Gabriel Netz hat ein Foto mit sich und Trophäe gepostet. Did a thing today mit 2 Stunden Schlaf. Wunderschön.
Fertig. Aber ich glaube, die Trophäe, die nimmst du dir auch gerne mit nach Hause. Sah ganz schick aus, das Foto.
Die war richtig schön, ja, total. Ja. Die sah also jetzt nicht so gut wie eine YCS-Trophäe, weil die sind mittlerweile ja wirklich, also ganz ehrlich, die Trophäe, die Joshua da in den Utrechter Nachthimmel retten konnte.
So, Kinder, dann gehe ich noch kurz einmal frische Luft schnappen.
Die würde ich schon auch gerne wieder vorstellen.
Absolut. Was sagst du eigentlich zu YCS? Haben wir noch nicht drüber gesprochen persönlich.
Zu dem Ergebnis?
Ja.
Ein bisschen meine Nase pudern. Bis gleich.
Also, das ist das erste, als ich auf die Bühne gegangen bin nach dem Finale.
Hier habt ihr Musik.
I'm here in round 4 after an incredibly hard-fought match that ended in a draw with Mike Albanese. Mike, was dueling in the feature match area something that may have changed your play at all?
I think it changes it somewhat. I don't think there's any additional pressure. I know me and Elisa both played at played matches at very high levels, but maybe just you have to be a little more meticulous, be more play by like the very official rules. But gameplay-wise, I don't think anything's different about playing in the feature match area.
Did anything specifically stand out in your match against Elise?
I noticed that she was playing. We were both playing tier element strategies, but hers was a little different. It was more focused on dangers and milling, where mine is more focused on interacting with my opponents with the Bysted monsters. So that's more a version that I think I'd see at past events, but it may line up well against these versions, so who am I to say? It was a close match.
Are there any decks that you look forward to playing against this weekend?
All right, so I think Pure Sprite is a pretty easy matchup. The runic cards make it very, very difficult. It gives the deck a lot of longevity. But I know a lot of my friends swear by Sprite, so we'll see what happens. I got a few new tricks from the new set also.
How do you feel about your chances going forward in the remainder of the event?
I like my chances. It's unfortunate I took a draw here, but I'm pretty confident that I can go 6-1 to finish out. I know I finished in top cut in the last at YCS Niagara where I lost pretty early. But I like my chances. We'll see what happens.
All right, that's it for round 4. We're going to go back to Billy, who will continue talking about some additional content.
All right. Thanks, Joe. That's right. I got some more awesome stuff to talk about before we come back with our 5th round of
Ja, dann hauen wir aus.
There's a lot of awesome stuff going on in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. And let's talk about the release celebration prize game mat. This is for Structure Deck Legend of the Crystal Beast.
Ist schon eine schöne Matte, ne?
Features Ultimate Crystal Rainbow Dragon Overdrive. Out of the brand new Structure Deck Legend of the Crystal Beast. Check out your local OTS and get your opportunity to win one of these awesome playmats. It really is quite beautiful. And then we have a lot of other awesome things to talk about later on too. I mean, I just look at the card. This is one of my favorite mats I've actually seen in a long time. Just seeing the thing is awesome.
Das ist schon schön.
We have a lot more coming up. Round 5 is next, so make sure you stick around. We'll have round 5 very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Ja, guck mal.
Ich finde es auch teilweise ein bisschen überzogen, ne? Aber egal, das ist ein anderes Thema.
Ja, eben. Also ich mache da ja auch die Regeln nicht und ich werde da jetzt auch keine Meinung irgendwie hier in der Chat abgeben, aber da gibt es halt Vorgaben und ich meine, man kann es nachvollziehen, man kann es mögen, man kann es nicht mögen, aber man kann es nachvollziehen, denke ich.
Ja, das Einzige, was ich jetzt nochmal dazu sage, man kann natürlich sagen, wenn man ein Unternehmen dort nicht sehen möchte, was ein Konkurrenzunternehmen wäre, dann könnte ich das verstehen, aber so wie die Regelung aktuell ist, ich weiß, Sebastian, du musst dazu nichts sagen, ich bin da ein bisschen offener oder kann da ein bisschen offener was zu sagen. Dann, naja.
Ändern wir mal einen Titel für Watch Party, weil wir bei Why Not.
Das sieht, aber ihr könnt eure Meinung auch gerne mal schreiben.
Auf jeden Fall.
Hier wird auf jeden Fall noch ein bisschen gemacht für das Duelings, ne? Bin ich jetzt nicht so der Experte.
Bisschen Rush-Werbung, Why Not. Ihr könnt mich by the way alles fragen, ich höre in der Regel zu und beantworte Fragen, die noch was fragen möchten. Rush Duel, ich finde by the way die Rush Duel Artworks so schön. Hallo Crow. Guck mal, wie schön Sparks aussieht. Max Raider. Play your entire hand, ja. And Fan Favorites, yep. Zeig die Fan Favorites. Blue Eyes. That Edition, obviously. Bin beeindruckt davon, wie schnell der Treppen hochlaufen kann. Ah, nein. Definitiv die Rush Roll Artworks, definitiv. Ja, das ist not even a competition. Werbung von Konami. Bin gespannt. Voll so 80er-Jahre-Style. So, ich spiele die Speed-Duel, pass mal auf. Cross-Duel. Ja, genauso wird das passieren. Genauso spielen wir es. Aber Crossroad ist ein cooles Spiel, also würde ich jedem empfehlen, mal kurz rein zu jumpen, ist echt cool. Ich werde in Dortmund Unix Sprite spielen, weil es cool ist. Ich mag das Deck und ich werde im Main Event nicht mitspielen. Wenn ich Main Event mitspielen würde, würde ich wahrscheinlich eine andere Variante spielen, eine andere Deck-Variante, aber ich werde das Main Event nicht mitspielen, ich werde nur Side Event spielen. Deswegen, ja. Und Dragon Link Bestial ist interessant. Ob das gut ist, können wir uns überstreiten, aber ich glaube nicht, dass es halt Tier 1 Deck ist, sondern einfach nur ein sehr gutes Deck. Cross Duel. Was? Darf in die Welt gehen?
Cross Duel Fun. Cross Duel. Cross Duel for everyone. Cross Duel for the world. Four duelists cross wins. A new era of dueling. 4-player card battles.
Entweder Brave, Despier oder sehr konstant Bordbrecherhaufen mit Kürzung TRDL. Okay. Wird sich zeigen, was halt gut ist, ne? Diese Werbung ist übrigens echt lang. Also es wird, glaube ich, sehr interessant, wie das Meta in Dortmund sein wird. Denn wir gucken mal, weil wir haben noch eine YCS eine Woche vorher in Amerika. Mal gucken, wie cool das wird.
Yugioh Cross Duel.
Ich spiele das nämlich aktuell und das auch in Dortmund spielen. Ja, ja, aber was verliert dir nicht hart gegen Raku-Modus, wenn du mehr als 2 Monster aufs Feld klatscht? Da muss man ja auch mal realistisch bleiben. Oh, das scheint es doch ziemlich gut sein. Also rund 5 spielen ja auf jeden Fall schon, das ist schon mal nicht schlecht. Ja, aber es bei einigen Decks, die nicht so einfach zu piloten sind. Ja, dann muss man öfter ein bisschen nachdenken. Das ist doch auch nett. Kann man ja machen, einfach mal ein bisschen denken, ne? Ich würde euch mein Deck ja zeigen, weil das ist eigentlich Hat sich nicht großartig verändert seit meinem letzten Profile, was ich spielen werde. Deswegen lohnt sich das noch nicht mal, da wirklich großartig drüber zu sprechen. Das Deck, was ich hier gerade vor mir liegen habe. Ja, das ist doch nice. Weil ich brauche ja kein Hotel, weil es ja bei mir in der Nähe ist. Vielleicht habe ich ja noch ganz viel Glück und kann es trotzdem irgendwie schaffen, dass ich da irgendwie frei kriege und tauschen kann. Aber es wird sich halt zeigen. Ja, das ist natürlich auch geil. Wenn direkt von Location bist, ist es auf jeden Fall not bad. Also langsam könnte es auf jeden Fall mal weitergehen. Zahle knapp 170 Euro, das ist doch voll, das geht doch voll klar. Können wir mal kurz bei Edo mal reingucken, während die hier machen. Ich weiß nicht, wie weit das hier funktioniert. Komm hier. Was ist glorreich doch mal an hier. Guck mal, richtig, richtig geil. Stellar Gameplay auf jeden Fall. Das Deck habe ich jetzt vorhin ein bisschen gespielt. Und meine Sprite-Variante sieht aktuell ungefähr so aus. Das ist ungefähr die Sprite-Variante, die ich so spielen würde. Ist halt sehr ähnlich zu der Yugioh-Variante. Ich würde wahrscheinlich sogar den cutten, weil der glaube ich gar nicht so gut ist im nächsten Format. Und mal gucken, ja, was davon halt gut wird und nicht, aber das sind Sachen, die ich überlegt habe, die man specialen kann über halt die Mannequin Cat Katze. Alles so Optionen, die könnt ihr halt gegen das neue Deck halt beschwören. Das ist halt nicht bad. Ihr könnt theoretisch den beschwören, weil der halt Erde ist. Ja, ist doch gut. Halb 10 oder 10. Ist doch ganz gut. Also den Freitag schätze ich dann mal, ne? Und dann Samstag halt schon beim Event ganz entspannt hingehen. Ja, das war bei der auch eine Überlegung, die ich hatte halt für das Event, ob man das halt machen kann. Ja, keine Ahnung. Ich kann das jetzt so runterziehen. Ich habe da ein bisschen Platz hier. Guck mal, ich habe ein bisschen Space. Dann sieht es ein bisschen hübscher aus. Hast du das Deck komplett daheim? Ja klar, ich habe das Deck komplett hier. Das Einzige, was ich nicht da habe, ist halt das Ding hier. Das Ding und das Ding habe ich nicht da. Der Rest habe ich alles hier. Also das ganze Main Deck und so habe ich alles da. Geht nicht viel los. Okay, dann spielen wir noch eine Runde hier. Edo Pro, komm hier. So, why not?
Have in store for us for round 5. Many players have now been eliminated from the tournament. There are only 67 undefeated duelists remaining. That number is just going to get cut in half.
Holy shit.
Every single undefeated duelist left is just getting that much more confident in the remainder of the tournament. Soon they will be guaranteed to be moving on to day 2 and into the top cut finish.
Und keine Lust mehr gehabt.
Are there been any surprises thus far in the tournament for you?
Honestly, I don't think anyone surprised that Tier Limit has been a really strong contender. You get to see what
Jo.
we've been talking about it for, I believe, multiple rounds in a row about how strong the bestial cards are, and I think that last round, even though I wasn't commentating, I was
Also
definitely.
wir können gerne testen, wenn du willst, aber ich glaube nicht, dass du Runic Sprite viel auf der YCS sehen wirst. Ich würde vor allem sehr, sehr viel gegen die Teil-Listen testen.
It's unfortunate when a match goes into a draw, though. I think one of those players could have definitely done something better, but we'll see if round 5 is just as exciting as.
Ja, Runde 5, ich bin gespannt.
I'm looking forward to it.
Nochmal Michael Murmel Abyss Megalo. Auf jeden Fall keine schlechte Favorite Card.
Looks like he's going up against
Und
Marcus H.
Marcus
from
H.
Chicago, Illinois. His favorite card is one of my favorite cards, XX Saber Faltro. Good choice.
War nicht schlecht.
Two very classic cards.
Tierspieler hast du da.
Marcus
Ja.
here, he is actually the previous YCS Minneapolis champion.
Wow,
Crazy.
This is him trying to defend his championship here in Minneapolis.
Absolutely. It's been a while since then. I believe that was all the way back in 2016, but still a strong contender here with an undefeated record. Style playing off at the round.
Beide 4-0. Könnte auf jeden Fall sehr spannend werden.
Championship here in Minnesota. There's no better way of starting than 4-0.
Both these players going on undefeated, they're going to be under a lot more pressure now than they were just in round 1, you know. I mean, they do have that bit of cushion knowing that they have 4 wins already, but we're still in the middle of the tournament, right? We're not necessarily.
Also es sind ja noch 5 Runden zu spielen, also nachdem noch 4 Runden. Ist also jeder Win muss auf jeden Fall mitgenommen werden.
Certainly moving on into day 2, I feel like you can't feel comfortable until you've actually secured, let's say, the 9 wins necessary to make it into the top 32. But certainly if the goal is to make it into day 2, 3 more wins today, that would be perfect case.
Yeah, obviously, if you manage to go with a complete 9-0 today, guaranteeing yourself that top cut, then that is just as comfortable as you can be. You just have to, the only thing you can really do to lose yourself in that position is just not wake up in the morning and miss round 10.
Yeah, hopefully none of our duelists experience that tomorrow morning.
I have experienced that before. It was not pretty.
I have not. I have never experienced that.
Sometimes they don't tell you how early it starts, but I'm glad we
Bist auf dem Event richtig, richtig strong. Aber weil auch so viele Tier-Elements spielen. Ich verstehe das auch tatsächlich gar nicht. Weil es ist doch klar, dass wenn viele diese ganzen Bisset-Karten spielen, dass es halt gerade gegen Tier-Elements richtig, richtig strong ist. Ich finde es geil, dass seine Maske quasi direkt unter seinen Augen klebt.
So many new cards, and one of these players is playing a classic version that has been really popular last week with the runic cards, and one of them is just focusing more on the cards that are new from Darkwing Blast. So the runic cards were really strong at controlling the game but taking a very long time to do so, while the Darkwing Blast cards are more anti-tier limit but also more aggressive. How do you think that matchup will fare?
Mal schauen, was wir jetzt hier für Game sehen. Das scheint, als würden wir Sprite sehen. Hier müssen Runic.
Without having to worry about some of the counters like spell cancel, which obviously a runic deck isn't going to do, but just in general within the format, we're not having to worry about some of those cards.
Ja, ich glaube, in Despia selber sind die gar nicht so gut, aber ich glaube, wenn du Despia spielen möchtest, um halt gegen Telements zu gewinnen, spielst du doch ein paar davon.
In general, could be pretty exciting, but against the Sprite matchup, maybe not quite as much.
Yeah, like it definitely seems like one of these lists is definitely more targeted for that tier limit matchup, which is, you know, it makes sense. It's a very popular matchup here. But we'll see how it fares against the runic deck in game 1 of this round 5 feature here at YCS Minneapolis.
Also, Sprite versus Runic Sprite. Die suchen sich auch mal Matchups raus, ne?
That's a Snake Eyes.
Ja, das ist eine 2.
Good enough?
Yep, dann fängt Sprite an. Ich denke mal, die werden auf jeden Fall auch dann Toad wieder spielen.
Looks like there's multiple beavers in his hand. Beaver, not necessarily the best card to open, but when it's able to hit the field and resolve, not a bad start at all.
It's a pretty reasonable one. Looks like he's going to be summoning an additional copy of Beaver. That's interesting. We talked earlier about how sometimes you actually want to summon the Angler from your deck. This might give us some information about some of the cards in his hand.
Right, or just, you know, potentially only one copy of Angler in his deck. He wants to leave it in there for a potential sprint play down the line.
One of those two. It's either free information regarding the deck list or free information regarding the entirety of the deck or the hand.
Kommt jetzt Blue wahrscheinlich. Okay, also er spielt doch dann die Toad-Variante. Aber da muss er doch einen Sprite in der Hand haben, sonst macht das Play keinen Sinn.
Yeah, when you get to resolve Gigantic this early in the turn, you can reliably assume that your opponent's going to have a full 6 cards in their hand to counteract whatever you do. So you need to make sure that your opening play
okay.
is as strong as possible.
Yeah, honestly, when I am playing the Runic Strike deck or just any version of Sprite, I'm
Das wäre totally awesome.
they start using those interactions from their hand because I feel like
Also ich glaube, ich bin einer der einzigen Menschen, der Runic Sprite immer noch den Toad spielt. Deswegen glaube ich nicht, dass wir einen Toad Mirror sehen. Aber natürlich ist halt Toad zum Anfang immer ziemlich gut. Gerade wenn wir jetzt halt hier defensiv Smashers sehen, ja.
It puts so much just on its just field, and it has the smashers maybe in the double cross now to try to come back into it, but it's not nearly as powerful as the interactions it puts just in the monster zone.
We just saw him actually search a copy of Smashers here.
Was mich richtig stört, ist, dass da einfach den Stift mitten auf dem Feld liegt.
Not necessarily greedy these days because of just how powerful every other deck is, but you know, sometimes it is easier to just search for a starter and being able to have guaranteed follow-up the next turn just in case something does go wrong. But usually when you're able to set up the play that puts up a Toad, you're able to at least add back a Beaver, right? So you have some line of play immediately into the next turn.
Speaking of follow-up, we just saw Swapfarg used to bounce Sprite
Hast du noch
blue back to his hand,
Nessis? Ich habe keine Nessis. Glaube ich, zumindest nicht. Müssten wir bei mir mal im Inventar gucken, aber ich glaube nicht. Weil die wurden alle gekauft, als Tiermans wieder popular war mit dem Daniel-Ding.
We saw Lava Golem use
Ja.
great effect last week at YCS Utrecht.
Jetzt den Biber zurück.
Interesting to see it continue on even after Darkwing Blast has been released.
Yeah, like when Marcus is on the version of the Runic deck that
Oh, hat er richtig scheiße geöffnet, ne?
against a Sprite deck, I feel like that is what the deck was built to do. It was built to beat the previous version of Tier, but then also have a really strong matchup versus all the other versions of Sprite that had gained so much popularity. So this might be the matchup that Marcus is looking for here.
Looks like that's flashing fire, and it sounds like he's going to be special summoning.
Yeah, I don't think he necessarily is all that worried about the Lava Golem just yet. Not
Perfekt.
really trying to use his destruction effect on it, and destruction is actually just very good.
Okay,
He
jetzt
also has a freezing curse
gerade Freezing Curses. Okay.
Just fueling up potentially for a
Ash.
Runic Fountain to add
Mhm.
them all back to the deck and draw upwards of 3 cards.
Unfortunately, the Hüllen is met with Ash
Ich
Blossom.
hoffe, er hat einen Sprite-Card in der Hand.
Talking about that when we initially looked at these lists, how
Tactics,
such an interesting choice
Hand
for
gucken.
those disruptions in hand to have in
Er
your
draw
deck right
2.
now.
Also hat er keinen
Seems like
Sprite in der
such
Hand.
a low impact one, but if that card was ever strong versus anything, it was against the Runic engine and being able to cut off.
Ist noch ein Lava-Golem.
It was a
Er
reason why
Blue.
last
Okay.
weekend when we knew this deck was going to be so popular, we ended up citing it specifically for that matchup, and to see it in his main deck right now and being able to go up against the Runic matchup, you know, just perfect moment.
You really never want your opponent to draw 2 cards, let alone 3 cards with a card like Runic Fountain, so having some counterplay there can be effective. Speaking of counterplay, we just saw a triple tactics talent from Marcus.
I guess he will always draw some amount of cards, right?
Ich glaube, das ist dieselbe Liste, die Joshua auch gespielt hat. Vielleicht mit Sprint mit drin. Aber ich glaube nicht. Also es fühlt sich sehr ähnlich wie meine Liste an. Die ich euch gerade gezeigt habe. Also die Liste hier. Ungefähr so in der Richtung. Vielleicht ohne Callby mit Kätzchen und ohne halt die beiden hier.
But then Michael can't feel comfortable ever putting monsters on again unless he's going for game because he knows the Lava Golem will just come right back.
Yeah, that's one of the big issues with having to play against Lava Golem. The interaction with Wind Up Kitten is just so fantastic. You know reliably that your opponent is going to be able to clear your field every single turn.
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Er hat meine Liste kopiert.
I know some players were considering playing Soul Scissors this weekend.
Ich will mich jetzt nur für die Imperia holen. Du musst den Draw haben. Du brauchst den Draw, damit du halt noch eine zweite Runic-Karte bekommst, damit du halt 3 Karten ziehen kannst. Capsule. Also er hatte noch eine Runic-Karte in der Hand.
That's just a supplementary draw card that you're never getting before Hyperia. So maybe that position is better held as the pop-up card on your opponent's turn that you can get off with Elf.
Okay, er hat eine Runic-Karte in der Hand.
Marcus is also going for the cap shell in this scenario. Surprised that he didn't go for Hyperia, just to always have the guaranteed draw, which because Hyperia being mandatory.
Ja, er geht für Capsule, weil er halt einen Gymbuster bauen möchte.
On your opponent's turn, you're summoning it back with Elf. You get to make a chain link 1, which allows you to work around their trigger effects.
Discard, Lava Golem. Mhm.
Well,
aber er hat dann keine Sprite-Karte, also keine Runic-Karte mehr in der Hand. Weil er hat Stummer aktiviert, das wäre die einzige Karte, die er hätte aktivieren können. Der Top-Cutter.
Yeah, it's been a while. I guess all it took is a level 2 theme to really bring out the value that Capsule has.
Zu demnächst kann ich viel sagen, weil ich kenne halt die meisten Varianten. Bei Themens bin ich halt nicht ganz so im Thema drin, weil ich da nicht so mit ganz so krass drin bin.
No card is just good as the card on the top of your deck. Seems like we're going to be linking off into the Sprite Elf here. Or maybe even a copy of Dark to go after something in his grave.
Nee, mach nicht Dark, bitte, mach nicht Dark. Mach bitte einfach 11.
It's been a while since the Sprite decks played
Ja, mach 11 und hol einfach Capsule zurück und mach dann einen Ginbuster.
I don't think that we're going to see that today, but that would have been an interesting choice here as well.
Clearly, we can still make Totally Awesome even after Ronin Tonen's found a way onto the Forbidden list, but I'm not sure we're at the point where we're going to start playing that card again.
Mhm. Und der Ginbuster?
Where we get to see, we could go for something along the lines of Mannequin Cat, but you know,
Nee, Ginbuster.
previous to the side deck, I don't think it's going to be as useful.
Ja, ist richtig am Zittern.
Ginbuster just to be able
Ja.
to deal with another monster effect. It looks like it will be.
Ja, das viel zu sehen ist auf jeden Fall nicht schlecht. Aber du musst ja eigentlich banishen und nicht dich zerstören, weil von Friedhof kannst du einfach easy wieder zurückholen.
Without the battle phase, he can't just attack over with Gigantic Sprite because he has to miss his battle phase. So as of what is currently on the field, I don't see a way of dealing with the Lava Golem that's ideal.
Yeah, you're gonna have to spend a card on the card that you use, which is why I think like maybe better than just that you would have gotten off the capsule, just getting rid of the monster so you didn't have to spend.
Danke, Meko Dibari, für das Abo.
Well, he did deal 1,000 points of damage, though.
Yeah, I mean, that could make the difference, especially in a deck that doesn't have a battle phase most of the time. He only needs a couple more of those. Several more, but yeah.
Well, if he plays Sprite Starter, it'll help him along the way.
Wie hat er jetzt 11 aktiviert, bevor der Gegner irgendwas gemacht hat?
That's a good interaction here. Taking away the guaranteed follow-up. We were talking about how
Er spielt Büstet-Karten im Main-Deck. Aktivier doch einfach jetzt, ja. Aktivier Ginbuster, Capsule, zieh eine Karte.
They are reasonable interactions for sure.
Yeah.
They're maybe not quite as desirable as in some other matchups, but as long as the deck has some
Und dann kannst du das Matchup benutzen, um halt den Ginbuster zu banishen.
And so in this situation, it forced out an interaction, remains in the hand, and will likely cause a problem later. It's the same thing as Lava Golem, where it's a body that forces out some other form of interaction, because 25 is just bigger than everything you have, minus the Gigantic.
Dann add jetzt Jet, müsstest du jetzt adden und dann drawst du halt ein, ja. Also ich habe halt Nerva bestimmt den Ultra Ray hier und Fraktal. Ich glaube, Fraktal habe ich nur die 30 Readies, die ich selber spiele, wenn ich das Deck spiele. Aber Nerva habe ich safe in Ultra Ray hier oder in Super Rare. Also Super Rare habe ich auf jeden Fall. Ich glaube 10 Stück. Ultra Rare habe ich aber auch. Müsste ich auch noch ein paar haben.
I think he just goes for like another beaver in the grave, right? Like, unless he just goes inside. He opts to go for one in the deck.
Yeah,
Angler.
Looking at his deck list, he only has one angler. So with the beavers in the graveyard, this is his only nimble left in the deck. So it's not like that angler in the deck gives him any value.
Ja, also auf jeden Fall aus dem Deck rausholen. Nicht so, ja, nicht so bad auf jeden Fall.
Limit the amount of bad draws you have in your deck at this point. I think this is where that Ash Blossom will really cut markers off here. The difference between having Fountain and not just turns those little one-for-one interactions into not very value, like for just your entire game plan. When they're not just recycling themselves and you lose your battle phase, it seems like a lot.
Ich glaube, Secret Cycles habe ich keine mehr.
Especially when you have to discard a card too with Yugioh. It's one of those effects where you just cross your fingers and hope it resolves. Because if it resolves, not only do you get the field.
Ja, das ist nicht beschissen, weil jetzt ist das Smash auch noch raus.
And if it gets negated by Effect Veil or Infinite Impermanence, or in this case Ash Blossom, it can really set you back
Tot,
a bit.
ja.
Yep, and of course, Michael having totally awesome access as well, that's going to pose a huge threat for the remainder of the game. Because every time
das ist ein
it's on
Problem.
the field, that's just another negate that you have to deal with.
Problem ist, er hat halt jetzt. Also er müsste jetzt Smashes aktivieren, weil das Problem ist, hat er das Problem, dass er Smashes annullieren kann mit Toad und dann hat er 2 Smashes Set. Das ist echt ein Problem. Ich weiß nicht, ob wir 3 Impfungen brauchen werden. Ich bin ja 3-mal geimpft, ich habe trotzdem Corona bekommen, also hilft nicht wirklich unbedingt. Hallo Zimmermann, mir geht's wie immer bescheiden.
So here we see starter. Pretty sure he still has Smasher set too.
Yeah, it's still down there. He never had a level 2 monster on the field to use it during the following turn, or the previous turn rather.
I bet Michael feels pretty good in the sense that he sees Lava Golem hit his field. Now he has no level 2s around the field or anything that works with Smashers. He feels like he doesn't have much to interrupt his opponent that turn, but he got the turn back. And now it looks like he has a pretty good field.
Ja, also Michael wird das auf jeden Fall hier gewinnen. Das kann er eigentlich gar nicht mehr verlieren.
The carrot is also there to counter whatever the set is from Marcus here as well. So he just needs to hit a couple checks.
Die YCS läuft interessant, sagen wir es mal so. Also die Coverage ist soweit solide, da kann man nichts zu sagen. Die Spieler sind auch relativ fehlerfrei.
If he feels like he needs to deal with it this turn.
It will be interesting to see. I imagine he knows that it is boosted currently.
Yeah.
Ja, also auf jeden Fall. Die Games sind auch relativ interessant.
Just important not to overlook.
Managed to clear everything else.
Okay, also nur den Gigantic. Er lässt den Biber jetzt liegen, aktiviert dann Smashers. Auf die Aktivierung von dem Ding. Sprint, okay.
Maybe just getting access to red so you can special summon it back?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. We already went through the Nimble package.
Er möchte keinen Effekt benutzen.
Oh, okay. He just wants to set up the effect to put a card back in the hand.
Ach, der bounce jetzt den Gigantic.
That's what he's doing, because he said no effect on summon.
That is an often overlooked part of Sprite Sprint's effect. That is still very strong.
It's an additional interruption if you have an XYZ, which absolutely comes up.
Oh mein Gott, der Herald.
Lol. An interesting choice in Michael's deck. We're looking at Herald of Pure Light.
So Pure Light going to be able to detach one. Sprint is going to be able to put back the Gigantic. Very valuable here.
Now we see that really interesting interaction where he can select a card like Ash Blossom to have an additional interruption for the following turn.
Yeah, this is really reminiscent of when Salamangre was able to recycle Ash Blossom several times per game. And it was just one of those things where if Ash was so good the first turn, it'll only get better the next turn. Because you're just cutting them off by so much whenever Ash is good.
Man hat ja noch ein Material, um halt für zu banishen.
I think he's checking to see if he can go into Zeus right now.
Habe ich immer überlegt, die Karte zu spielen, aber die war halt nie gut.
An often overlooked aspect of Zeus is that you don't actually have to attack with the monster that you use for material. So I'm curious if he's going to do that. If he's going to go into Downerd.
Ja, Downerd und Zeus, ja, macht auf jeden Fall Sinn.
I was actually just thinking that. I was trying to think, has Gigantic hit the field, and he actually said out loud the same question.
That is a very formidable field to be dealing with after you have been Lava Golem. Marcus does still have that other Lava Golem that we saw sitting in the hand earlier, but I don't know if it'll be enough.
Ne, der hat die Lava Golem discarded.
Just to be clear for the viewers, it's the totally awesome that declared an attack this turn. That is the XYZ that is attacked. The Gigantic spread on Marcus's field was spun back to the extra deck, never attacked, but the totally awesome attack, and now Zeus can be summoned in main phase 2.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be your Xyz monster that battled either.
Ja, einfach nichts, was battlen muss.
An often overlooked aspect of Zeus.
I still get like question marks when I end up doing that. Like I attack over someone else's Toad and then I summon an Xyz monster and then I make a Zeus on it. They just give me this look, like how'd I do that? And they're always so surprised.
And Zeus has another effect too. It doesn't come up as often when the card is destroyed, but it does have another effect.
Yeah, if another card is destroyed while he's there, he can put a material on from anywhere.
Anywhere.
Yeah, like from your extra deck. That's a pretty crazy place to be able to put a material on, if not also your deck. Yes, gladly Runic Fountain only works for Runic quick play spells, and also just the quick play spells, not other.
Hallo.
Which does come up sometimes.
Schön, dass sie jetzt Toys einblenden.
It's a great thing Michael grabbed that Ash, because this could be potentially stopping a draw 3 this turn.
Ich frage mich trotzdem, wie er da durchspielen möchte. Also gerade mal, du hast ja mit dem Deck nicht so viel Zeit. Es wäre sinnvoll quasi einfach. Das ist gut. Okay. Er hat kein Lava Golem in der Hand, der ist im Friedhof, Mann.
Use Lava Golem on here. Probably the Zeus and the Toad. With Elf on the field, that probably isn't enough. So I can understand going for the normal summon.
Einfach aufpassen, Kinder. Was wird gemacht? Wir gucken uns gerade die YCS in Minneapolis an.
Another Hyperia? He has Hyperia and Kitten in hand. And another Fountain? Oh no. Oh, okay, that's a Jet though.
Let's resolve.
When you're in this position, you even want to use your Totally Awesome one?
That's an interesting question.
In theory, you do get to use 2 of them, so you can be a little bit more, flexible with your first use.
I'm a kind and generous man.
And you also have the Ash Blossom for any runic cards, or for specifically the fountains. You don't have to worry too much about that.
There's still a Smashers down there as well.
How much time do we have left?
Honestly, with Totally Awesome, it's going to probably be one of those things where you can just hold out until something forces it. You know what I mean? It's almost like there's nothing that's going to be significant enough until... It's almost sometimes when you have Solemn Judgment, it feels the same way, where you can just win the game with Solemn Judgment set the whole time.
Yeah, you don't have to use it until you really feel threatened. Opting to go for Dark. I feel like that's going to... This might force Elf so that he could use Smashers, because there's not really much of a better Smashers target, and everything else is not efficient at dealing with the Dark here. Unless you're willing to just allow for the Dark to trigger in the graveyard.
And you have already normal summoned.
Oh, the Sprint is able to detach from the Zeus as well.
Yep, jedes X7-Monster.
Another piece of interruption.
Yeah, like the Zeus not even being used primarily as Zeus, but just getting more materials from after the...
Das wird geasht. Das asht du.
Is that a chain starter to the Dark?
Ja, okay, er hat noch den Draw 3.
Oh.
I feel like this is probably going to warrant
Ja, aber
so that you don't
banish.
risk it getting banished and then not being able to summon it back off Elf.
Yeah, and also just getting another
Aktivier doch einfach tot.
Not bad at all.
Oh, absolutely. If you can use it, you might as well.
Also aktivier tot, klau das Ding, aktivier deinen eigenen Smashers, seiner resolved ohne Effekt.
Have to have some extreme patience to not want to negate this.
As I was saying earlier, I feel like you were just going to wait until it's so abundantly clear that the activated card was going to out-toad, that would be the point, and Smashers really here is the perfect one.
Yeah, Michael definitely no stranger to these kind of games.
So, dann
He's been waiting
Chain dein Elf,
appropriate time, not using anything early, not giving Marcus a chance to find an opening.
Tage tot und Chain dein
He's really
Smashers.
maximized his resources, utilizing his XYZs to go into Zeus without actually utilizing it by attacking, and now having just the materials on the field to combine with Sprint. He's really showcasing
Okay,
what
ja, brauchst du gar nicht Chain,
put
weil
everything together and maximize some of these interactions.
du hast ihn ja geklaut. Du hast noch einen zweiten Smashers für die nächste Runde.
Much about Sprint's primary effect to send a monster to grave, but that just wasn't even used here, and we're seeing how powerful its second effect is, which is something that's only really taken advantage of by Sprite. Given you could use it in the other decks, but this is just a really prime example of how strong it is in the deck that it's meant to be used in.
I mean, it's important. Your entire Nimble package is in the graveyard. You may have the instinct of thinking, okay, I don't need to go into Sprint anymore. My primary targets are in the graveyard. But now it's actually just being an integral part of these couple turns here that may swing the game into his favor.
So, seeing as how it's such a strong removal option, do you think Marcus regrets not putting it in his extra deck?
Yes, we haven't said that yet, but Marcus is foregoing a copy of Sprint in his extra deck, which is an interesting choice. Obviously, it doesn't synergize quite as well with the Sprite Runic deck, since there's no Nimbles. But it's still such a powerful interaction, as we were seeing here, when you're able to combine it with XYZs.
Ja, also Michael hat hier Game 1 gewonnen, also Michael. Ist auch nicht sonderlich surprising, dass er das gewonnen hat hier.
It's so hard to catch up because anytime you actually have the cards to try to catch up, you have to skip a battle phase and you're giving your opponent that much more opportunity to get their engine back online as well.
It is one of those decks where once the ball gets rolling, it's hard for your opponent to counteract what you're doing when you're drawing 3 cards, maybe even sometimes 6 cards in one turn. But if it never happens and you're slow out of the gates and your opponent interrupts some of your critical plays and you don't get access to Fountain, now all of a sudden you're playing from behind, and it can be really difficult to play from behind with some of those cards.
Yeah, we'll see how he tries to take advantage of not necessarily the matchup he was looking for, apparently. It seems I'm flip-flopping on what I thought was going to happen
Das in
at the beginning of
Amerika,
this match.
also,
I really
ne,
thought this deck was going to come in
das fällt
favored.
mir halt immer wieder auf, dass die Plays auch in den Feature-Matches, klar, dieses Nervosität, die ist dabei, das ist klar, aber wieso machen die so viele krasse Missplays? In Europa passiert das nicht. Woran liegt das, Sebastian? Verrat's mir bitte.
Nein, in Europa gibt es nur Kommentatoren, die das gut kaschieren können.
Ja, oder Mystic Mine Column Fails, weil da erinnere ich mich an Runde 1 von Utrecht, da hat der Emancipator-Spieler das in einem Turn gleich zweimal gemacht.
Ja, Imper meinst du, du hast gerade Mystic mal gesagt, aber Imper, ja, genau.
Achso, Mystic meine ich gesagt, Imper meine ich natürlich, ja.
Ja, auf jeden Fall, das war wild. Also da habe ich habe das ja nicht gecastet, sondern ich saß da auch in der Zuschauer-Area und da habe ich auch, und dann halt trotzdem noch gewinnen, das war wirklich insane.
Im selben Turn eine rote Karte. Das war schon gut.
Ja, da muss
Also ich habe jetzt hier nicht wirklich viel Mitplays gesehen, von Markus halt ein paar. Und mich hat das eigentlich gut gespielt, also Michael.
Getestet haben, wo Sprite rauskam, ja. Aber das ist nicht playable, denke ich. Es gibt natürlich gewisse Lines mit dieser Katrin, die es da gibt, dieses Wassermonster, was die zusätzliche Normal Summon enabled. Kennst du die?
Das ist aus Poto, oder? Das Ding?
Ja, aus Poto, und die ist auch, glaube ich, Stufe 2.
Ja.
Harmoniert ganz gut, aber du hast halt, wenn du so ein Deck spielst, kaum Platz für Non-Engine. Es ist ein nettes Fun-Deck, aber mehr auch nicht. Gib dem Deck Blockdrache, dann sprechen wir weiter.
Okay. Ich das Wort für dich ein.
Danke.
So, dann geht's jetzt weiter, ne? Ich habe mal genug zugehört hier.
Outside of the effects of red and carrot to use for set monsters, right? Every other deck, they've been mainly fusion strategies, so you can still fuse with your set monsters, or if they're tribute summon strategies, you can still tribute your set monsters, but Sprite, you can't link with them, you can't exceed with them, so this is one of those matchups where
Ich werde mal gucken, ob wir heute wirklich alles angucken. Ich werde versuchen, dass wir uns heute alles angucken, aber das wird halt noch eine Weile dauern. Wir sind jetzt halt in Runde 5 und ich schätze mal, wir werden... Also wir stehen wieder 9 Runden heute, das heißt noch 4 Runden, also bestimmt noch 5 Stunden. Und ich weiß nicht, ob ich das alles streamen werde. Aber es ist wie im Bereich des Möglichen, je nachdem wie fit ich mich fühle. Ihr merkt ja, ich bin nicht ganz fit. Wenn das aber klappt, dann streame ich das gerne bis zum Ende. 24-Stunden-Stream, nee. Aber ich werde wahrscheinlich morgen früh, also morgen wieder weiter streamen für die Day 2. Das ist zumindest der Plan. Wir gucken mal, wie der Plan ausgeht.
I feel like when your list is so heavily infixed with it, because you also play Pure Late, you might, well, we'll have to see, because Game 2 is just about ready to get going. And we'll have to see who starts off this game and if there is even a shifter to start off the match.
Nee, also Markus geht hier auf jeden Fall first. Es macht keinen Sinn, Second zu gehen. Ja.
There is Runic Destruction, obviously going for the effect, special summon here, no spell and traps available for it to use its other effects.
And this is going to be a critical interaction. In game 1, we saw that this was met with an Ash Blossom from the hand. It doesn't look like that's the case here, so Marcus.
Aber er hat einen Penker in der Hand, das ist schon ziemlich gut.
Oh, and discarding the cap shell, I love this interaction here because this usually means that if you have access to Gigantic Summoning Hyperion, you're going to get a nice and clean draw 2 off not even the runic cards.
And then when the turn passes back to Michael, all of a sudden you get to do a similar interaction. So all of a sudden you're going to be drawing anywhere up from 5 additional cards over the course of the next couple of turns.
Yeah, Marcus is just from one card being played, we can see the potential for him to suddenly end up having 10 cards by the time it's Michael's turn.
We were talking in game 1 about sort of that inevitability. Even if we're going your battle phase, the runic strategies can create. This is the opening hand that could potentially do that.
And there is the blue as well. Not even going for jet, going for red, so you know Marcus' hand is strong.
Absolutely. He's valuing now stopping any potential interruptions.
One thing he has to worry about is he does need to play around cards such as Dark Lord Nomura, opposing Lava Golem, opposing Spirit Marks, like things that are really popular in the Sprite Mirror, handling the Sprite board. There is the red and then the jet, protecting from things such as add the Ash Blossom Joysting that we saw earlier. Still vulnerable to infinite impermanence, but we did see the Hugin resolve, so likely none of those cards are going to be used in this moment, but at the very end, you're going to be protected from Nibiru as well.
I think you can definitely assume that there's no infinite impermanence if you're allowed to search your Runic Fountain.
I'm going for smashers as well here. Looks like we're gonna starting off with a Link summon rather than going straight into Gigantic. Maybe trying to, just in case, play around that Infinite Impermanence if he's holding it for the Gigantic Sprite.
Yep. Bringing out Cap Shell.
Or maybe this is one of those turns where he just doesn't need to use Gigantic Sprite now and he wants to keep it in his extra deck. But I feel like when Hyperion is in your deck and you didn't normal summon it, I want to get that extra draw.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You want to get as many draws as possible.
Yeah,
Your deck's primary game plan is to create that inevitability.
Yeah, just overwhelming advantage. You definitely want to have as many cards as possible.
Dann draw 1.
So we get the Capshell draw here. The IP Masquerena has been summoned. Looks like we drew another Runic Spell and Trap.
It looks like the alternate out of IP as well.
She's on her fancy motorcycle.
All right, so for the very first time, we get to potentially see Runic Fountain resolve and draw.
Yep, Runic Slumber is being used to protect the Sprite Elf from being targeted, destroyed, or being destroyed by battle once, and banishing the top 3 cards of Michael's deck.
This card is especially important in the Runic strategy because it's one of the only Runic cards that you can just activate on your opening turn, besides something, of course, like Runic Tip, but activate on your opening turn in order to filter out some of those Runics to the bottom of your deck and get some fresh draws.
Yep, and well, we do see right on the top of the deck there was an Ash Blossom waiting, so using it now could have potentially blocked that Ash from ruining the fountain later. And 2 fresh cards drawn, and I think that was 2 more Runic cards. That might have been Tip and Destruction.
Tip may have been the one card that if Marcus got to select one of those 2 draws, it probably would be Tip.
Yep, like there just has not been another card. Honestly,
eine Karte Set.
drawing 1 Tip there would have been 2.
Because you could use it both on his first turn, because he's yet to use it.
Ich verstehe trotzdem nicht, was halt, was der Way ist, Masquerena zu bauen über Ginbuster.
Well, at least Marcus knows he's very unlikely to be losing the game this turn, as far as life points goes. Now that Prosperity's been activated.
That would be an upset.
I've never seen a Sprite deck do that much damage before, but I suppose it could.
It would definitely need to be with Gamma Burst.
It would be like something along the lines of Gamma Burst, Pixies, Dagusta Phoenix. It's the only thing I can remember.
Against something like Nibiru.
Yeah.
You know, the interaction where it can boost the attack so high. That'd probably be the only way, but even then.
There is a copy of Dino Rush or Pankratops as well as Infinite Impermanence to try to tackle this board. I'm surprised that Michael had not used the Infinite Impermanence on something before he entered his main phase, right? Either on the Elf or the IP, just to cut those off.
Kannst IP nicht impern, IP liegt unter 11 Leute. Das ist eine Interaktion, die sollte auch bekannt sein.
The majority of the resources that the Sprite deck will provide.
Because here's the concern. Once Pot of Prosperity hits the field, now all of a sudden there's a card on the field, and when a card like Sprite Elf is activated in response to Pot of Prosperity, Infinite Impermanence can no longer be activated from the hand because you have a card on your field.
Right, and just being in main phase alone means that those 2 cards can be activated now instead of just being in the standby phase where they couldn't be activated to begin with.
Oh, the face down ones, or should face down be on top? Okay.
Just deciding where the banish card should be, some face up, some face down, making sure there's no confusion there. These picks. I wonder, like, if it seemed like his hand was strong enough. I saw a red, I saw multiple Sprite names. Maybe just take the Ash? It looks like he's going for the starter, though.
Anything on resolution? Yep, all good.
I don't know. I feel like Ash for maybe I'm putting too much weight on this fountain, but I just really don't want Marcus to be able to draw more cards off of it.
On the other end of the spectrum, if you feel like that game plan is already out the window where your opponents amass so many resources, maybe you need to start thinking about, is there a way that I can sneak through the damage? Chip away right now and then potentially build up on the following turn, even if my opponent has a bunch of cards at their disposal.
Right. And it's worth noting that Marcus doesn't have any in the graveyard, any Runic spells or traps rather, in the graveyard in the moment, because he did put them back immediately before. So maybe he's banking on there not being any in Marcus' hand to capitalize on, or at least it would only be for 1.
That's another thing you have to consider. If you feel like your opponent's had a somewhat ideal opening, which is what typically Fountain would be considered, you need to start to consider what are the range of combinations of cards that I can realistically defeat right now. And if one of those ranges happens to be within my opponent not having a Runic card, well, that's what you have to play to. You have to give yourself the best chance of winning.
That makes a lot of sense. You have to be realistic with what you can beat, right? If you expect your opponent to have all the Runic spells in his hand, that's just not something you can beat anyway. So you might as well
Oh mein Gott, ey.
Oh, there's a Fenrir gone.
Oh, guck mal da, Fenrir. 2 Fenrir. Oh mein Gott. Sagen Fenrir, gute Karte, ne? Haben wir heute schon richtig viel gesehen. Auf jeden Fall für 15 Euro kaufen. Das ist die beste Karte, die man spielen kann. Jetzt den Smashers. Warum denn nicht auf die Normal Summon?
Likely going to just banish the red here, so it's banished for the remainder of the game. Usually most people only play one.
Yeah, that can be a huge one to lose.
Weil, hä? Also das macht halt gar keinen Sinn, weil wenn du es halt machst, dann machst du auf die Normal Summon.
I know I've made that mistake before. Or before potentially, this would probably be later in the turn, but IP could suddenly whittle down the amount of monsters as well. Here he is.
Alright, so this lets you at least be a little safe. Now even if the red is used to try to negate the Pankratops, you're like only going into another Link 2 or Link 3 rather than the potential of like an Avermax or another powerful Link 4. Or Link 4 rather.
Der mal mit Avermax spielen. Du kannst Pankratops ja auch nicht.
Are we going to see Avermax? Looks like it.
Yeah, Avermax here. Not necessarily being the biggest threat, but it's not going to be the easiest to remove.
I think that's an evergreen statement with Avermax.
Yeah. Doesn't necessarily threaten you, but it's not going to be something you can get rid of all that easily.
Always a major inconvenience. And see, here we're using Sprite Starter correctly after already summoning Pankratops, making sure we're seeking.
Aber er hat doch den Smashers noch im Deck. Ja. Also kriegt er relativ easy den Avermax weg.
This makes it really easy to just grab Smashers and answer the Avermax really efficiently.
Probably the most efficient way of dealing with it.
Non-triggering the graveyard effect as well, being able to shuffle back a card. Non-targeting, Avermax just being a real powerhouse of the format, where it's able to counter certain matchups just by existing, because it's so hard for these decks to remove when it can't be targeted or destroyed because of the IP.
We saw cards like Borolo Dragon in the extra deck in previous rounds just because of this card's existence and increased popularity.
Yeah, and you have to wonder like how often that's even going to resolve when you have all the runic spells and traps to back it up. Borolo cannot be targeted by monster effects, but it can sure be targeted by the spells and traps.
Ja, ein Sprint.
That is something you always have to check against Runex's. What have you banished off the top of my deck?
Yeah, not something you normally want to have to worry about, but it's definitely a cause for concern when the top X amount of cards have been banished from your deck. You might lose those powerful one-ups.
It's almost like you have to play with Pot of Desires every turn almost, at least the mini Pot of Desires.
Yeah, it really adds this layer of interaction for the runic strategy, where they don't necessarily have to win by the damage they do. It could be from the torment of banishing all your cards, or just the amount of cards that they amass over the amount of time that they have.
So Michael's putting Marcus here to the test by using Pankratops on the Runic Fountain, and forcing Marcus to start utilizing Runic cards now.
Does it have to destroy to banish?
The runic cards do have to do the first effect, do the banish effect.
Ja, dann Chain Smashers.
So he's going after the sprint here. The Angler in the Grave will still give him 2 bodies, so that's fine. Unfortunately, the normal summon has been used. I feel like this is probably just where you chain the Smashers even.
Ja, Smashers, Banish Avermax. Was macht er denn?
Chain link 1, chain link 2. I'm gonna go. Oh, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Just clarifying the situation here. This is a big chain link.
We've had some pretty big chain links this weekend.
Banish for cost.
A lot of quick effects these days. And this is going to be such a power. I'm wondering, like, was using the Flashing Fire even worth it? Because knowing that the Smashers was in the hand, it's just forcing this situation. You're losing everything.
Or will it banish from my deck?
Der banisht nicht, der muss zerstören, um zu banishen.
Okay. Pank destroys and then I send.
Yeah, really wanting to make sure if it was going to banish or not, because one of the ways this could go wrong is if you lost both the beavers that would need to be summoned.
That would be worst case scenario. And luckily for Michael here, he also gets to destroy the fountain through the He really timed that Pankratops really well.
Yeah, making sure there's no value to be gained off the fountain draw. I think Michael is just very aware of everything that Sprite does and how this matchup needs to be played.
So we talked about earlier where he thought to himself, you know what, if he has a bunch of runic cards, I might not have a really reasonable way of winning. But alternatively, if there's not too many, and I can use Pankratops in this way, all of a sudden, he's really worked through the field pretty well here.
Ja, also Michael spielt das gut, Markus spielt das nicht so gut. Soll ich schon eine Pizza reinschieben? Was meinst du? Das ist auf jeden Fall immer eine richtige Entscheidung, weil das wird auch eine Weile gehen. Ich überlege auch mal, ob wir das zu essen besorgen sollen.
finds a gigantic or maybe just go for elf, and then all he has to do is attack over the red, and then he's pretty well established.
Pankratops is really one of the best cards against Fountain. Limited to one for a reason.
Er kann nicht über Red angreifen, by the way. Der hat nur
We
1-6.
talk about Fenrir all the time. Its predecessor, I want to say, is Pankratops, being that really powerful body that just shows up on the field and deals with another card very efficiently.
Carrot.
And there's probably going to be a bit debate which is better, Fenrir or Pankratops. We see here, Fenrir wouldn't have been able to do that. Deal with that runic Fountain without being able to draw.
Target the carrot.
Looks like he's going to have to leave the red on the field. Ideal, but I think he's accepting that he did pretty well as far as this turn is concerned.
Not the end of the world.
Still has that infinite permanent set, a blue for next turn. Looks like Marcus is going to be able to start his turn with starter. Looks like he has 2 other cards in his hand.
I wonder if he used impermanence in the draw phase, like you mentioned, if he could have went all the way in clearing the field.
Right, like if it would have at least taken away some of Marcus's follow-up. Like the elf would have been removed, which would have removed the amount of bodies that you'd have to actually deal with. Or you could make it so that you never had to deal with the Avermax in the first place. But I mean, having maybe the Imperm is just good enough to have on the following turn here.
But potentially you could have had smashers though, right? You wouldn't have had to use it on Avermax.
Guck mal kurz Discord. Ich guck kurz mal Discord.
Think about how the game would have been different if he preemptively used infinite impermanence.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to hold out
läuft bei dir.
because he really needed to know what he was going to get off the prosperity.
That's fair. That's fair.
Kann man mal machen.
We have benefit of hindsight here. He has a pot of prosperity that he needs to resolve and numerous other plays that had to happen in between the beginning of his turn and the end of the
Bleibt das Stream als Video? Ich denke mal schon, dass ich ihn streamen lassen werde, ja. Also ich lasse in der Regel alle meine Streams ja als vergangene Livestreams in der Playlist und also ich habe eine Playlist für vergangene Livestreams und da wird der wahrscheinlich drin bleiben. Also der wird auf jeden Fall anguckbar sein, wenn ihr euch das angucken wollt und ihr jetzt quasi aufgehen wollt.
No, starter did not resolve. This still searches though. You didn't resolve the search. Remember you added the blue?
Yeah,
I put the blue back. We're in a whole confusing situation.
Yeah,
Okay.
just to clarify for all the people watching,
right,
starter
so now
was used in the standby phase, was then negated by carrot,
we're normal now.
and then jet was used to search another copy.
What's interesting there is that by habit, a lot of players use Sprite in the draw or standby phase to play around cards like Effect Failure from the hand or even Troll and Lockbird. If you have triple tactics talent though in your hand, you're actually benefited from using it in main phase 1 if the opponent happens to interact, as they actually did in this situation.
Right, and it's such a big trade-off here, because you have to really choose if you want to resolve tactics or if you want to let your opponent use elf. So
Ich hätte das Tactics genommen, das Tactics wäre so viel besser gewesen. 16 Euro vorgefressen, hier nice.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you can bluff your way through that. Oh, I don't have talent, so I'm just going to do this in main phase.
You probably accidentally put it in the graveyard and then took, yeah.
Marcus definitely seems a little flustered in this game state.
Yeah.
I haven't drawn or anything, so do I just put it back?
Yeah, Michael, just help him out here.
As long as they're fine, I'm okay.
Some great sportsmanship here from both these players.
We had a confusing situation and a fun chain of events, so.
Yeah, there definitely was a big chain that happened earlier. Some cards maybe got a little lost in the way, but making sure everything is back to its appropriate place.
That's good.
So there's a lone dark not able to get over the 1900 defense that Carrot has.
Ist ein bisschen zu big.
Alright, he's able to skip his battle phase. He will have one on the following turn, and there is a blue.
Ich mich für 7. Achso, vollgefressen. Ich kann sich für 7 Euro vollfressen, echt, das schaffe ich nicht.
Resolving this blue is pretty big here.
Yeah, well, wondering if you're just gonna probably go for another jet. Probably just have to go for starter here. You just want to put up bodies. I don't think there's another smashers in his deck at this point.
Nope, I don't think he has another smashers, and he's not playing double cross.
Yep, so starter is the only pick here.
You could see him double check and then just saying, okay, this is the only one I can search.
Not a bad one, I'd say. I feel like Michael has done a really good job at working around the advantage that the Runic engine has given Marcus, and then putting himself just slightly ahead and being able to control it from there.
I think he's really whittled out just about every bit of advantage that he could have from his cards.
Yeah, when you're playing a deck like this where it's all really just small one-for-one interactions, if you can get good at using them in such an efficient manner where you are just taking out every little bit of advantage that you can, that's how you know that you're a strong player with decks like this.
Danach noch festkommen. Ja, wenn da richtig viel ist, dann ist es auf jeden Fall nun mal nicht ganz so geil, ne?
Sprite strategies tend to be the opposite, where you really need to earn every interaction.
Yeah, reminiscent to older control strategies such as Striker, where it felt really rewarding to play them well, because it was really easy to just not get the value that you're supposed to and lose games that you were supposed to win. And then the games that you do just edge out in what seemed to be unwinnable situations, you just feel that much more rewarded for, and I feel like it's a deck type that people really love playing.
Jetzt geht's ja mit den beiden auf Gigantic. Also erstmal zuerst Starter.
Which we're seeing quite a bit here with these Sprite strategies. Can be really rewarding and exciting for players.
Another copy of Jet here just to get it out of the deck, get that additional extender. Not going to be able to use its effect here.
Yeah, 54, right?
Taking a lot of damage here. He has to be very careful. There's not going to be that much time left in the round. Yep, he's immediately checking.
Ja, aber er kann ja genug Damage machen. Ja.
After you activate starter or consider activating starter. How much time is left before I activate this card that is going to cost me some life points?
Attack mode?
Yep. Alright, so we're putting some monsters into attack mode now.
Gigantic.
Uh-oh. I think he was looking for an Onibimaru to try to get rid of the dark here, but end up going for the Gigantic.
Not gonna cap. I was talking to him about the life. I was supposed to, I was supposed to summon Mannequin Cat there. I looked down, I'm like, this is a Gigantic.
Yeah, it definitely didn't feel like that was the monster he was supposed to be summoning. I think Mannequin Cat has 2000 attack actually.
It's funny too, because a lot of people look at Mannequin Cat almost as an additional copy of Gigantic Sprite, at least to a degree. But there is only one Gigantic and one Mannequin Cat, and if you really want to summon the other, you don't want to make that mistake.
That was actually really bad by me.
Right, so, you know, we talk about you get too comfortable when you get ahead and you make slight slip-ups in game states like this. It might prove costly. Marcus might just be able to find a way to, like, resolve his starter after this to get back in this game, because there's currently no interruptions that Michael has. He's just going for damage right now. And the carrot is locked up under the Mannequin Cat, so Elf doesn't really have anything that can summon for value either, and this Dark is going to provide additional value.
Gibt jetzt Blue?
Along the lines of Blue or Jet.
It may depend what Mannequin Cat targets he has in his deck. That could potentially unlock the carrot. Though typically you might want to do that on the opponent's turn because of the use of something like Starter. You're not going to be able to tutor out all of the options you have in your deck.
I also wonder if there are any Mannequin
Mein Main Deck, also was ich aktuell spiele, ist halt Runic Sprite.
Oh, that's a fair point too.
We'll see if he got a little bit too confident here. Got just stopped losing a little bit of focus, like myself here in this moment. And he was finding himself just slightly down. Definitely not out. He's still very ahead in this moment, but it wouldn't take a whole lot.
Aber die haben die Live-Ones nicht aktualisiert, ne, weil er hat ja Damage gemacht, ne? Er hat ja jetzt Damen Damage gemacht und 1,6, also 3000 Damage hat er gemacht. Er hat keinen Hugin mehr. Das ist nur ein Summon-Effekt, ja. Der discardet keine. Der discardet keine. Der addet einfach nur vom Friedhof.
I believe. Okay, it looks like Mannequin Cat is going to be targeting your girlfriend Jerry here.
Deck, Hand or Graveyard.
Graveyard is a really awesome part of Mannequin Cat.
Special, I get the Dark Monster. I'm just not sure if I still have a Bestial card in here or not. Okay, I'm gonna summon blue from my graveyard and defense.
That's not a bad one. I think that's pretty acceptable.
And we asked earlier during the side, is your cards going to still be in his deck? The answer to that was no. We actually just saw the entire contents of his deck.
Ja, wir haben alles gesehen.
Getting back the fountain here is pretty good. Unfortunately, it does not give him the level 2 extender yet. Like, he has to normal summon this blue, and he will still not have a battle phase now because he had to start with a runic card.
Ja.
That's going to be a tough hurdle to overcome.
Ja, es ist wieder verlieren. Keine Zeit mehr. Es sei denn, er spielt den Red Resonator und hat ihn reingesidet und kann sich jetzt Live-Funds generieren.
See if he has another runic card to try to get that draw value. See through his deck what options he has. I do believe they have a 3-minute time extension.
A little bit of time. It's still going to be a difficult task for Marcus. Especially if he activates that Sprite starter at some point.
Das würde ich nicht machen.
This game is definitely winding down to its climax. Can Marcus pull through and take advantage of this small opening that Michael has given him.
We see the clock updated in the corner, reflecting that 3-minute time extension.
Okay. Es wird aber trotzdem nicht reichen, dass Markus genug Damage aufs Feld kriegt.
I absolutely love this card in this deck. This card is always overperformed.
Billy and I were comparing it to Destin Hero Doomlord earlier, a classic card that had a very similar effect.
Definitely seeing all of
Gigantic can only use link twos.
Yeah, that's actually. You get so confused with the different kind of values that you can use for like these kind of cards. Gigantic unfortunately cannot use a Gigantic to summon itself, like so it cannot use other.
Imagine, es würde gehen, wenn du mit dem X-Monster bauen könntest, ja. Ist mit Link schon.
You use a red or carrot, tributing a fusion, it does not destroy. It only works for link 2s, rank 2s.
And they also have different requirements in terms of actually summoning in the first place. They don't just universally work with rank, links, and levels.
Right. There is a rhyme and reason to that though. The dark ones work with the dark ones, the fire ones work with the fire ones.
That's a good memory trick to make sure you never make those mistakes.
Digging a little bit deeper with this Hyperia, he can just try to find as much as he can. He needs to, at the very minimum, make sure this field is not there if he's going to have to pass turn, with very little time remaining.
It's really awesome seeing a card like Hyperia see play. It's such a simplistic but effective card for the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Capshell. A card that just says draw a card. You don't know if it's going to be good, but it probably will someday, right? It just takes something to give it a reasonable use, and here we are. A card that did nothing before, now just drawing several cards per game.
And we hear Marcus talking about skipping his battle phase.
Yep, Elf for IP here. Let's see what he has left to even make with it.
On summon, I get a trigger effect.
Okay, you use Mannequin
Ja,
Cat.
Mannequin Cat. Holen Dark Monster zurück.
See if he has a Dark Monster to summon.
I'm going to... No, that's fine.
He's allowing it to go through. IP effect is going to resolve.
Doch, hol doch einfach 11.
A Link 2, a Link 3, or a Link 4.
And we see Nightmare Unicorn come down, discarding Triple Tactics Talent.
Going to go after the Gigantic here. I feel like this is just very fine for Michael.
No, it's not chaining to IP. This triggers. So he went IP, so I have to decide if I'm gonna trigger or not, because I can only target dark or fire. And I'm looking for my red.
Michael clarifying to the judge here what exactly happened there. IP was summoned. Mannequin Cat could trigger there. Look for an active trigger option. There wasn't one available.
Sorry about that. Shuffle.
Michael was talking about what potential Mannequin Cat targets are remaining in his deck, or his, really anywhere, not just his deck, but anywhere.
Yeah, opted to see that like there wasn't anything that he was even worth summoning, so he just let everything go.
Here's an interesting one. He's targeting Hyperia. Now, Hyperia is going to allow Marcus to draw.
But unfortunately, Michael just gets to summon a Dino Wrestler Pankratops. That seems pretty good.
That's interesting. We were talking about some of the interesting one-ups
Ja.
that could be in his deck. Well, Pankratops is an
Über Sprite. Nee, also ungelogen, wir haben heute, ich glaube schon 3 Matchups oder so haben wir Tier-Elements gesehen, deswegen ist schön, dass wir mal wieder Sprites sehen und nicht nur Tier-Elements und ein bisschen Karten.
Like sometimes they're just going to have to summon, Hyperia just to like try to push their way forward, and their one draw is probably not going to be as good as a Pankratops just randomly showing up on the field.
It's also not something that you probably see a lot, so the opponent, even though it is right there on the field, is not something you might anticipate.
Also auf jeden Fall. Ich werde mir noch kurz einmal frische Luft schnappen. Wir gucken auf jeden Fall gleich nochmal Runde 5. Wird auf jeden Fall spannend. Also Runde 6 ist es ja gleich dann, ne? Ist auf jeden Fall. Also ich finde das Event eigentlich ganz geil. Bis gleich.
Such an interesting incidental advantage of playing a card like that.
So, congratulations to Michael here. He really showed how his strengths and how he built his Sprite strategy. Even though it's mainly built for a tier, he definitely knew the Sprite matchup in and out. And he was able to power through the Runic build, which I want to say is favored. But we'll be back to ask him all about it in the interview right after this break.
just came off a very hard-fought and exciting match against Runic Sprite. Michael, did dueling in the feature match area change the way that you play?
Definitely. There was a lot of anxiety in it, and I'm also playing against a really well-known, really good duelist, so I have to be on my A game as much as I can, and it felt really great being up here.
Did anything stand out to you in your match against Marcus?
Not particularly. He was a really nice guy, and playing against him felt really great. He was always, you know, happy, nice person, just no complications at all. I love playing against people like that. Makes the game enjoyable for me and everyone else.
Are there any decks this weekend that you're looking forward to playing against?
Tier Element. I want to play against Tier Element all day today, all day tomorrow.
And with that in mind, how do you feel about your deck lining up in the rest of the tournament?
I feel like once I get past a certain point in the tournament, and I do end up playing against what I'm perceiving I hopefully play against, or predicting that I play against Tier Element, hopefully I'm in a good position to go forward. I'm main decking a lot of powerful cards in that matchup, so I felt like I have the edge whether I go first or second, and I felt like we were going to see a lot of Tier Element today.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael. Congratulations. That's it for round 5. We're going to now go back to Asala for some additional content.
Wow, this was such an exciting round 5. We got to see just the power of the Sprite deck, even the different variants of it. But if you're wondering what other exciting things there are to do at YCS tournaments, you got to check out the public events. We have Battle City tournaments and Master Duel tournaments. Those are tournaments that you can take advantage of, not even cards that you have personally, but then there's also the structure deck tournaments as well. You can pick up a structure deck right there. But there's also Yu-Gi-Oh! Day tournaments to pick up special mats that are only available here in these YCS type tournaments. There's also the 3v3 type tournament. This is where you pick up 2 of your friends and you play together, and then you can win fabulous prizes, as well as the Attack of the Giant card, one of my favorite side events.
Public events. Guck mal, Attack the Giant card.
Very, very large Yu-Gi-Oh! Card that can only be found at these types of events as well. Following it up, you can also play in regional qualifiers if you're not near one by your own hometown. You can just pick up a regional qualifier
nice.
at the YCS, get your invite,
Wir
and
spielen noch mal ein bisschen Sprite.
the YCS prize card exclusive to the YCSs. But don't worry, we'll be back for round 6. We'll catch you guys very soon.
Okay. Will gerade nicht, auch geil. Siehst du im aktuellen Format eher Imperm oder Ash weiter oben? Hört sich von weitem kotzen? Ja, ich habe nicht gekotzt. Ich muss wieder ein bisschen schneller loswerden. Time to duel. PP. Komm, PP. Let's go.
Join Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies, 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements.
Let's go.
Complete your tablet of lost memories as the Egyptian god cards take center stage with new spells and traps so strong that only an Egyptian god can empower them. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2022, Tin of the Pharaoh's Gods. Unleash your past, empower your deck, fulfill your destiny. 34 cards per tin, each tin sold separately.
So, aktivieren wir das hier.
In this class, there's just one rule to make the grade. You first must
In das Ding.
gather your friends, then clean their clocks. With 4 new decks all in one box.
Apply. Monster hier.
With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Available now.
Was spielt der denn hier?
100 cards per box. Each box sold separately. Also available Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel Dawn of the Battle Royale.
Ja, ich will es gar nicht wissen, was der spielt. Ein Gigantic hier mit der tollen Musik hier im Livestream.
Field spell, you need 5 plus 0 surge. You can't do that in speed.
Wo ist das Ding?
Being able to bring something like Speed Duel over to, you know, someone's house and be like, yeah, you can pick it up and we can play it.
Coming from the competitive side of things, I know how complicated the game can be and how like daunting it is for new players to try to like play regular Yu-Gi-Oh right now. I think Speed Duel is such a good introduction.
That's
to
not
the game.
bad.
It was really neat to just open a box and have all of these different decks instead of going out and having to buy all of the different cards.
Wo ist das Ding? Da.
Put in Cobalt Eagle.
I'm definitely a fan of the elemental hero cards and the winged Kribo just because it's the main character.
Let's go.
Jane Yuki's like favorite cards.
Ist richtig, dass Fenrir beim Angriff durch den Effekt einen Replay bekommt? Ja, der ändert ja die Anzahl der Monster vom Gegner. Ja, da ist halt ein Dark Ruler. Ja. Machst du nicht so viel.
It still gives you that flow, that pacing, but at a much like lower level to the point that it's much easier to understand. I think it's really good for the game.
Er gibt ihm eine Equip-Spell und er kann nicht normal in die Runde. Okay. Will summon non-Mikando Monster from your hand or graveyard. Noch nie gesehen die Karte. Ich weiß nicht, was die gerade tut. Ja, geh woanders hin, komm. Naja, also bei Fenrir müsste es eigentlich einen Redeclare bekommen, weil er auch Attack Declaration das Target wählt und dann banisht er halt ein Monster. Yeah, you can special summon monster from your opponent's graveyard to their field. Okay, interesting. Ja, Fenrir ist ganz gut, aber das ist halt nicht 50 € gut. Das hole ich jetzt von meinem Friedhof wieder zurück. Ich habe die Mikando-Karten noch nie gesehen. Kommen die bald raus? Was? Warum kenne ich die Karten nicht? Ah ja, genau die habe ich gebraucht. Okay, das ist irgendwie schwachsinnig, weil ich kann die einfach wegnehmen. Ich glaube Winter. Aber es sagt mir halt gar nichts so. Copy is over bell. Also during your opponent's turn, while this card is equipped with an equip spell card, trigger effect, you can target monster your opponent controls the controller with until the end phase. Was macht die Karte? Ja, dann machen wir das halt so. Weg damit, weg damit. Und jetzt? Ich check das Ding nicht. Ja, cool. Haben wir das auch geklärt. Against Second, die scheinen auf jeden Fall nicht bad zu sein. Packen den rein, packen den rein. Was wird der tun? Das scheint auch eine Option zu sein. Und mal Cold bei raus. Den hier rein. Also die spielen auf jeden Fall schon. Das heißt, es wird bald auf jeden Fall weitergehen. Er lässt mich first gehen. Interesting choice. Ich habe Capship plus hat Ding gezogen, auch nicht schlecht. Guck mal, ob der eine Ash hat. Hat er nicht. Hat er nicht. Okay. Ich mir mal einen Fountain. Ich würde sagen, wir discarden Ipiria, weil wir da safe den Draw-On bekommen. Ne, ich würde sagen, wir discarden tatsächlich den hier. Können wir vielleicht Jimbus damit machen. Hier wird Fountain. So, und dann ziehen wir jetzt damit safe einfach einen Sprite-Namen machen, alles gut. Oder auch nicht. Haben wir das auch geklärt. Okay, das funktioniert aber. Aktivieren das Ding. Gigantic. Machen wir mal das hier. Aber dann können wir nämlich jetzt hier den Vierer noch holen. Der Vierer gibt uns jetzt quasi wieder das Ding aus dem Grave zurück. Wir setzen das Ding hier. Jetzt habe ich vorhin einmal Swap. So, jetzt können wir hier schön blocken. Ich möchte noch eine Karte ziehen auf jeden Fall. Ich würde danach ganz gerne einmal reinsenden. Und der addet einmal nochmal ein Feedspell, dass wir ein Follow-up haben mit dem Feedspell. So, sehen wir den rein. Dann ziehen wir eine Karte. Und ziehen die gleiche. Okay, das ist aber fein. So, wir holen uns erstmal Smashers, das ist ganz wichtig. Ich habe das Gefühl, wir brauchen auf jeden Fall einen Carrot auf dem Feld. Weil Carrot scheint auf jeden Fall wichtig zu sein. Wir werden die aber setzen und Carrot dann später specialen, weil wenn da wieder ein Dark Block kommt, haben wir ein Problem. Das Ding hier. Also der Plan ist entweder Double Toad Negate zu bekommen oder halt Capture zurückzuholen, damit wir den halt mit Carrot rotieren können. Ich würde sagen, wir setzen den Negate, der ist definitiv wichtiger. Das Ding können wir von Hand aktivieren, das ist nicht schlimm. Ich denke, wir werden das Ding nicht resolven, das ist ganz wichtig. Was macht das Ding dann? Your opponent can activate cards, effects until the end of damage step. If you become one attack, the damage step you can set one equip card, you control the graveyard monsters. So in a row. Es fühlt sich halt nicht so gut an. Okay, aber es fühlt sich halt nicht so nach einer guten Karte an, also kann die gerne bleiben. Ich habe sie gerade ja nicht gelesen. Aber schön ist sie.
Hello and welcome back everyone to beautiful Minneapolis, Minnesota. We see a view
Geht jetzt gleich wieder weiter.
we are currently in right now. It's afternoon here. The day's been winding down. We're already through 5 rounds of Swiss, I believe, moving on to our 6th round. It's a beautiful convention center, beautiful city. So excited to be here in Minneapolis here, the weekend of the release of Darkwing Blast. You see there on the sign, Yugioh Minneapolis. That's right, it's a YCS. We are in round 6. As I mentioned before, we had over 1,000 duelists, 1,112, and now there's only 33 that remain undefeated. While there's a lot of people out there with 1 or 2 losses that still have that chance to make that day 2, only 33 in prime position to really guarantee their
Also es ist ein Equip-Spell-Ritual-Archetype.
It's been a great day so far, though, Saul. Any matchups that you were very fond of that we've seen already?
Honestly, like, you know, I talked about going into that last feature match that I hadn't been surprised by anything I'd seen so far, but that one really
Gib
kind
mir
of
einfach
threw me. I
plus
thought
1.
the teched out anti-tier limit
Oh ja, cool, dass das Ding hier sich gar nicht nervig ist oder so.
Would have a really hard time versus the runic sprite. And, you know, as it turns out, sprite cards, when they just do their thing, it works out, they get their advantage, and they just take advantage of where they can. So it's just really exciting to see all these crazy feature. I don't think we've had a single bad feature match today, and I don't expect this next feature match to be bad as well. I'm excited to see round 6.
That's right, and here we go. Let's go and jump right into round number 6 and meet our duelists who will be playing here at the feature match stage. First up, we have Mari.
Ja, das bringt uns alles nichts.
That's quite far away, and his favorite card, Elemental Hero Stratos, one of my favorites as well.
Next up, we have a new up-and-comer, Pakawat from New Brunswick, New Jersey. Favorite card, Mystic Mind. That's been a popular one lately. We've seen Pack here multiple times. He's been a remote YCS champion, as well as reaching top cut at YCS Niagara only a few weeks ago.
Yeah, that's incredible. We've seen a lot of the players who did well at Niagara kind of make their way to the feature match stage here, you know, still doing well here a couple weeks later, even though it's kind of like a different format. Darkwing Blast coming out really shake things up, but you know, some players still relying on like the strategies they had before Darkwing Blast, just maybe trying to figure out how they can utilize their cards to counter other dark strategies from Darkwing Blast. You know, the Bestial cards. Everyone, TR Elements is a huge target on its back this weekend. We just saw a Sprite Runic deck, which, you know, the same thing that Pack is bringing here this weekend. You mentioned he was at the 3v3 YCS in Ecuador with you, not on the same team, but was also bringing this deck there, so he's definitely familiar with it and knows it well. We'll see what other new techs
Okay, für Mechanomod Battles kann ich nichts aktivieren. Okay.
And his opponent Mari on a deck we haven't seen yet today, but was the winning deck at that YCS Niagara, and that's Exo Sisters.
Yeah, so we talk about how there's so many
So, wir gucken uns sofort.
And how everyone's kind of targeting it down, trying to figure out what to do with these cards, how to arrange them, how to work.
Pack.
And these are 2 decks that are basically just in that region where they're trying to again counter tier.
Let's go. Wir sind natürlich Team Pack, ne? Fellow Content Creator.
Like,
it's usually whichever deck has the more like Sprite. Obviously, just once you start with the level 2, you start with that Sprite Blue, really can snowball into quite the board.
Now, I made the wrong assertion last round as to which deck would be stronger, but I feel like I can't be wrong with this one. The Runic Sprite matchup has to be so much stronger into the Exorcister matchup. The Exorcister deck has a really hard time keeping their bodies on the field. They don't really recur themselves in a way. They just have really strong pushes. And
Let's go.
See just how strong they have to be
Weiter
up
geht's.
against Sprite in game 1.
Runde 6.
It's time to duel. Let's go ahead and jump into
Pack spielt
our
Sprite
feature match. We'll see
und
who's gonna
Mugi
go
spielt
first. The die
Exorcister.
rolls have been rolled. Back
Oh.
with a 7. It looks like his opponent also rolled
Nein,
9.
das ist eine 11,
A
Digga.
9, or no, it's an 11 even.
Ja.
So it looks like Mari is going to start things off. Yeah,
Der packt das schon. Ach, Mensch, du bist ja ein richtiger Komiker.
If your opponent moves a card from a graveyard, you're able to XC summon right then and there from your extra deck. So any kind of strategy that relies on the graveyard, they can really capitalize on. And here we see a card right off the bat.
Ja, aber Shifter gegen Pure Sprite ist nicht so gut. Gegen das Runic Sprite ist das gar nicht so schlecht.
Starting off things, you know, right away. Being able to banish all the cards, it's something a huge counter deck to TR Elements, but the Sprite, Dimensional Shifter, not as much of an impact, still is going to stop them from being able to bring back some level 2 to Sprite Elf or something, but nowhere near as detrimental as to the TR Element strategy.
Yeah, I think this is just one of those matchups because how low impact.
Also um hier 4 einzustehen, muss auf jeden Fall Muri auf jeden Fall viel Shifter gezogen haben.
Wait the 2 turns. Like, he can maybe resolve a Gigantic, maybe use starter, put the bodies on the field, set up a red or a carrot. Honestly, more likely to be carrot. And then just get the fountain, activate it, wait until Mari's turn, and then just pop every single card he has. And then he has to work really hard to get those cards back.
Das erste Rang 4.
Yeah, the runic cards definitely line up pretty nicely, but we do see a normal summon of Exorcister Ellis and then a special summon of Exorcister Ellis since he controls an Exorcister monster.
Now, I believe this one is the one that
Wie Pack den Gegner einfach anguckt. Guck mal, wie er ihn einfach anguckt. Er guckt ihn quasi zum Missplay.
Michaelis even. Michaelis is the one that lets you search any spell or trap, which is usually the one you want to go to when you already have Martha set up. But then when you haven't had Martha set
Magst
up
du
yet,
Bilder
you want
ab?
to go
Was
with
ist
this
denn
one
Bilder
first,
ab?
and then you're able to go into the Michaelis now, grab your spell trap. This is actually a very strong start for Mari. You're able to set up both of these powerful interruptions.
And
Now,
have Magnifica potentially here.
yeah, like Magnifica is going to be able to remove potentially 2 cards, where it has its own effect to remove a card, then it's going to be able to switch around into a Michaelis, which is going to be able to banish another card, and then he grabbed, I believe, a copy of Returnia, which is also able to banish a card. And if he ends up using
Ne, der
an
macht jetzt
effect
hier das
to
Exorcist
exceed someone
Bossmonster.
prior to that, he's going to be able to banish 2 cards.
Magst du Bird Up? Bird Up ist ein cooles Deck.
Version of this,
Also ich habe ja lange Zeit auch Birds gespielt. Ich mag nicht das pure Bird-Deck, was halt einfach zu Toys gehen kann. Nur mit der Banlist ist es halt schwierig, weil du halt nur einen davon hast. Diese anderen Bilder.
He is not going to time anytime soon.
That's the right way to play. You know, if you play with that same speed you do at the end of the match when time's winding down throughout the entire match, chances are you're not going to end up in that end of match position. You just got to play at that fast pace throughout the entire game, not just at the very end when time happens to be winding down.
Pack not feeling the same energy though. He's going to take his time, think through his options.
Destruction to summon? Summon? Yeah.
Okay, Destruction to use its summon effect, not trying to go after.
Okay, aber er spielt auch Runic Sprite, also das ist für ihn auf jeden Fall doof.
Yeah, the destruction will get banished as well as the Spear Mode. Unfortunately, only one monster on your opponent's
Main
side, so you're
Deck
not going to get
ist
the value
Spear
out of
Mode.
that just yet.
Yeah, the Ghost for Spear Mode too. Had a Ghost from the past second haunt.
Lunalight ist cooler als Bird Up. Ja, keine Ahnung. Kristallengehör, optisch sehr cooler Archetype, sehr nostalgisch. Natürlich auch im Anime, aber das Deckthema selber ist halt leider einfach nicht gut.
If you're not familiar with the runic cards, they're really awesome. So all of the cards you have their own individual effects, like destroy a spell and trap card, negate an opponent's.
Also wer jetzt noch keine Ahnung von den Runic-Karten hat, ist doof, weil wir haben gerade ein Matchup gesehen in Runic.
You can special summon a runic monster from your extra deck to your extra deck monster zone. But whichever effect you use, you do have to skip your next battle phase.
Aber Main Deck auf jeden Fall. Ra ist halt krass. Ich glaube, Imp habe ich auch gesehen. Die bringt ja auch nicht viel, weil du musst vom Friedhof oder von der Hand banishen, um mal was zu banishen, deswegen ist es schwierig.
Definitely looking to get rid of this Exorcist or Magnifica, but it has its own effect where it can just kind of like rank up into a different Exorcist. Not really rank up, it's kind of a rank down.
Yeah.
Swap
Tristan
into a
mit
different
Math
Exorcist,
Mac.
as it were.
Pack's hand is still pretty strong, able
Wild.
to summon multiple sprite monsters from hand without having to use starter or smashers yet. The real concern is there are multiple answers to Fountain and you're under Shifter, so you can't get any of the value.
Ja, das ist ja das Geile. Das Structure Deck selber ist halt für das Deck selber ziemlich gut. Es ist halt nur im großen Scope vom Meta halt nicht so gut. Das Deck selber ist halt cool. Die haben auch ganz gute Karten bekommen für das Deck selber. Das ist halt nur leider einfach nicht so gut, wie es sein müsste, damit es halt im Meta mitschwingen kann. Aber es ist ein Deckstrategie, die auf jeden Fall funktioniert.
Mari just didn't try to use the Magnific effect right away on the Yugioh on the summon just to get the level 2 off the field, but
he might be trying to save
for like a
Ja.
gigantic sprite or something.
Nee, der banisht die Fountain, ja.
Getting out the fountain off the field is pretty huge, but with the shifter, cutting off his graveyard, but the fountain lets you play the quick play spells from your hand during your opponent's turn.
Aktiviert die Trap, banisht Red.
You get to draw cards during your opponent's turn even, which is one of the coolest things about the Runic deck out of Tactical Masters.
Now, Pack was allowed to summon the red. This is going to force something, because now the Magnifica does not have any free reign. Either the Returnia has to be used, or the Magnifica is just going to get interacted with this red, which is really not what Mari wants to see. Unless he has something along the lines.
Also das kann Pack eigentlich schieben. Da muss er eigentlich conceden und ins nächste Game gehen. Das kann er so nicht mehr gewinnen.
Yep. Going to activate Returnia here to just banish the Gigantic Sprite. Not necessarily needing the secondary banish effect, you're just trying to get the most value of the appropriate timing for using it, not trying to get greedy with getting multiple banishes before you really need to banish anything. Keep in mind, I suppose the reason why Mari wants to play so fast, almost every single spell and trap, as well as the effects, will just pay 800 for these Exorcist effects, so he needs to make sure that...
Aber er aktiviert jetzt die Spell, banischt die Karte von der Hand.
So it looks like he's chaining Sprite Smashers to banish a jet from his hand, it looks like.
Weil er will quasi alle Interruptions rausbaiten.
See that you have to pay the cost from your hand, but when you're under Dimension Shifter, you got to do what you can.
So he's gonna activate Magnifica to try and banish the card on the field. Let's see what he's going
Okay,
after.
er macht jetzt Reds.
Yeah, because it
Chain
does have
Gigantic.
almost assumingly red will
Zu
distribute the
dumm?
gigantic sprite as cost, being able to destroy the Magnifica as well.
I'll chain. Tribute.
Looks like you called it.
Response. Effective Magnifica.
So he's gonna chain Magnificent Effect to put a different Exosister on top.
Yeah, that does like very cleanly avoid the red. It's going to be a different monster, not going to be destroyed by red's effect.
Magnifica is an incredible card. I love the regional game mat too, with featuring that artwork from Magnifica. It looks amazing. One of my favorite.
Meinung zu DDD. Ist ein cooles Deck.
Oh, has the Vadis as well. If you only control no monsters or the Xyz monsters, you're able to summon 2 corresponding.
Die das Crucibus Deck weiter verbessern können. Ganz ehrlich, ich habe mich mit dem Deck nicht wirklich beschäftigt.
If there any card moves from the graveyard, you're able to turn them into Xyz monsters.
Smashers would have been one of the few cards other than Elf that would have moved cards from the graveyard, but because the shifter had to do it from his hand.
That is very true.
That's
Looks
another
like
800 paid, by the way.
Another 800. Looks like you grabbed Sophia and Ellis, I believe. Oh, that's Irene. Okay, so you grabbed Sophia and Irene.
You know, I was really considering playing Regeki in the last format just so I could deal with this deck better. This deck influ wonders.
Just start with the wipe in their board. It's a good card. Dark Hole and Regeki are both valid options for the side deck.
Yeah. I'm stopping an Exosister.
Yeah, so this is a great time to just banish the Magnifica. Can't activate it right now because it's resolving a chain.
How many cards do you have? And then Chain Link 1 resolves, but it doesn't. You targeted red. Is that correct?
He targeted the
red,
gigantic
so because
sprite.
it doesn't banish the target, you're unable to do XYZ after. You can confirm with the judge, but I think that's how it works if you want to ask them.
If you do have to do one effect
Also
to do the next,
disadvantage.
it is a sequential thing.
Just confirm, judge.
It's and then or and if you do, you got to make
That's a
sure that you
hazard
do the
resolve,
first part to do the second part.
Then, okay. What's that card? What's that? N. Okay. N. So it does not resolve. Yep. Okay. Go ahead. Okay.
So Pack has 1 card remaining in his hand. If it is another sprite monster, or just anything you can normal summon, he can still go into gigantic and try to get some kind of value here.
I banished the red, which is and I banished from my hand a jet. Okay, that's fine, sir.
Yep. What is the last
Just
card?
double checking. I
think it's another jet.
Did you draw all 3 jets? It would have been all 3 because you discard one, had one, and now just another one.
Yeah, it is.
Sometimes you open with 3 copies of a card.
They were all useful.
Okay.
It helps when you can normal summon and spell summon from your hand.
Aber er hat halt wirklich nur den Gigantic dann, ne?
This is kind of annoying though, because he really doesn't want to link away this gigantic sprite now, because he'll lose Dress forever.
Maybe you look for something like Zeus or something.
Meinen zweiten Gigantic.
Did
Okay.
he use? I don't think he used starter.
Oh no, he grabbed Smashers. You're right, but he can't enter his battle phase because of the runes.
Oh, they have the runic. See, I always forget about that part. It seems like they're all so free and do so much, but not being able to go into your battle phase is huge.
Did you? I have to skip my battle phase. Okay.
Especially when you need to attack over some Exorcist monsters that are just face up on your opponent's field, ready to be used for an Xyz summon.
Yeah, that's fine.
It works in Pack's favor that these Exorcist monsters are very, very small, but not being able to enter the battle phase is such a detriment here. He needs to draw a runic spell or trap, I think.
Yeah, I'm just thinking on position. Yeah, that's fine. I think I'm gonna summon it and.
Summon Hyperion and Pray. Let's look like what Pack is going
Yeah,
for.
hopefully he has to draw Flashing Fire here. If he does, he's able to deal with whatever monster Mari's going to overlay for. He can't leave both Exorcisters on the field. 1 doesn't do anything, 2 does a lot.
Set 1, enter battle phase, skip it.
That could be good.
Shuffle.
Oh, they go back to the deck. That's right, because Grab sends them back, so he doesn't have to worry about them. So now only 1 card on Mari's hand.
There you go.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, now Pack's looking like he's in a little bit better shape.
Yep.
All right, that's
so even more.
Moin.
Since he wasn't able to use that Xyz summon, you really don't get any
Das
value.
beste Structure Deck.
Yeah, like, this is the situation I expected, right?
Schwierig, weil wir hatten sehr viele sehr gute. Also das Demon Structure Deck war ziemlich gut, das Rocket Structure Deck war ziemlich gut, das Salamanca Structure Deck war ziemlich gut, das Monarchian Structure Deck damals war ziemlich gut, das Dark World Structure Deck wird ziemlich gut und das Cyber Dragon Deck ist auch ziemlich gut gewesen. Wir gucken uns gerade YCS Minneapolis an. Ist jetzt eine Karte.
That as well as the carrot, I don't think there's anything he can lose to anymore.
Ja. Ja, hat Pack gut gespielt, weil der Gegner es halt scheiße gespielt hat, muss man fairerweise sagen. Weil hätte er mit der Trap-Karte nicht den Gigantic getarget, wo ja klar war, dass er den tributiert für den Effekt.
It'd be very convenient if he still had the red, but he's gonna have to work without it.
Effective elf, target Hyperia. Yeah. Effect draw 1.
Hyperia.
No, it's not once per duel. It's not once. It's not once per turn.
Yep, it's once per turn, not once per
It's not
duel.
once per duel. Yeah, you're good. Good? Yeah.
There's a new turn. Up here,
I
will
know
trigger
what you're
again.
saying.
Up here is gonna, you know, you get to draw a card on your turn. You get to draw a card on your opponent's turn.
6,400.
So even like when you saw the pack, you run out of cards. This deck has a lot of resiliency, a lot of way to fight back in the game. Like a lot of the cards are just always live in your hand. If you draw, whether you draw a combination of runic spells and sprites, like you can just use all of them.
Darkwood, ja, Handloop, ja. Könnte spannend sein. Könnte auch nicht so spannend sein.
If there's a specific end field he wants to go for, if he just wants to leave monsters on the field, knowing that Mari's going to have a hard time dealing with all of them. Because you talk about how sprites are weenies. The Exorcisters are even smaller.
I mean, with only 60, I mean, you've been talking about how the 800s kind of add up. We've had 2 800 pays. He's down to 6,400. He might be able to find a way to finish the game here, but Mari does have that face down spell or trap card that could maybe summon some Exorcist monsters to the field. Or
Aber er hat kein Gigantic mehr.
Yeah, I think Pac just chooses to be conservative here. Doesn't need to invest too much into something that might potentially lose in the game. Just keeps as much advantage as possible. He's already used 2 Gigantics here. Maybe just trying to set up either like an IP Masquerena here, or just another good...
Masquerena ist auf jeden Fall der Call.
Oh, Sprind. Could be an option just to potentially get the additional...
Nee, Masquerena. Ja, alles andere macht auch keinen Sinn.
Normal summon Sprite Blue. I mean, this is just the runic deck. The runic sprite deck just kind of grinds you out of your battle. So like, you normally don't have a battle phase, and you just kind of wait until your opponent's out. Oh, the face down card is Dark Ruler no more. So that
Martha? Martha?
Could have Martha.
Okay, well. That's basically Martha.
Yep, it's going to get him 2 extra monsters on the field, is what he needs to be able to XC summon. Won't be able to do any damage, but not, you know, cutting off the elf and the Masquerena is definitely step 1 for Mari fighting back into this game.
All are gone, which is your extender.
He only has 2,400 life points, so that's only a couple Exorcister cards he can pay to activate.
Yeah, not going to be able to get any real value off the Michaelis. Or, I mean, a couple might be all he needs at this point, but he definitely needs to clear as many of those monsters as possible.
Summon Sophia?
Wieso gibt's eigentlich wieder einen Blue Eyes Reprint mit den alten Karten? Wo gab's denn Blue Eyes Reprint? Hallo Alexander.
Yeah, since he controls another Exorcister, he'll be able to draw a card.
Yeah, he has the appropriate name for its effect, so... Going into Michaelis here.
Sure.
Able to detach to banish a card, or no, just once per turn banish, detach to search a spell or trap.
Yep.
I'll attempt to effect the search. Toss? Yeah, I'm fetching first. That's what I was thinking.
I think Pac is going to use a set Freezing Curses here.
I'll change Freezing Curse to negate.
There it is.
Good. That's good.
So, as the cost of giving up his next battle phase, he's going to negate the effect of Michaelis.
And then banish the top 3 cards, and then Pac can go for a draw 1 here.
Ja, Draw 1 macht auf jeden Fall Sinn.
Gets to see set rotation in Necro Valley, gets a little more information from his runic spell about his opponent's deck.
Ach, in dem Set kommt das wieder, kommt wieder ein Reprint, ja. Gefühlt ist Blue Eyes in jedem Set drin. Was ein Reprint-Set ist, dass da irgendwie Blue Eyes drin ist. Ich wünsche dir was.
Effective runic fountain target both to put back.
Oh, just had another one just to get the draw 2 effect. I think that's the proper use of it. You want to cycle them.
Activate flashing fire to destroy it.
Ooh, found the flashing fire.
Yep, thanks to the runic fountain, he's able to activate the quick play spells from his hand during his opponent's turn. Mari's seen
Ja, das hat Pac gewonnen. Und Pac hat das gewonnen, weil er nicht der beste Spieler war, sondern weil der Gegner einfach nicht gut die Karten gewählt hat. Also, was immer er getrieben hat, aber er hat einfach falsche Karten gewählt.
Technically away to Martha and had like the full Magnifica field with the Returnia set. And you can't get much better than that, and it was not enough to just beat a sprite hand.
Yeah, it's a matchup that's not great for Exorcister. If he was facing against one of these bestial like tier element decks, definitely could have just walked away instantly.
Ja, aber das Matchup ist trotzdem eigentlich ganz gut für das Deck. Ja, also Pac hat das gut gespielt, aber sein Gegner hat auch einfach nicht gut gespielt. Also wirklich, also er hat die falschen Karten getargetet, weil hätte das anders getargetet, hätte er einfach alle Monster vom Feld entfernen können. Er hätte trotzdem sein Board verloren, aber er hätte trotzdem XC sammeln können, weil er gebanished hätte. Er hätte einfach nur Jet targeten müssen.
like when you play the Fluanders, you play the Exorcisters, like you have this one really, really good matchup that you try to take advantage of the entire tournament. But when you play just the other decks of the tournament, that
Bin auch gespannt, was toppt. Ja, das ist auf jeden Fall klar. Was auf jeden Fall nicht toppen wird, wird Thunder Dragon sein, das kann ich dir versprechen. Weißt du warum? Weil wir haben keinen Kolossus. So richtig in die Wunde rein. Hallo erstmal. Wir werden in Top sehr viele Tierlements-Decks sehen, wir werden sehr viele Sprite-Decks sehen, weil sehr viele davon rumlaufen. Und wenn wir uns die Feature angucken, laufen die auch sehr, sehr gut, diese Decks.
But, you know, people are still bringing this Runic Sprite deck because just how powerful it is. And it feels like you can control the game a lot more. Being able to draw more cards, never really run out, never be out. We saw even there with just a Runic spell, all it did was banish one card off the top of his opponent's deck, but it led him into drawing 2 more cards, which led him into a card that destroyed his opponent's monster. Just really fantastic at how they can all, like, snowball together.
Wir kommen nicht in die Hölle. Wir spielen keine Thunder Dragon.
This is the first weekend of these cards being legal, right? Everyone's kind of still exploring the decks. They're not exactly refined. So when you're playing
Exorcister könnte auf jeden Fall auch toppen.
Just figure it out, right? You have these better matchups where you might just have a more constructed deck, and some decks might not work out the way they're supposed to because they haven't had enough testing. They haven't been in the forefront of the game.
Es ist auf jeden Fall gerade in dem Format, was die Leute hier spielen, wo halt viel Tierlements gespielt wird, denke ich schon, dass wir Exorcister auch im Top-Card sehen werden. Ich weiß auch gar nicht, ob die einen Top 64-Card machen. Oder Top 32, immer Top 64. Aber es sind halt nur 1000 Spieler. 1032, glaube ich. Könnte halt auch Top 32 sein.
Oh man, I'm playing this. What am I supposed to side in against this deck? I've never even thought about this. It's something you just want to know going in. It saves you time on side decking. Just it goes to your preparation. The more preparation you put into anything, you're going to have better results. Not always the results you want, but you're putting yourself in the position to achieve the victory.
Absolutely. Now, we talk about how difficult the match is. Hopefully Mari is prepared with his side deck to handle Pack going into game 2. He's going to be able to start again. Do you think he even keeps the Dimensional Shifter?
I would. I mean, he does something, but I would still side it out for if there's something I have more favorable in my in my side deck for the Sprite matchup.
Er hat auf jeden Fall keinen Shifter gezogen.
Oh, he definitely does. There's copies of Solemn Judgment, Cosmic Cyclone, Anti-Spell. Goes in match is very strong in these matchups. But I think if once you're able to find Runic Destruction, that's going to be the key in this matchup. If Mari sees any of his side deck, he might be a little bit more favored going in.
Wäre schön kolossal, wenn das toppt. Oh mein Gott, er und seine Wortwitze.
Opening up a very similar hand this time. No Dimensional Shifter, but still going to be able to go into the Magnifica after searching another.
Ich finde es immer gut, wie Pack immer den Gegner so genauso anguckt. Und nicht aus Feld, sondern wirklich den Gegner anguckt.
Then he went into I'll try and say it's a Caspital. I don't want to, butcher it. It's a strange one, but
Secret Village of the Spellcaster. Holy!
Secret Village of the Spellcasters. That's an interesting one. So no spells from Pack and it's all spell deck unless he can get a spellcaster on the field.
Er muss die banishen. Er muss die banishen.
More impactful sometimes than
Banish die Normal Summon. Was soll er tun ohne Spells?
Are there any spellcasters naturally that Pack can summon? It would have to be dark, right?
Yeah, somehow gets a Dark Charmer, yeah. But it looks like Solemn Judgment on the normal summon of Hyperia.
Das war auf jeden Fall richtig.
It's impossible for them to get another one. And I think it's not difficult for Mari to set up 8,000 damage on the following turn because Magnifica is able to attack twice for 28.
It is a lot of damage. I mean, so we're talking about, do you think he sided Shifter out? Well, seeing copies of Solemn Judgment and Secret Village, I think those were probably appropriate swaps there. Like, well, Shifter's not as good against the deck. Let me put in something that's really going to hurt the Runic strategy. Really dependent on spell cards, and not being able to activate them can really lock you out of the duel.
Well, set 4 is definitely frightening. I wonder how many of those cards are just spells that can't be activated?
Alle.
Yeah.
If I was in Mari's position, I would pretend like they're all just nothing.
Alles ein gutes Deck. Ich habe von ein paar Leuten gehört, dass es mit dem neuen Bossmonster aus Dark and Blast echt stark sein soll. Es ist nicht schlecht, aber gut würde ich es jetzt auch nicht nennen. Ich finde es aber auch geil, wie der Exorcister-Spieler in Game 1 mit Shifter startet und in Game 2 mit Judgment und Secret Village.
So Mari's life point's getting a little low. You're going to be able to grab another monster here. Not going to go for something along the lines of Martha because he does have monsters on the field. Not going to be able to get that much advantage off of it.
Looks like he's grabbing Stella. Stella, kind of a la Marauding Captain. He's going to summon and draw a card.
Ist irgendeins von den extra Dingen namens kein Hexer?
For Michaelis. Should let him add extra sister spell or trap from the deck to the hand.
Using that extra monster zone, you know, if you're not going to do anything else but seal them, it's kind of like Virtual World back in the day. You might as well just use the extra zone.
You got to get that 6 monster onto the field.
Yeah.
He's going to go for Pax. All right. Pax will let him add an extra sister.
Figured. Okay. I'll pay 800. Yep.
Paying a hefty amount here.
His life points dwindling down, but the control of the game is in his favor. Really just the secret village of the spellcasters. Like, that's always like the downside when you're using something like Runic. While the sprite engine, you know, there's a lot of monsters you can summon from your hand. If they deal with that first normal summon, your extenders in this deck, to extend past your normal summon, they're all spell cards. So anti-spell, secret village, great cards against the Runic strategy. I mean, spell cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are notoriously really good. So if you can cut your opponent off from spell cards, usually doing something right. So he's going to banish one of the face-down backers. Looks like it's Freezing Chains?
I think that's Flashing Fire.
Flashing Fire. It's hard for me to tell from a distance.
I had to play a lot of them last week. I got very used to what the pictures look like.
Erfahren wir mal, was Lumpy sagt zu Secret Village.
Karasu offiziell. Ich danke recht herzlich für dein Follow. Herzlich willkommen hier auf dem Kanal. Den ganzen Tag Yu-Gi-Oh! Action heute und jetzt auch noch in die Nacht hinein. Kann mal einer gucken, ob es dann eine offizielle Meldung im Konami-Blog vielleicht auch zu gab? Was da? Aubertin fragt, was sagst du zu Secret Village? Gute Karte. In der Situation sehr gut.
Okay.
Eine allgemeine Karte, eine allgemeine Meinung zu der Karte habe ich nicht. Jetzt hier gerade in diesem Spiel, top. Ansonsten weiß ich nicht.
Ja, genauso, ne? Gucken wir mal, wir gucken jetzt einfach Lumpy Stream.
Eines der eher nischigen Exit-Monster, was man nicht so oft sieht. Asofel.
Aber wir sehen trotzdem genug vom Feld. Ja, okay.
1:1.
Ja.
Mauri schafft sich hier auf jeden Fall zumindest ein Spiel in diesem.
Sollen wir den Stream von Lumpy gucken, während wir quasi den anderen Stream gucken, oder sollen wir uns den Originalstream angucken?
Verdient durch die Tag, durch die Secret Village. Und dann muss man jetzt erstmal schauen, wie Pax sich hier in Spiel Nummer 3 schlagen kann. Karasu fragt, was sagt der Magnamut und Fenrir-Zähler? Jetzt hier gerade in dieser Runde haben wir noch keine. Ich bin mir aber ziemlich sicher, dass Magnamut vorbeigezogen ist an Fenrir. Wir haben insgesamt bis jetzt mehr Magnamut als Fenrir gesehen. Ich glaube, es steht irgendwie so 9:7 oder sowas für Magnamut.
Ich habe nur 3 Fenrir oder so gesehen.
Live hat als Striker-Spieler Village abbekommen. Wunderschön. Gold Cookie sagt Go Park, niemand mag Waifu Sister. Na, es gibt erstaunlich viele Leute, die das halt mögen. Aber schauen wir mal. Aubertin sagt, er hat nur 3 Fenrir gesehen. Aubertin, die Sache ist, wir haben ja UK Open auch schon geguckt. Es ging ja schon mit UK Open los bei uns. Deswegen sind wir auch schon fast 40 Stunden live jetzt. Und deswegen ist da unser Counter schon ein bisschen weiter und der Counter geht das ganze Wochenende.
Achso, okay.
UK Open waren einige Fenrirs tatsächlich am Start. Da war auch ein pures Kashtira-Deck dabei, wo halt auch einige von diesen Fenrir-Counties überhaupt Counters überhaupt hergekommen sind.
Okay, das erklärt natürlich. Aber gehen wir mal zurück zum Originalstream, glaube ich. Nichts gegen Lumpy, aber ich habe das Gefühl, dass es schöner ist, wenn wir uns das Original angucken. Die Qualität auf jeden Fall ein bisschen besser und ja, fühlt sich schön an. Aber jetzt kann Pack ja First gehen, er hat 20 Minuten Zeit, jetzt ein Board zu establishen. Und wenn er halt auf Evenly aufpasst und halt nicht geschiftert wird jetzt, könnte das echt ein cooles Match, also cooles Game 3 werden. Lumpy muss mal Lichter. Muss er denn hören? Ja, ich weiß nicht, aber das, ja, ich glaube, dass auch viel die Kamera ist, die er da hat.
strong line against a otherwise really horrible matchup. What do you think he's supposed to do going second?
Weil ich glaube, ja okay, ist wahrscheinlich doch vielleicht nicht, weil die Kamera, die ich habe, ist wahrscheinlich die gleiche Idee auch hat. Und ich hoffe, dass mein Bild hier schöner aussieht, als das von Lampi. Jetzt no front an Lampi, aber ich hoffe, dass mein Bild ein bisschen schöner aussieht.
Pack's board's probably going to end up being pretty significant, but when you have cards like Runic Fountain and everything, even if you evenly match them, you could just leave Runic Fountain face up and still be able to activate his quick play Runic spells from his hand. So even with Dark a little more evenly matched, there's ways for Pack to deal with this going second. So
Bisschen verschupft ist gut, Digga. Ich habe Corona gehabt. Oder hab immer noch Corona. Ich versuche mich morgen frei zu testen.
If he sees that Dark Ruler evenly matched, or like just evenly matched in general, is the only way he's going to lose. He might just choose to
Bisschen dunkler soll schon reichen. Ja, möglich. Ja, das Problem ist halt bei ihm halt, er ist halt ein bisschen out of focus, verwaschen und ist halt überall Licht. Ja, keine Ahnung. Dunkler könnte reichen. Ja, Game 3. Gucken wir mal, ob Paki gewinnen kann mit der Hand. Ich sehe schon wieder einen Imperialer Starter, ich sehe Schlummer, ich sehe Starter und ich sehe es hat Feuer. Mit Starter anfangen, schätze ich mal. Ne, mit Starter anfangen, damit er bessere Draws bekommt. Auf jeden Fall Flashing Fire, Digga. Ich wollte sagen, Junge. Ja.
Interesting.
So he's not going to hold the starter, like you said, we might be able to, but maybe this is the only way he has access to Sprite and wants to make sure he gets all the Sprite monsters out, you know, in turn 1.
Well, he's trying to protect one of these effects from Ash here.
Chilling 2,
yeah.
1 for cost.
So that means he really wants the field spell, and he gets to put the Hyperion in his graveyard, which he'll be able to summon back with Sprite Elf and get a draw out of.
Unfortunately, it's going to be met with infinite impermanence, not able to block that one.
Was nicht schlimm ist,
Jet, which will get a potential another
weil er hat noch einen Slammer.
Maybe the draw off the Hyperion will get you to Fountain anyway.
Yeah, that's the worst is when you like Ash or try and stop you from adding.
Aber eine Frage an euch Profis. Bin ich wieder im Sammler angefangen und möchte ein paar Karten kaufen. Ja, unsterblich ganz wichtig. Würdet ihr eher ein Case von den neuen Tins oder zweites von definitiv Maleficent Mavens? Definitiv.
Pretty much narrow down what they're going to try and do and counter it the best you can. Really sets you up well in a competitive tournament like a YCS.
Die Ratios und die Sims ist so gottlos, ja, die Secrets sind halt ganz gut, der Rest halt nicht. Ich glaube tatsächlich, dass Maleficent Maven zum Anfang besser ist, weil tatsächlich mehr Staples drin sind, glaube ich, als in den Tins.
That would be interesting to see. We do know he has at least one other release, I believe.
Okay.
So now he summoned Cap Shell from his deck and is going to link away.
Er muss erst Hugin machen. Oder hat er Hugin? Er hat Hugin gemacht.
3200 gigantic sprite is not something that you want to really face when you're the
noch ein Starter, auch die Scheiße.
Elf's gonna bring back Hyperia, so Pat can draw a card.
Red.
Right, we got
Red.
Hilft dir alles nicht.
Red and another starter with the 2 cards drawn.
Special red.
Not fantastic, but also not anything you're really going to complain about.
Right there. Okay, that's fine, sir.
Best summon Sprite Red from the hand of the field.
He has not normal summoned yet. There's an ultimate rare in his hand. I can only assume that's Wind Up Kitten.
That's a good one, a blast from the past. It definitely looks like a Wind Up Kitten. Oh!
Ryo.
Different old ultimate rare. Thunder King Ryo.
Nice. Ich mag die Ulti, by the way. Ich finde die sehr schön. Was sagst du, Seeling, zu Dragon Maid mit Bestial? Ich glaube, dass das Deck ganz gut ist, aber nicht gut genug. Also ich glaube, bis Maleficent Mavens ist das ganz gut, weil es wird viele Telements-Decks geben, aber danach wird es halt Telements mit den die Schildkarten geben und die sind halt alle Erde. Das heißt, diese ganzen guten Karten kannst du mir halt nicht rausbanischen.
That's very true.
Okay, Thunder King Ryo. Also der kann das Summon annullieren und keiner kann Karten vom Deck der hinzufügen.
Like, do you really want to use a starter in the draw phase? Like, what do you want to go for?
Activate starter.
Why though?
Carrot? I can't imagine anything
Nee, nicht Carrot. Doch, Carrot.
It just feels like you're playing into things like Dark Ruler and just everything else right now by putting it on the field outright.
Oh, Dark Ruler does turn off that Thunder King as well if he has it.
Mari's going to need one, though, to deal with all of these responses.
Main phase 1. Yep.
Yep, he said it confidently. I figured.
As soon as I heard my opponent be like, main phase 1, I'd be like, oh, it's Dark Ruler.
Proceed to battle phase.
Oh, 1-2 punch wombo combo. We talked about it. He had the opportunity to kind of play around it with that holding that starter. He had the starter, didn't hold it. Now he's got Dark Ruler. I think Pack's probably realizing his error right now. As soon as he said inner battle phase.
Das war nicht so clever, ja.
Probably realized error.
Ich finde es halt geil, dass Billy halt genau gecheckt hat, dass es halt nicht so clever war.
Let me tell you, Billy, this is exactly how I lost my top 4 last week.
The same. So that's why you know how you're supposed to play around it now, because you got destroyed.
Das war nicht Billy, das war letztes Mal alle andere. Aber das war nicht so clever auf jeden Fall.
Now I know how I can play around this in the future. Into battle phase, evenly matched. That's going to banish.
Gibt es irgendeinen Grund, die Face Down zu behalten und sie nicht zu aktivieren?
So what is Pack going to keep here? It has to be Thunder King, right?
Chain carrot, tribute red. Thinking.
That makes sense. Putting the red in grave.
Yep. The effect is negated, but you still tribute as the cost. So instead of banishing the red face down, it will be in the graveyard.
Opting to use Slumber to make something undestructible.
It has to be Thunder King.
I mean, yeah, probably just is Thunder King.
I think it's the best chance he has at, dealing with anything Mari might have a follow-up.
Can I stop because of your deck? How many? 3.
The only thing is, we know that he has another starter in his hand, so he might have wanted to keep like something like Elf, because it's probably going to be, it's not going to die, right? Unless he has Martha specifically.
Es macht trotzdem keinen Sinn, zu warten mit der Karte. Was hättest du halt von vornherein machen können?
That is Martha.
Oh wow, so Exosystem Martha, since he controls one monster, he can special from his hand, then he's going to special summon an Exosystem monster from his deck.
I could not imagine a better 3 cards.
I mean, they're good. You side 3 copies of Dark Ruler. We've seen them in Mari's main deck even potentially alongside you.
Ich bin bei der YCS in Dortmund, aber ich werde das Main Event nicht mitspielen können, weil ich Samstag arbeiten muss.
How many times can I be wrong today? I wonder, like for just my predictions.
We were right, but you had the answer, but unfortunately, didn't work out that way. We'll see if Pac. Oh, he can't even negate with Thunder King. It's negated by Dark Ruler.
He can attempt to use it, but like it won't do anything.
This is rough for Pac.
The only way Extra Sister wins is when they have all the cards and Sprite has 0.
The one thing Pac has going for him is Mari can't do damage this turn. But on the opposite side, Pac has no battle phase next turn, and Mari is in complete control of this duel.
Yeah,
das wird Pac nicht gewinnen können.
He had 6 cards at the time. Now he's going to have 2.
Oh man, Dark Ruler no more evenly matched. I mean, they line up so well in this format against like pretty much everything. Every deck puts a lot on the board, but as you saw, like you mentioned, like there's ways to play around it. You just have to learn as it goes. The best way to learn is by losing.
Ja, das war nicht gut gespielt von Pac.
Don't try and figure out, when you try and figure out why you lose, don't blame other things that are going on. Don't blame the cards. Don't blame he got lucky. Try and think about every progression of that duel. Is there anything you could have done differently to put yourself in a better position? Like,
Hallo, Rumbroy.
Opposed to the other things that you can't control. But we do see him using, I see some here after attacking with Thunder King for Magnifica in defense mode by using both of his monsters, and he's going to set one of the traps. I'm not sure which one it was.
I believe it was Returnia here. It makes the most sense. Just as much removal as possible against the Sprite strategy. Magnifica is able to banish a card. They're going to be turning back into Michaelis, which is going to banish a card.
Or add a card, even, yeah.
I mean, he might even actually go back into the one that searches a monster. Just to keep as much resources as possible.
Mari definitely in the driver's seat here.
Managed to also be up in life after the starters that had been used.
That is very true. Yeah, up in life, Pac doesn't have a battle phase. He has more cards.
Ja, wobei teilweise, also aus Packs ist das oft mit den Karten so, dass die halt nicht in die Mint sein können. Ja, das ist halt auch möglich.
Alright.
So starter's probably going to grab blue, right? I'd imagine.
Kind of has to.
And blue will try and grab Jet. So he'll at least be able to have a Jet and a blue.
I think he might actually just have to go for Jet and switch Smashers. Yeah.
Oh, and then just be able to Smashers the Jet to get rid of the Magnifica.
It's not going to do much because it's just going to chain. Well, actually, no, it's Smashers. It will deal with it. So he will. No,
the Magnifica has to be used as a material, but it won't be there anymore because it'll be underneath the new Exosister, right?
Well, the Smasher just doesn't target. So you'll just be able to hit anything.
Oh, if he activates Magnificent Effect to swap and then you use Smashers, yeah.
But the only problem is it only works when it chains to the banish.
Yeah.
But he also has Returnia, so there's no way he's ever going to have a level 2 monster on the field to resolve Smashers.
Yep.
And you'll take 13, right? Yeah. So you're at
That's very true. It does look like he goes straight for Jet. Jet's going to trigger, which is going to be chained to Magnifica to banish it.
Yeah, putting him on one card in hand, Returning is going to be able to deal with any other normal summon here. He has to hope though, like.
Wäre es nicht trotzdem besser gewesen, Blut zu holen?
Honestly enough, this is still the weird position where, like, if he did have a normal summon, he got to normal summon, you would use. Oh, I guess you wouldn't have to use it immediately because there's nothing else you could do when you only have Smashers in hand. But whenever it would happen.
Looks like the last card is Runic Tip.
A good one, but not really good enough.
And Runic Tip is it lets you get any other Runic card from your deck, including the field spell, but when you don't have other Runic cards, it's not great.
That is good, sir.
Banishes one. Oh, Mystic Mine.
Er hat einfach jeden Scheiß reingesetzt.
Pack's favorite card. He wanted to see it on the way out.
There you go. Looks like he's gonna grab
the hammer.
The hammer. Looks like he's maybe using this just to summon a monster.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to. Like,
that's usually what you only really use this card. Even though we did see it used to just draw cards in Game 1.
Ja, die Qualität nehmen nicht ab. Also du hast halt Produkte wie jetzt die Gold Rest Sets, die halt grundsätzlich schwierig zu produzieren sind. Da hast du halt extrem viele bei diesen Produktionserror, war das in OTS 19 extrem viele Produktionsfehler.
So he's going to activate the trap to pay 800 to try and banish it, and then it's going to prompt a chain from Pack to use Smashers.
72 or how much?
Banishes a Sprite card to activate.
72. Okay. All right. Is the Smashers good? Smashing that. Doesn't really matter.
Yep, so Magnifica is dealt with.
Enter battle phase, skip, pass.
So Pack dealt with the board, left on 0 cards. Mari drawing to 2. If he has some Exorcist or monsters, he'll be able to do something. Doesn't look like, just says 2 pass. Now Pack back at 2 action.
How much time is that, Judge? 2 minutes.
Still got plenty of time on the clock.
72.
Looks like he drew a Sprite Jet. Not a bad draw.
Has to wait a turn to get any value out of him, though.
Das Problem ist halt, wenn er jetzt Marfa zieht, hat er gewonnen.
That could spell the end for the situation.
Yep, nothing left to search. Just get a normal summon, get some damage in. Do what you can with the cards you have.
Off return? Yep. Stand by me? Yep. Yeah.
Actually, it's terraforming to grab Mystic Mind. You know, sometimes just Sprite Jet is just too much for you to deal with. So he's going to terraforming for Mystic Mind so Pack can no longer attack him with Sprite Jet. Ooh, looks like Pack drew a Chaos Hunter. Not a good one.
This is not how I expected this game to go at all.
You're good, go.
This has been an interesting one. Pot of Prosperity, that's big.
Yep, 59.46. Good.
Mari playing at a very fine pace so far. He's made sure to give both players ample amount of time getting to this point by playing so fast earlier.
Yep. Oh, and there is an Exorcist monster. But he's going to grab, thinking about Imperm.
One Exorcist monster just doesn't do anything at this point, right?
Like, it gets you one closer to having 2 Exorcist monsters.
This is true.
But he might just be waiting to try and find Martha or something.
Draw.
But the thing is, what happens when you get to Martha? You put 2 monsters on the field, and then what do you do about your own Mystic Mine?
Draw.
I don't know what his plan is to do with his own Mystic Mine. I'm sure he has something to get it off the field.
Normal summon?
Normal summons, Red Resonator.
Fun fact, its effect on field when you normal summon it is not to gain life, but it's to special summon a monster from your hand. Why would he even put 2 monsters on the field?
Maybe in hopes to get rid of Mystic Mine, he'll be able to do damage and just have more damage on the board, knowing he's not going to have much. So it looks like he's going to summon Stella here.
Anything on summon? No. Okay.
So now he has an Exorcist, so he's going to banish.
You pay 800?
Banishes Eradicator. Useless here. Would have been useful if he could summon the Chaos Hunter.
I guess he would need it to actually climb the monsters to eventually summon a Gigantic that was 32, and that would have been the out.
Well,
ja, das Game. Das wird nicht nur für das Rush, es wird, es geht auf jeden Fall in Time.
He's going for the monster search, going to be able to grab a copy of Martha here.
Das Game. Das Game. Hol Marfa, Special Marfa, geh auf beide, geh auf das Ding, was zweimal angreifen kann.
I feel like he might just attack, deal that. You think he just attacks over 1, and then lets the mine kill itself.
Yep.
I could see that. Nope, looks like he is going to go for Martha. So now he can't. Oh no, he still is too. But if he summons another monster, oh, he can exceed summon and then he'll be fine.
nicht schlecht, habe ich gesehen sowas.
Oh, and Magnifica could just deal. Oh, Magnifica might just do the last bit of damage attacking over both of those.
Yeah, 2800 be able to attack twice. Maybe it was punishing the summoning of that Resonator. I mean, to be fair, Pac was always in a bad spot. He had 0 cards to his name. It's not like this Mystic Mine is like crippling him in this game. It's just it stopped him from doing incremental damage, potentially giving Mari just that extra turn to get to his Exorcist or monsters.
Yep.
One of the less commonly searched Exorcist spells here.
Yep, he's gonna grab Carpe Diem.
Yeah. Sorry.
Now he's gonna Xyz summon with both of his Xyz monsters for Exorcist or Magnifica. 2800 quick effect and banish card on the field. It can attack twice.
Do you think he just banishes his own mine?
He might.
No. Okay. Good. Alright, I'll take 22. 22 and then 15. Yep.
Nope, doesn't do it. Now Mystic Mine is shutting him down.
22, 15, that's 37. I'm at 900.
900 life points left for Pac. Mari now under his own Mystic Mine. So he's going to use the Carpe Diem. Now while it's on the field, neither player can target Exorcist monsters with card effects. Well, the spell summon monsters. Oh, only you can't target them with monsters that are spell summoned from the graveyard, excuse me.
It's 2037. I'll gain back 1850.
Yeah, Pac just noticed
2750.
Prosperity was used that turn, so taking a little less damage here.
It's the same turn you pot, right? For 3 or no? Actually, it wasn't.
It wasn't.
I don't think it was, yeah.
Okay, my turn? Yeah, 900. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll draw.
Both passing turns very quickly here. Multiple turns have passed since that moment.
Go. Go ahead.
Oh, that is Runic Destruction. He is able to out the Mystic Mine now if he wants to, but I think it's
It's
helping
keeping him alive right now. He wants that Mystic Mine on the field until he gets something going. Now Vince is going to draw more Exorcister cards.
I will say, of the cards currently on the field, Mystic Mine is for sure his favorite.
The bat is being activated. Going to get the 2 Exo monsters to the field.
All right, paying another 800 to do so.
Okay.
Es könnte sehr eng werden auf jeden Fall.
Filling his board with a few more monsters.
Ich bin nicht verheiratet, aber ich habe eine Freundin. Deshalb 2 Ringe. Alles Geschenke.
The other effect of Carpe Diem, which is kind of like a prohibition. Yeah, you can just call a card. So this is how he deals with it. This is Carpe Diem. He can turn off Mystic Mine for the turns. But now Pac can summon Chaos Hunter from his hand.
Es geht jetzt quasi ein bisschen um Damage, ja.
Activates Inferno Permanence.
So he can probably banish it with Magnificat.
Or Michaelis.
Yeah, either way.
Kann er beides nicht machen. Du hast doch...
Really showing the power of Carpe Diem. You can turn off your own Mystic. We were wondering how that was going to happen. And, Mari definitely knowing his deck well.
I'll activate the summon.
Yep. Pac with Desperation play here, keeping himself alive. Going to be able to summon something like Jerry here. Going to be able to destroy a card during the end phase. Oh, nope. Just concedes outright.
That's going to be it. Mari is going to walk away with the win.
Ja, hat Pac das Ding verloren, aber das ist er tatsächlich selber schuld.
It's a match that should not be losable for Runic Sprite, but I guess that is the way you can lose.
I mean, Mari, came in this tournament with a really good strategy. He has the going first card. He has songs.
Ich gehe nur frische Luft schnappen. Ihr könnt drüber diskutieren, warum Pac das jetzt verloren hat. Die Zauberkarte von den Exorcistern kann Namen callen und den Effekt annullieren. Und Mystic Mine wurde gecallt und deshalb ist der nicht gewesen. Ich kann euch die Karte kurz zeigen.
Beautiful so far, we'll see more of the bestials, as we go on. I'm sure when we get to that top cut, it's going to be a lot of bestial action, kind of like the Mike Elise game we had earlier. But watching these Runic Sprite decks,
das müsste die hier sein. Carpe Diem sagt, Karteneffekte wählen. Du kannst jeden der Folgeeffekte benutzen. Falls ein schon wurde, du kannst einen Kartennamen deklarieren. Annulierung bis zum Ende des Spielzuges die aktivierten Effekte und Effekte auf dem Spielfeld von Karten mit dem Grundnamen. Ja, und das ist der Grund, warum das funktioniert hat. Bis gleich.
right, welcome back, everyone. I'm here with our round 6 winner. First of all, congratulations. It was quite an epic match. We had a lot of fun watching it back there. Was playing in the feature match that impact your gameplay at all?
I was honestly scared. I was kind of nervous. I was trying to get the jitters off, but when I get into the zone, I'm in the zone right now. So.
Yeah, that's what I always tell people. It's like every duel's the same. You're playing on the same dueling fields you play in at home, even if there's, you know, all the lights and everything. So that's good mentality to have it going in there. Was there anything in particular that stood out in your match? Any favorite moments?
Oh man, it was right about the ruling about Eternia. I was like, oh yeah, you're right. I misplayed it really badly on that one.
So yeah, you're being more critical of yourself than thinking about all the moments that were like awesome for you. I like that. It's the way you can move on going forward for sure. When you were preparing for this event, is there any deck you want to face this weekend?
No, nothing in particular. I'm just afraid of a Runic Sprite. It's really a popular deck that I was afraid of. Yeah, it was a horrible matchup for Exos.
Yeah, we were talking about that. It's kind of rough, but you found a way to get the win anyway. And now that you're 5-1 now, what do you think your chances are of winning the whole thing here this weekend?
Honestly, it's pretty slim. I don't want to get complacent, honestly. So I just want to take my time at the moment. Just take it one at a time.
One round at a time is the best mentality to have, but congratulations on winning this round. Only a few more rounds today, and then we have day 2. We'll be back soon, but before we go, let me toss it to Asala. Asala.
Thanks, Billy. You know,
So hat er jetzt wenigstens schön erklärt, wie gut es ist, Dark Ruler und Evelyn zu ziehen.
Picking between 2 structure decks when I was just a little kid, or revisiting the game when I was in middle school because my friends started playing, and now it's just a big part of who I am. So we decided to ask a bunch of other players how Yu-Gi-Oh!
Doch, der hat es verdient zu gewinnen. Der hat es definitiv verdient zu gewinnen, weil Puck hat einen Missplay gemacht, was ihm das Game gekostet hat. Hätte er nach Dark Ruler erst dann Starter aktiviert, hätte er Evelyn aktivieren können, hätte das Game nicht verloren.
Ever before. So when we first bought it, my brother and I would play. I had the Kaiba deck, he had the Yugi deck, and I would typically win because Blue Eyes is strong in the Dark Magician.
I started playing around like 5th grade with my brother and my friends. It's very competitive game. It's like first game that we played that was like very competitive like. We started going to locals and from there on like regionals.
So, let's play some Yu-Gi-Oh!
So I got into the game, of course, how everybody did, watching the anime when it first came out.
So.
But I actually truly got into the game. My frat brother in college actually was still playing, and I, of course, stopped playing at the time because I picked it up and put it right back down. But
Mache ich mal wieder Custom Card Videos. Das Problem ist halt, die Custom Card Videos werden halt nicht angeguckt. Also, es ist halt extrem großes Zeitinvestment. Danke für die Besserungswünsche. Und dadurch, dass sich keiner anguckt, ist es halt nicht worth it. Ich muss einen Weg finden, die so gut zu machen, dass die Leute sich das angucken.
So I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was a little kid by watching the TV show, and then
Ich finde es halt auch ewig lange für Plays zu überlegen und dann die Gegner anzugreifen. Ja, ich finde, beide haben reasonable gespielt. Mal hier. Also ich finde, beide haben reasonably schnell gespielt und war jetzt nichts dabei, wo ich sagen würde, oh mein Gott. So, Runic-Karte. Add Fountain. Aktiviert das Ding. Discard das Teil hier. Bait Negate. Ja. Ich habe mir doch gerade die Runic-Karte schon gesucht, Digga. Ich will einfach nur ein Draw 3 haben. Ja, du kannst halt Mine spielen, wenn du möchtest. So, das sollte dich dann böse angucken, da brauchst du dich nicht wundern. Aber am Ende des Tages ist Mine halt eine Karte, die halt im Game legal ist. Warum sollte sie also nicht spielen? So. Wenn er so eine Ash hat, bin ich ein bisschen gefistet. Ich hätte ganz gern die beiden wieder im Deck. Eine Crow, ja, das ist egal. Tipp, banish die halt, ist gar kein Thema. Ich halt nur 2. Ich brauche eine Sprite-Karte. Danke. Gigantic. Beschwörungen. Ja, muss ich machen. Ich muss zumindest ein Tod-Setup, sonst habe ich ein Problem. Ah, ich hätte Hugin gar nicht machen müssen. Ja, dann scheiß auf meinen Lava-Golem. Krieg die hier. So, das Ding weg. Holt tot. Weg damit. Das Ding. Hol Red. Ja, spiel die Karten ruhig. Ich will nur keine mit dir spielen, wenn du gerade mit Karten spielen möchtest. Ah, ich hab die falsche Karte weggelinkt. Egal, scheiß drauf. Ja, nehmen sie halt beide weg. Ich weiß schon, warum ich Mannequin Cat machen wollte. Ja, er spielt halt den Vogue, Digga. Garua, okay. Wow. Ich bin beeindruckt. Und warum genau hast du jetzt dein Fieldsbild discarded? Checken muss immer wieder, wenn es weitergeht, weil wenn die Runden halt höher werden, dann brauchen die mal also nicht mehr so lange. Deswegen gucken wir da mal wieder rein. Noch mit LSI-Effekt, cool. Würdest du mir den gerne geben? Ich danke dir. Dann würde ich mir gerne einmal einen Swap wieder zurück adden. Auch dafür danke ich dir. Yay, du bist nutzlos, cool. Ja, cool. Cooles Game. Davon würde ich nur einen brauchen. Den werde ich nicht brauchen. Beiden sind ganz gut. Ich auch nicht brauchen. Hier könnte ganz praktisch sein. Meinst du, es lohnt sich Photonheim nur was investieren? Ich habe mir die meisten Karten von Photonheim noch nicht mal richtig angeguckt, deswegen kann ich dazu nicht viel sagen. Ich glaube wahrscheinlich nicht. Er lässt mich first gehen. Interesting. Mhm. Warum sieht das Game aus wie von Windows 98? Warum sieht das aus wie von Windows 98? Das ist einfach nur Edo, Bro. Hallo Lennart. Ja, ich glaube, dass man aber wenn man eine Banlist macht, die Leute mitbestimmen können, ist es immer schlecht. Ja, nichts passiert. Admin Smashers, danke dafür. Ich gehe mit den beiden auf jeden Fall. Was ist das Ding? Ich komme mit Ash und Zombie aus dem Deck und dann Feuermonster. Danke, du warst super hilfreich. Kommt jetzt eine Crow? Ne, gut. Also ich gehe erstmal für das Ding hier. Jetzt halt die Frage. Ginbuster? Ja, ich würde sagen, ich gehe auf Ginbuster. Setze ich eine und dann go. Wir haben heute das erste Mal Logos gespielt, habe brutal auf die Schnauze bekommen, aber beim nächsten Mal wird es bestimmt besser. Ja, das ist doch der Plan, ne? Sollte so sein. Vielleicht Muscle sieht aus wie ein Gameboy-Spiel, ja, aber Muscle ist dafür einfach 3000 Mal langsamer. Ja, ist okay, mach ruhig. Fusion Destiny. Ach, ihr seid doch alles Penner, Alter. Ja, ist okay, mach ruhig. Ist dein Ernst? Ah, er hat uns Summon gemacht, okay. Hm. Okay. Meine Fresse, Alter. Ja, Fenrir ist dumm, wie teuer die Karte ist. Das macht gar keinen Sinn auch. Ja, dann such mal dein Punishment. Mein Lieblingsdeck ist Trains. Was hat der bitte für eine Hand gehabt, Digga? Natürlich ist es ein Cold bei. Und natürlich ist mein Red schon im Grave. Natürlich. Wie von Dirk. Ich habe keine Ahnung, was Dirks Lieblingsdeck ist. Komm, was von einem Wähler? Ja, das wäre auch frech. Nicht mal irgendein Dark Target hat er. Ja, komm. Aber der bessere Spieler. Hm. Oh, was er noch hier hat. Ja, die spielen auf jeden Fall schon, also geht's gleich los mit dem nächsten Feature-Match. One. Ja, cool. Gerätewesen ist cool, den Rest, ja, kann ich nicht viel zu sagen. Er hat erst schon benutzt. Aber er ist wahrscheinlich der beste Spieler noch von Bell. Ja, oder nicht? Cool. Ja, dann eine Imper. Ist auch gut. Natürlich. Das ist nur Scheiß Ernst, Digga. Ja. Nee, Mann. Oh, das sind wieder die Leutspieler. Dann Scheiß auf dich hier. Ja, komm, ist okay. Let's go.
I was just wondering if their paths have ever crossed.
Oh, I'm sure.
Den hab ich schon gesehen.
Yeah, especially Shipping's a YCS champion, a UDS champion. So definitely probably ready to, they both, you know, go to all the tournaments, you know, most of them at least, so they're definitely, you see kind of laughing, keep putting each other at ease as they're getting ready to start the duel. That's always, you always like some camaraderie amongst, you know, a lot of the top players.
Ah, der Code ist es. Okay. Beide 6-0. Ich bin aber ganz kurz auf Toilette. Meine Nase, Alter.
I'm not sure, but he definitely competed at the World Championship. But both these players are 6-0, undefeated. Man, so we talked earlier how I always lose early. Anytime I got to 6-0, I'd be feeling pretty good about myself. I usually have to like talk myself down. Like, you're not in there yet. You gotta relax. 6-0 feels good, but you still have 3 more rounds at least, and then 2 more in the morning. So it's hard not to get excited as you start doing well in the tournament, but there's still a lot more rounds to play.
You certainly want to avoid any overconfidence. The finish line is there. You really couldn't have done much better.
Up to this point, right?
But 6 wins has never been enough to make it into the top 32 cut, so you still have some work to do.
Yep, certainly. No, we get to see what these duels are playing. I'm excited to see what decks they decided to bring here this weekend. I know Teil is a big pick for this weekend. We've seen a lot of Sprite, actually. You know, I mean, it did so well at the tournament.
So, ja, ich gehe zu YCS nach Dortmund, aber ich werde Main Event nicht mitspielen.
Sprite as well, so definitely there's more Sprite players than I anticipated, but they also gained Sprite Sprint from Darkwing Blast because you're still able to access totally awesome from your extra deck, you know, utilizing the Nimble package. But it's been an interesting tournament, and it looks like if that's Shuping's deck, I don't know if they switched. Yep, no, so it is going to be a Tier Elements mirror match. I definitely saw a Havness shuffling there.
Ey, können wir mal aufhören, diese ganzen Mirror Matches anzugucken?
I actually saw him playing Tier Elements, obviously at that point in time. Darkwing Blast had yet to be legal. But that is a deck that he has at least recently been playing, so I'm not surprised that he's taking in a revamped version with Darkwing Blast, combining those cards and taking.
Wenn man Samstag arbeiten muss, kann man schon das Main Event mitspielen. Das ist ein bisschen mein Problem. Und dadurch, dass ich diese Woche krank gewesen bin, konnte ich keinen meiner Kollegen fragen, ob die irgendwie tauschen können. Deswegen, ja, werde ich halt Main Event nicht mitspielen.
I want to call it the sleeper, but the incidental card that's really seen a rise in popularity is the Tier Elements Crime. It came out in Power of the Elements, but didn't really have a space in some of the Tier Element strategies previous. Now that we have Tier Elements Scream, we're seeing that single copy of Tier Elements Crime incorporated into a lot of these strategies.
Yeah, the rise of crime is, you know, a problem that has to be dealt with. The crime just keeps rising, but we'll have to see how these players are going to deal with it here in this game. Let's go ahead and jump into our first game of our 7th Swiss round here at YCS Minneapolis. It's time to duel. The handshake to start things off. We'll see who is going to be going first.
Mal kurz hier Day 1 rein.
It's been a fun weekend though so far. You know, I love playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And I love watching it even more.
And we've seen a variety of decks, so it's been really exciting.
Yeah, that last match between Pac and the Exorcist match was pretty
Okay,
crazy.
mit Foolish an. Holy
Cody's
shit.
gonna start things off with a Foolish.
Alter, diese ganzen Bots, Alter, die gehen mir so auf den Sack, ne?
Old Turbo Pack. Sending a copy of Rhino Heart to the graveyard.
Rhino. Go ahead.
And then the Rhino Heart's going to trigger since it's in the graveyard to special summon back, and he has to send a Tail monster from his hand to the graveyard. Going to send merrily, and now since Rhino Heart is summoned, it will send a Tail monster from his deck to the graveyard.
Wir wollen ziemlich guter Start.
Yep, it looks like he chose not to activate the Merle, and he's just going to use the Sharon with the Merle, leaving the Rhino Heart on the field.
Ach, das kann ich gecheckt gehabt. Die haben alle 45 Minuten Zeit. Okay.
For something like an Abyss Dweller later on down the line.
We were talking about these players perhaps having crossed paths at a previous tournament. Perhaps they've sat next to each other, and prioritizing a card like Abyss Dweller might be something that Cody tries to do if he knows that Chuping is on this particular strategy as well.
And even like, I would just assume, like, coming to this tournament, if that's like the deck to beat and you're playing against a good player 6-0, either they have some unexpected strategy or they're probably playing the deck that a lot of people consider to be the best one going into this weekend.
We've already talked about how Abyss Dweller has incidental advantages against other matchups as well. If they're playing the Nimble package, for example, it can shut down some of those plays out of Sprite. So even though it may not be a tier element matchup all the time, Abyss Dweller has been an ideal opening Xyz monster.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it the most when we saw Scott Page use it round 1 in the Draco Slayer deck with the Natis and being able to detach Natis, cut off the graveyard effects, and trigger his own artifact scythe all at once.
Yeah.
So he does use the Sharon to fuse for Kiktalos. And it sounds like he added Merrily with the Kiktalos effect. Kiktalos on summon either lets you add a tier element card from your deck to your hand or
Was hältst du von 45 Minuten Zeit? Ich finde 45 Minuten deutlich schöner. Ist deutlich entspannter auf jeden Fall. Ich glaube, ich fände sogar 50 Minuten gut. 50 Minuten fand ich eigentlich bei den Remote-Dingern immer ein ganz guter Zeitpunkt.
So now he's going to use the Kiktalos effect to special summon Merrily, and he's going to do a chain block kind of thing where he's going to be able to go Kiktalos, chain link 1, 2 Merrily, chain link 3 Scream. So this is 11 cards off the top of your deck.
If you thought 8 wasn't enough, now with your element stream, you can go all the way up to 8 through one interaction.
Und trifft halt trotzdem 2 nur.
Oh, there's a Solic there too.
I think that's a Rhino Heart, but obviously Rhino Heart.
Still good to have that Rhino Heart in your graveyard, because you can fuse with it later on to make Kaleido Heart.
And Chuping just pointed out that's also a lot of Dark Rulers, all 3 copies to the graveyard.
Well, he's not going to be needing them in this duel.
Well, he's not going to have the option.
They're gone.
Dark Ruler no more.
No more. And Sharon is going to be added off the Solic, I believe. Now he's going to use the Hovinus to fusion summon. He's going to use Kiktalos, so I can only imagine it's going to be tier elements Rukalos, which requires Kiktalos as a fusion material.
It's also valuable to get that out of your graveyard, playing around potential copies of Dark.
You always want to get it out of your graveyard. Leaving that can be devastating if your opponent special summons it with a Dark.
Luckily now Rukalos is just such a natural.
Mein Gott, ey. Meine Nase wird immer schlimmer.
But even prior, it was a priority.
Yeah, even if you're just putting like a Draco's Belly on the field or something, you just cannot leave that Kiktalos in the graveyard. So it looks like the Sharon effect's going to activate. He's going to send the Night Serpent Dragon from his hand. Does he special it?
Yeah, we saw Night Sword Serpent earlier in, I think it was Elise Davis's deck.
Night Sword Serpent. I think I said Night Serpent Dragon, but Serpent Night Dragon, whole other card.
Yeah, Night Sword Serpent.
I'm a big fan of Serpent Night Dragon, though. It's a cool one.
I know somebody actually specifically collects that card.
Me too. Now we're seeing why he's using that Night Sword Serpent. He's going to overlay the Rhino Heart for... Is that Bahamut?
He does play Bahamut Shark in his deck list, so it wouldn't be surprising if he's able to do that.
You know, that's actually just totally awesome. He's able to fit Bahamut Shark into the extra deck and, you know, use this Night Sword Serpent.
And you technically can get 2 Merleys on the field at some point anyway.
And look, he is something totally awesome.
The question here is, can he also find another guy to put a level 4 on the field? Because he has the Sheeran. The question here is, can he also go into Abyss Dweller?
Ich glaube nicht, dass noch einen Dweller bauen kann.
That would be pretty intense. Abyss Dweller backed up by the Elf. He's going to link away the Merrily and the Bahamut Shark 4. Link 2, we can only assume it's going to be Sprite Sprend or Sprite Elf. You can see by the location that it was planned where he summoned that totally awesome and that Rukalos, so the Sprite Elf would have his link arrows pointing to these cards, so they will not be able to be targeted. So it shuts off your opponent from having stuff like...
Nein, wir haben noch kein Delay gesehen.
Their turn with, really.
So he's going to pass here. That single level 4 monster is going to remain on the field. He wasn't able to put another.
Warum ist das Meta eintönig? Wir haben Sprite gesehen, Sprite Runic, wir haben Telemist gesehen, wir haben Exorcister gesehen. So nicht eintönig.
Plus you have the Rukalos that has the negation. Plus you have the trap set as well. I believe he did search a Solic at some point.
And he has the Elf totally awesome combination, which you typically see out of the Sprite deck.
Ooh, Scream's going to be helpful. That's going to be able to protect some of his monster effects from being negated, if it's not negated here by Cody. They're like, Chuping already ready to hand it over. Chuping, a master duelist, already knows what Cody's probably going to do before he does it. Or he could, you know, maybe he just wants Cody to negate it.
I mean, if you want your opponent to negate it, it's a reasonable bluff.
Looks like Cody decides no. He's like, no, not today, Shoot Ping. Interesting, though, they let it resolve, because now he's going to be able to... Ooh, Brandon in high spirits. This is a big one.
Ja, ich werde wieder immer schlimmer, irgendwie. Aber ich sitze hier auch schon seit, wie lange hier? Wie lange streame ich schon? Seit 6 Stunden schon knapp. Ich gehe aber noch mal ganz kurz die Nase. Hier. Ach, scheiß auf Tee, ich muss aber die Nase freikriegen. Bis gleich.
Or Aqua, excuse me. And he's going to grab Albion the Shrouded Dragon. I love this card. It is the closest thing to Upstart Goblin that also gives you more bonuses. It is a good card.
Yeah, we have seen that card rise in popularity throughout the last year. Incremental advantage, setting something even like a branded open in some of the formats prior. It's just an incremental advantage. It could come up having the value of a card like that in the graveyard. And we see it here in this deck, filter out some draws while also being a target for Brandon in high spirits.
Certainly. I mean, my favorite is in the Albaz deck. If you play like Allure and McCourier, you can activate Allure, banish McCourier. McCourier is going to get you that Albion. You can use the Albion to send Branded Sword, and then use Branded, and you get the draw, and the Branded Sword adds the McCourier back to your hand. That's my favorite way to use that card.
You're right.
But that's not going to be happening here since it's just not a branded deck.
Oh.
Which I do hope we get to see some. I'm really excited that the branded.
Ich habe halt auch nur Schnupfen. Das Problem bei Schnupfen ist halt, man hört sich halt richtig krank an. Dabei geht es mir mittlerweile wieder echt gut. Nur der Schnupfen hört sich einfach mega ekelhaft auch an. Das Traurige ist, ich denke mal, das hier ist Necro Valley, aber das ist ja hier mit guter Laune markiert.
If Lucario's cannot get back into the extra deck, you'll never be able to use it again.
You're good.
Exactly. So Albion sends a Branded Speller trap to the graveyard, it goes to the bottom, and you draw a fresh card. Normal summon Sharon.
Normal Sharon. Holy shit.
Not usually the one you normal summon, but he's going to trigger the Scream. Could be a little desperate, but it's also going to trigger Cody's Scream, which he hits
barely. Nice.
An actual Upstart Goblin, speaking of Upstart Goblins.
Maint Mine.
Mine in Shooping's deck.
Maint Mine.
Is it a Havness and a Rhino Heart?
Interesting.
No, it's a Sharon and a Rhino Heart?
I'm curious if the inclusion of Mystic Mind makes it more likely that he's playing the Crystal Beast package with Salvation.
It might be the case, you know, just being able to add a field spell, you want to have some options on, you know, just like a one-off Mystic Mind or something. Kind of the same thing with Terraforming. Like when you go second, you kind of just want to have that option.
Aber guck mal, die machen halt einen Top 32 Card, das meine ich nämlich, weil das halt nicht so viele Spieler sind. Weil über 1032 ist halt nicht so viel. Heißt, wir haben heute 9 Runden. Das ist jetzt gerade Runde 7. Heißt, 2 Runden werden danach noch gespielt. Und morgen spielen wir noch 2 Runden und dann Top Cut.
Get in the driver's seat. We don't see any really board-breaking cards from Shooping. I mean, no Dark Lord or more, no evenly matched. Since now he has face-up cards on the field.
He milled a Mystic Mind, which may have been one of the ways to get back into the game from this point.
Very true. So it looks like he is going to be activating Rhino Heart and Sharon. Puts the Merrily back and makes, I'm assuming it's Kiktalos, yep.
And Rhino special.
Nice to send to resolve Rhino. Send Scream, not a bad one. Scream's gonna let him add a Celiac or Crime from his deck to his hand.
Chainlink 1, 2, 3.
So Chainlink 1's gonna be Kiktalos to add or send a Teil element. Chainlink 2 is gonna be Rhino Heart to send a Teil element from your deck to the graveyard. And Chainlink 3 is Scream to add a Teil element trap from your deck to the hand.
And then Cody will have Chainlink 4 with his own Kiktalos.
Which one did I use, Merly? Yeah. I used Merly.
So you're probably gonna grab Havness here. Yep. Looks like he grabs Havness.
If Kit Kalos is made any other way during the opponent's turn, you can almost guarantee that happens is at the top of the list of cards that you're going to search.
Yeah, but just being that another point of interaction with their hand, it has that effect. If your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, you can reveal special summon from your hand. And
Das ist Cycling fürs kommende Format nach Mama. Nach Mama ist echt schwierig. Also die Bistierkarten sind auf jeden Fall keine schlechte Choice, aber ich glaube auch keine gute. Das ist also wirklich schwierig. Also ich glaube, Tactics würde ich Main Deck spielen, weil es werden wahrscheinlich sehr viele Interaktionen kommen, wo du halt Monster-Effekte von mir triggerst.
I'm a huge Sulliek fan. I've always played 3 of that card since it came out. I know a lot of people are playing like 1 to 2, but I'm like, if I mill this card, it's great. If I draw it, it's great. Like, I'm a
Ja, das ist halt wirklich schwierig zu sagen. Also du kannst halt manche Karten siden, die halt im Friedhof Effekte triggern, wenn die hingelegt werden. Das ist nicht schlecht.
I do remember that. I think Sulliek's Graveyard Effect just puts it a little bit over the edge on the other ones. Bed noise, though, you know, putting monsters face down has always been, you know, a classic effect for Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So now he's going to do Hosmer's Chainlink 1 and Sulliek Chainlink 2.
And I think the longer this deck has been out, the more people have just shifted towards Sulliek. Which is fair.
It's a good one. I mean, you're not only negating an opponent's monster effect with Sulliek, you're sending a tier element from your field that you can trigger to make a fusion summon. So it's like a 2-for-1 combo card, kind of.
You also can activate it sort of in these preemptive spots when some of the more sophisticated plays with this deck come up. So it just gives you a lot of extra play.
Definitely a good card. And let's see what he decides to fusion summon here. It's Dragos Tapelia. Okay. So he's looking to put a Predaplant counter on something on the field. Cody still has this Toad and Elf.
Anything else on him?
He has been very conservative with his interruptions.
No triggers.
Very conservative.
Target. Merly. Thank you.
So Cody's going to use Elf here to target Merly.
Thank you. Yeah.
Shuping might have a response.
No response.
Nothing here from Shuping. He's going to let him summon the Merly. This will trigger the effect to send 3 cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard.
Sharon.
And I think that's Heartbeat.
It is.
Not one we see too often being used in TR elements, but I think if it's sent to the graveyard, you can add back a trap card from your graveyard to your hand.
A lot of things.
Sharon 1, Heartbeat 2.
No response.
And he does have the Sulliek in his graveyard, so the Heartbeat's going to add back the Sulliek.
Strong.
The Sharon's effect's going to activate to fusion summon. He's going to put back Rhino Heart, Sharon,
Noch Kaleido
and another Sharon to go into TR elements Kaleido Heart.
Sure.
Does require TR elements Rhino Heart and 2 Aqua monsters.
The increase in these new tier element cards make it so that the trap count in some of these decks is just going up and up. So having that opportunity there of just adding back a Sulliek off of a Scream mill, off of rather a Heartbeat mill is quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Heartbeat's definitely one that I don't see in a lot of lists. This might be the first time I've seen it in the tier element deck, honestly. But Cody's showing, when you test out all the cards, sometimes you find the ones you like and work well with the version of the deck that you have. He's definitely doing something a little different with his tier element deck than we've seen other players, doing here recently.
Trying the Kaleido?
Yeah, so Chainlink 1 target, Chainlink 2 target.
Sure.
No response?
Yeah, no response.
I really appreciate how meticulous these players have been with their chain links in such a sophisticated and difficult matchup.
I mean, that's why I like it when, veteran players play against each other. They know the ins and outs. They've practiced, so they know exactly what they're supposed to say. There's no confusion. They're very clear about their actions. It's always nice to see. But we do see the terraforming. We'll have to see if he is using more copies of Mystic Mine or if he happened to mill his 1 copy. But it looks like he's grabbing Primeval Planet Paralino.
That side that he gave me, I've given away that he's only playing 1 copy of Mystic Mine.
Shuping putting a lot on the board. But yeah, the planet's also okay. So he tried to use the Kaleido artifact, and that Shuping chained the Dragos Tapelia to the Kaleido Heart, so now there's a Predaplant counter on it.
Müssen die alle weiter wissen, das ist Zufall. Ne, das ist wirklich Zufall.
And his effect is negated as long as that Dragos Tapelia is on the field.
Ja, Evening ist auf jeden Fall kein schlechter Call. Ja. Nur Weiß ist halt sehr beliebt, vor allem in Amerika. Frag mich nicht warum, aber die lieben halt weiße Hüllen.
I wonder if Shuping thought he was going to even make it this far. Get all these cards on the field with, Cody still sitting on the Toad. The Rukalos effect hasn't been used yet, I don't believe.
The Elf has, though.
Yeah, the Elf has. The Elf brought back the Merly that turned into that Kaleido Heart.
Maybe there's a point in which Cody is valuing the set effect of Totally Awesome, knowing that if he allows Shuping to play to a certain point, that might potentially be the overwhelming ending main phase.
Now battle phase.
You're getting 500. No, we'll also I know you're getting 500 because of my screen pretty much.
Nee, nee, es gibt keine Wechseltiefs. Also das glaube ich nicht, das würde mich extrem wundern.
The Scream attack reduction, but also having Primeval Planet on the field.
Kind of cancel each other out a little bit.
No, 18.
Shuping is going to be ahead though, because the Screams can cancel each other out.
Oh, that's true. Sharon's able to attack over the Totally Awesome thanks to his own tier element Scream. And then the Toad is going to add back, was that a Rhino Heart, I believe?
I believe so.
Is a water monster.
He could have added back the Night Sword Serpent unless he gets banished. I don't think it's banished though. Maybe that was...
It doesn't look like he has anything banished. I think he overlaid with it anyway, so it would go definitely there as well.
Rook House. 27 to 25.
Now going to try and tag over Rukalis with Dragos Tapelia. Is that a Starlight Rukalis? Kind of looks like one.
I think so. So just to clarify what's going on here, the Primeval Planet is essentially canceling out the Scream on Dakota's side of the field, but Shuping's Scream is going to be doing the 500 reduction. So right now in this current battle phase, the most simplistic way to think about it is Cody's off by 500 attack on all his monsters, so Shuping has the advantage right now.
Hätte einfach den...
Yeah, basically, Cody has just a Scream while Shuping has Scream.
Okay, jetzt okay. Hätte aber trotzdem den Planet annullieren müssen. Weil den hätte er setzen können, hätte den selber den Planet gehabt.
That will be an interesting point to make in these additional matches between these decks where the Planet has always been a very important piece. But if we're also going to be seeing a lot of matchups where Scream is popular, that attack boost could come up again in the future. You never want to be behind the 500, essentially.
Yep, very true. Now they got Super Poly for another Dragos Tapelia with his Dragos Tapelia and Kiktalos. Now since Kiktalos was sent by Super Polymerization, it was by a card effect, so he's able to send the top 5 cards of his deck to the graveyard.
Yeah. So 15.
You're not. Still in the battle phase.
Aber der hat doch schon angegriffen, das Ding. Er hat doch über Tod angegriffen. Oder nicht? Oder hat er mit Kick oder über Tod angegriffen?
So he dealt with the Toad, he dealt with the Elf, he dealt with the Kleido Heart. Now he has Dragos Tapelia and the Rukalos to still worry about.
I should know everything in your hand, dude.
Well, there are 4 cards that Shuping's hand, so...
Full group.
I'll be curious to see what he can do in main phase 2.
To end the battle phase, main phase 2? That's fine.
I wonder if there are any interesting rank 4s that he has that can potentially help him here.
That'd be exciting to see if he has something that'll be useful. I mean, maybe something like Time Thief Redoer just to be able to trigger the Sharon maybe on his opponent's turn, but facing down this formidable board makes it tough. And like even the Predaplant counter, seeing the Kleido Heart doesn't matter anymore because Dragos Tapelia is no longer on his side of the field.
Da geht auf jeden Fall viel ab, so. Wow. Das sind auf jeden Fall beides gute Spiele, das merkt man halt hier in dem Gameplay voll, weil die halt gucken, okay, was kann ich halt machen, wann muss ich was interrupten. Jetzt gerade hier zum Beispiel der Code zum Beispiel hat sehr lange mit den Interrupten gewartet. Gas ist halt weg. Genau. Die Super Bully er hat genau mit der Super Bully gewartet, bis er quasi halt in Battleface die beiden Karten klauen kann, sodass selbst der Mill 5 nichts mehr tut.
Well, your mills in my turn was pretty good. I mean, yeah, they had to be. That was all that was left in my deck.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we saw Cody a mill 11 cards. Really wasn't that great. We saw I mentioned the 3 copies of Dark Ruler. Wasn't the greatest of mills, but able to establish that really good, solid turn 1 board, and having the good mills during Shuping's turn was able to continue.
Ich bin so froh, da ich bin dann gleich. Ich muss mal frisch lupschen.
Wait until it's something pivotal, something important, and as long as you have a game plan for the match,
Toad didn't even negate anything the entire turn.
He didn't care. He was like, he values forcing the battle phase even more than using the Toad to negate something.
He essentially acted as you just mentioned, some sort of pseudo battle phase negation.
It's a cool way you can use cards like that. Like you make your opponent like think like, oh, well, the only way you can do this is attacking over, but now you can't deal with everything else that's here. Yeah.
Well, I wish I did a milled that over there.
Very similar, yes.
What's that
like
about?
not only can negate monster effects, it's also going to force you into your battle phase. That is a good comparison.
To search changes mind.
Shooping's here talking about the fact that he milled his Mystic Mine.
He does indeed only main deck one copy, so that was a little sad there for Shooping, especially because he had the terraforming in his hand, right? I mean, I don't think he drew any extra cards that turn. I think he just was already holding it.
Yeah, when he activated terraforming, you could tell that he checked his graveyard. Gave out a bit of a sigh, knowing that his Mystic Mine was unfortunately in the graveyard. Cody does have, though, as we mentioned before, Heartbeat in his main deck.
It was huge there. I mean, it got him another trap. I mean, he didn't really need to get to that far, but like if somehow Shooping did miraculously deal with that board, he would have way more to do. He has the Suliak in hand with a Rhino Heart. If you bring back a Rhino Heart from your graveyard, discarding Suliak, you're grabbing another TL Element monster, you're sending another TL Element monster. It's just a lot. That's why I'm a fan of like the adventure, well before Dabble, adventure TR elements, because you could use the adventure package, use your Faithful to discard Rhino Heart, bring it back to the field, discard the Suliak, add a TL Element monster, and you don't need your normal summon at all. I was actually a huge fan of that deck, but now, there's a lot of other options with Darkwing Blast. It's really changed a lot of things. I mean, Kashira Fenrir, we saw it at the beginning of the day, but we haven't really seen it come down in too many of our matches later on. I know they're out there, but I wonder how much of an impact that card's actually going to have here this weekend.
Thus far, I've only seen it added to the hand, and I think I've only seen it used as link material.
Yeah, so far. But it's definitely one of those cards that really lines up nicely when like maybe your opponent stopped your main strategy, you got shifted or something, you just still have that follow-up where you have that Fenrir on the field, it's going to give you another one. So definitely a good card to like counter strategies that are countering your own strategy.
I think it'll appear. I think we'll get to see it resolved.
I think once we get into Top Cut, there'll be a lot of Fenrirs running around for sure. I mean, Shooping has always packing some like cool stuff. I hope we get to see some of these cool cards he has in his deck here for game number 2. I mean, side decking when you're going first, it's definitely not a lot of cards are usually going in. Maybe you have something like anti-spell, some sort of trap card that you can now guarantee that if you draw it in your opening hand, you'll be able to set it before your opponent establishes a board, something like that. But we'll have to see. It looks like the duelists are shuffled up and about ready to start here, game number 2.
Shooping is using a handful of cards that I really like in the Tier Element deck, specifically Foolish Burial Goods. That card can basically search anything from your deck at this point because it can send, obviously, the Rainbow Bridge in order to turn into the field spell, which turns into basically any monster. Then, of course, you can just send Suliak to do that. And now you can even send Tier Element Scream.
Yeah, certainly a lot of options now. It lines up really well with this format. But let's go ahead and jump right into game number 2. But going back to your point, using Fool's Burial Goods like as a Rhoda is cool because you can also use Reinforcements of the Army in this deck. But you're only going to be able to get Rhino Heart as being like the only warrior. But that's not even bad. So yeah, being able to use Fool's Burial Goods in that same kind of way, sending a Suliak, nice.
So here we see Shooping's arguably the #1 card that he wants to activate to start a turn, which is Branded High Spirits.
It does so much, and we're about to see it here. It looks like he's discarding Havness, sending Rukalos. And he's going to add a new one.
So, jetzt müssen wir jetzt wieder durch hier.
This card's super cool.
Yeah, we've seen that card used to great effect earlier in the day, combined with Kit Kalos. Use Cartesia as effect as Chainlink 2. I'm curious to see if that's what Shooping will be going for.
Hallo Sprit, mir geht's super.
Yeah, the interaction
Hallo.
with the Blazing Ecclesia and Kitalis is just so good. We'll see is the case. In investing about Blazing Ecclesia, if you are using like Fallen Albaz or something and it's on your field or graveyard, you can just special summon it from
Stimmt, es
your
gibt keinen
hand.
Schwertjäger-Token
If you
mehr,
have
oder?
another way
Stimmt.
to fusion summon, it does have to fusion summon a level 8 or higher monster, but making
Ich hatte Corona und jetzt habe ich gerade Schnupfen und müsste husten. Es wird aber besser. Hört sich nur furchtbar an, aber es nervt Primär auch nur.
Deciding how he wants to resolve his Kit Kalos. So many options.
I mean, you send to trigger a fusion summon, you can add a trap for your opponent's turn, you can add a Havness to trigger during your opponent's turn. You can, really, the world's your oyster, just depending on what the other cards you drew in your hand. And it looks like he's going to add, is that Crime?
I believe so. I've definitely seen more copies of that this weekend than I've seen in the past
ever
2 months that the deck has been out.
It definitely has seen a huge boom in play.
Und ich habe die mal zum Mod gemacht, wenn die irgendwie diese komischen Dinger kommen, mach die mal weg. Die nervt mich richtig.
Well, plus the howdness that he had to discard. But so this is the combination. So you can activate
Ja,
the
danke dir.
Kitalos effect to special summon a talent monster from your hand or graveyard. And now the Blazing Cartesia has a quick effect that you can chain to it. So Blazing Cartesia says you can fusion summon from your hand or field. So he's going to chain. So the Blazing Cartesia resolves, sending Kiktalos and Rhinoheart from his hand. Now Kiktalos is going to resolve to special summon. It looks like he's going to summon back Rhinoheart. But he could special summon back his own like Kiktalos even if you wanted, but he wouldn't get to mill the 5 cards then. But now, since it was sent by the card effect of Blazing Cartesia, top 5 to the graveyard.
Oof.
You see a skill drain, and ooh, is that Rainbow Bridge of Salvation? Looks like you called it. He is, in fact, using those new cards from the Crystal Beast, Legend of the Crystal Beast structure deck.
I think the Mystic Mining Game 1 really gave away that that's a very likely inclusion in his deck.
It was a dead giveaway.
What's really great about this is
Wo ich Kartenerrata, das Video kommt. Ich habe nur keine Zeit gehabt, genug gute Karten zu haben, die man erraten kann.
Yeah, the utility of the deck just brings the consistency level to a whole new dimension. Like, Tyrannos is on this deck that just doesn't really brick.
Activate Chain Link 1.
Anything else?
Nope.
Chain Link 2 die Trap. Okay.
So Chain Link 1 is Sharon to Fusion Summon. Chain Link 2 is Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. Banish.
Einige Karten sollten definitiv von der Banlist runter, das stimmt, ja.
The Crystal Beast Emerald Tortoise from his deck to his hand. So he gets Primeval Planet Paralino, and there's the Crystal Beast monster, which is an Aqua. We've seen it used as, like, you know, discard fodder for other cards. Plus, you use it as an Aqua if any fusion monster requires an Aqua, which the Teal monsters do.
It's really amazing how a card that old has such value suddenly in today's format.
The Legend of the Crystal Beast structure deck giving a boost right back to some old strategies like Crystal Beast, even if they are incorporated into some of the newer strategies like Tiar Elements. But hey, everyone deserves their day, and this is Emerald Tortoise's day. Notoriously not one of the best Crystal Beasts, but being an Aqua, perfect. When I think of Crystal Beast, I'm like, oh, Pegasus,
Jo.
Carbuncle.
Ja, aber die YCS läuft halt noch. Ich werde aber auch nach dem Game den Stream beenden. Einfach weil es mir, also ich merke dann, dass ich halt Kopfschmerzen bekomme. Ich werde aber morgen auf jeden Fall Day 2 auch versuchen zu streamen. Also auf jeden Fall morgen einschalten für Day 2. Weil ich glaube, morgen wird es nochmal ein bisschen interessanter auch, dass wir mehr gute Spieler sehen. Weil der Koto und Chuping zum Beispiel sind 2 sehr gute Spieler und das sieht man hier im Gameplay auch.
So here we see Primeval Planet come down, giving Shuping the option of searching out any tier element monster from his deck. We see a copy of High Rate Draw in his deck. I don't know if you've been able to notice that while shuffling. It's a really interesting inclusion in the tier element strategy. It gives you some play against Mystic Mine.
Mystic Mine, yeah, you can destroy your monsters on the field, maybe trigger their effects, and you get to draw. So definitely a solid card.
Das ist YCS, ja. YCS Minneapolis.
But this is all pretty much off of Brandon High Spirit. It's such a good, powerful card, and then we're going to see an XC summon. I mean, the Blazing Cartesia just so impactful. It gets the fusion summon, so you get the recalls. It's the level 4 you need for the Dweller. And if you don't make Dweller, you can use it as a tuner to make Baron if you're able to fusion summon a Garuro with one of your other tier elements effect. And then you draw a card on top of that. All because the existence of Blazing Cartesia.
It is interesting to see that he didn't go into Barone to floor, but I mean, Abyss Dweller is plenty strong enough against this particular matchup.
Yeah, maybe he has like a Suliak set to. I mean, we know he has Crime for sure, but maybe Suliak also, so he can send the Kiktalos, which will crescendo into a bunch of fusion summons.
What's amazing, really, quite frankly, about being able to search Crime here is Abyss Dweller
in Amerika gibt es in der Regel
insulated from any of the counter
eigentlich so jeden Monat irgendwie ein
because of this
YCS.
counter trap set on Shuping's side of the field.
Except Super Poly. But it's funny, so we saw Shuping use Abyss Dweller.
Teurer als 30 Euro glaube ich nicht, aber die Karten werden auch immer sehr gehypt werden, weil die halt relativ schnell auch gebraucht werden für die jeweiligen Events.
Cody's turn, he's going to have to use Abyss Dweller right away. And
oh mein Gott.
Crime can deal with the counter cards, not this Ghost rare from Ghost from the past, the second haunting. Winged Dragon Ross Fear mode. Oh, ancient beast of the sky, please hear my cry. Envelop the desert with your glow and cast your rage upon my foe. Unlock your secrets from deep within.
Und Mystic Mine, Digga. Oh mein Gott.
Maybe to an extent Mystic Mine, but not Super Polymerization and Winged Dragon of Ra. Winged Dragon comes down, and now all of a sudden Mystic Mine is also.
It comes back to me.
Appear in this shadow game as I call out your name. Sheer mode. Yeah, Sheer mode Mystic Mine. Pretty strong combination of cards here. And he's going to follow up with a Tier Element Scream.
So Shuping was protected against basically half of the possible ways that Abyss Dweller could be counteracted.
Oh, and there's your card. Foolish Burial Goods coming down here from Xuping. Now that high rate draw is looking pretty good. He's going to want to get to that high rate draw.
Speaking of it.
There it is.
What's also interesting, there was a
Ja, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Geht mehr, klar, in den USA. Aber die USA ist ja auch viel, viel größer als jetzt Deutschland zum Beispiel. Ne? Als wenn da jeden Monat da eine YCS ist ja aber in verschiedenen Staaten logischerweise auch. Ne?
I think I might have skipped a line. Unlock your secrets from deep within so that together we may win. Did I say that one?
Ne, ich fühle mich länger, muss ich meinen, weil der nur 13 Minuten die Time, danach ist vorbei.
Cody's just verifying the text on high rate draw, making sure he understands how this card could potentially interact with the Mystic Mind on the field.
Yeah, sometimes you know about like the text that people are using. You probably heard, oh yeah, I use high rate draw to deal with Mystic Mind, but you always want to double check. I think you have to like destroy 2 monsters on your side of the field. You have to draw, but it basically clears your board from Mystic Mind.
You can throw it out.
Yeah, during the opponent's main phase, if this card is in your graveyard, you can target 1 monster you control, destroy it, and if you do, set this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. Yes, it has a draw effect as its other effect, but it's that effect that really matters because it clears your field, making it such that Mystic Mind will destroy itself during the end phase.
Mystic Mind war ja gar nicht so prominent. Also jetzt gerade auf der letzten YCS in Utrecht war es ja gar nicht so krass. Jetzt hier in Amerika sehen wir es deutlich mehr.
It like really pops. It almost looks like 3D sort of coming off the card there.
It really does. Some cards look amazing in Ghost Rare.
Definitely a cool rarity. Let's see what's next here for Cody.
Instant Fusion.
Oh, so it doesn't transfer back because that effect can't activate because of Mystic Mind, I guess. Interesting. Unless it's not an effect that activates. Oh. So it isn't an effect that activates, it just happens. It's part of the initial effect, so it goes back to Cody.
I thought that was the case.
Yeah, you were right, definitely.
I mean, that's fine.
Shuping laughing, he's like, haha, now you are the one that has Mystic Mind. Get a little chuckle from Shuping.
I imagine if both players were unaware of that interaction, it would be quite surprising.
It is a weird one. So Shuping's going to activate Brandon in High Spirits here. Going to discard Tillman Sharon. It sounds like Shuping just figured something out. Is that a second copy of Rukalos?
Mhm. Oh, spannend.
It is.
He is, in fact, playing 2. We were talking about Brandon High Spirits losing utility after the first one. Well, if you play 2 copies of Rukalos, that is simply not the case. It's really interesting to see how players prioritize extra deck cards, especially a second copy of Rukalos. That really is a utility spot, and he's just valuing the ability to use Brandon High Spirits more than once.
I mean, it goes back to your hand pretty much for free, so you're definitely going to have that follow-up. So
Nein,
it's going to come.
Max C ist deutlich schlimmer als Mystic Mind.
But it's difficult
And
to always reliably do that.
And usually when you put it back, you want to like summon it back to the field too on top of that. But then you can just put it back again. That's the best part about Tail Elements. The kind of the gift that keeps on giving. You keep fusing with these fusion monsters that go back to your extra deck, so you can fuse and summon them again later on.
Except Kaleidoheart.
Except Kaleidoheart. So he's going to fusion summon for Kiktalos. Now they both have 1 monster on the field, so Mystic Mind not affecting anybody for the moment. I'm a little surprised by how many people decided to bring Mystic Mind here this weekend as a mainline strategy. Maybe not anticipating the Beast of Lubellion being, widely used by a lot of players, as it is so brand new. But
Mine ist furchtbar, aber Maxi ist deutlich schlimmer.
I think if you're going to play Foolish
Also wenn ich die Wahl hätte, Mine oder Maxi, würde ich lieber, dass Maxi Band bleibt.
I think it's worth it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That additional field spell besides just the Primeval Planet.
Even just having, just the terraforming, why not? Especially when you're like side decking, if you go second, it's definitely a card you want to be able to add with terraforming.
So now we see Mystic Mind sent to the graveyard.
Since they have the same monsters here in the end phase.
It's going to open things up quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, you can't target, but the other effects, you summon Winged Dragon of Ra from your deck. But the Sheer Mode's not hatching here this duel.
What are the odds we see Wing Dragon and Cyber Sign in one event?
I think we could. I think we could. It would be awesome. Talk about 2 cards that pay your life points down. Wing Dragon Raw really pays your life points down to the very last one. So it looks like he's going to use the
Nein, Maxi war nie mehr als gut für das Game. Der Moment, wo die Karte gut spielbar war der Punkt, wo die Karte broken war.
Oh, I bet that's what he drew the terraforming from in game 1. When he didn't use it before he started milling, he probably drew the terraforming off the Albion. I knew there had to be some point he had to draw on the terraforming.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for the comments. I cannot wait. Oh my god, please make this mine wins in time. Oh my god. Planet? Yeah, that's fine.
So he's going to activate a new copy of Primeval Planet Paralino, send the old one to the graveyard, and now he's going to add
Max C zurückbringt, nein.
a Tearlament, Rhino Heart.
Es gibt Karten, für die sehe ich keine Chance, und Max C ist genau eine davon.
Accurately named as the heart of the deck. I'm a big fan of all the heart cards.
Kaleido Hearts.
Kaleido Heart, Scareclaw, Rhyhard.
Actually, just only.
Honestly, I feel like Kid Kalos is the heart of the deck, but I understand the naming.
True. Well, how do you get to Kiktalos? Rhino Heart.
Fair enough.
But no, you are. We see all those Darker Noir. Darker Noir only does in Cody's deck so he can mill it. He was never planning on using it. Just wanted to make sure he could mill it, you know, instead of his Tearlament monsters.
That was the one thing that the Tearlament's Crime was playing around earlier in the game too. It's funny.
Oh man.
So Dakota's milled 5 in 2 games.
Ich würde jetzt nicht sagen, dass sie in Master Duel und in OCG keine Probleme verursacht.
So he's going to trigger Art Merrily, and Scream is going to be chained. No, he gets you 3 more.
Wow.
Just a Scream and a 3rd copy of Darker. He really put it in his. You see Cody laughing too. We've 2 games, 6 copies of Darker Memoirs to the graveyard.
Cody's probably thinking to himself, this could be 6 copies of Sheeran.
Anything. Just one Tearlament name.
I'm stupid.
But he's like, nope, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. This sheer mode coming back to my side of the field really ruined things. My mills are terrible. Not meant to win this game. Cody, I like how he looks at Jinping as he's scooping up his cards. Like, what are you supposed to do? But definitely a good match. Definitely fun to watch. Time to winding down.
What's really interesting about that Wing Dragon interaction, or the Spear Mode rather specifically, is that decks, for example, like Dedicated Mine, basically have to run Lava Golem, even though Spear Mode can clear an additional monster, because in a deck it's dedicated to Mine, if that is your win condition. I'm thinking about the decks that play Ojama Trio and Ojama Duo with Rivalry and Gozen. They can't afford to play Spear Mode because it comes back to you during the end phase.
You don't need any monster. You sound like you know a lot about that pure Mystic Mind burn kind of strategy. Is that a deck you maybe dabbled with in the past?
I think everybody has to play that at least one tournament.
Yeah, I mean, or at least it's a good one to play, like even at your local scene, to kind of like help teach. Like, you have to deal with this. You better have some cards in your side deck prepared. If you're not prepared for this matchup, you're not going to be able to do anything. But if you are prepared, have something like Unending Nightmare in your side deck, even just Cosmic Cyclones, you need those cards.
The best way to learn how to play against a deck is honestly just to play it a little bit, to understand where the weaknesses are, and if it's a deck.
Ich spiele aktuell Runic Sprite.
Even if you don't think you understand it to its full capacity, play it a little while, get used to it, and you'll start to see why you're losing games, and then you can start to replicate that the next time you sit down against it.
Incredible, yeah. Is that the best advice? If you're definitely struggling with the deck, I would also, just highly recommend playing with it. Yeah, the best way you can beat anything is understanding it.
Very rarely at the locals that I'd go to leading up to a YCS would I actually play the deck that I intended
Ja,
to
und
play.
ist ein gutes
I
Deck.
would always play some of the strategies just to get
Wahrscheinlich sogar das beste Deck aktuell.
Even along the way, you could find something else. Maybe you actually like this other strategy you couldn't beat before.
Bis halt Mama kommt.
Maybe because it was better. Like, you also just can learn more information. Just keep yourself open to options and always learning. Even once you become a YCS champion, you don't think, oh, I'm now a champion, I know everything, I am now the master of this game. No, it's a constant game, constantly evolving. As the meta shifts, as decks shift, the cards in your deck have to shift. You can't just take the same deck to
Ja, aber du brauchst theoretisch halt Totally Awesome Guard gar nicht. Aber du kannst halt trotzdem noch spielen.
I guess you could maybe back in the day. There's a couple of months maybe where you could work out that way, but now you can't do that anymore. Nope. I didn't even think about that. I was like, no, you can't do that. No, you can't use the same deck twice and expect the same result. Sometimes you can. But when a brand new set comes out and really shakes things up, you definitely want to pay attention to it. I think, even when I fell into that when Photon Shockwave came out, I was still playing the same deck, even though, you know, Rescue Rabbit and all these powerful new cards came out. I was still playing the same thing, and I got destroyed after coming off, you know, a win and then losing immediately. Doesn't feel good. Definitely always check out the newest sets, and there's probably some really good cards that can either take your strategy to the next level or a new theme that you might fall in love with.
Which, on this weekend, is a perfect thing to bring up. Darkwing Blast has just completely changed the field.
Yeah, it's so good. I mean, everyone was talking about Power of the Elements, how impactful it was. It brought the Sprite.
Ich glaube nicht, dass die Fatalities bekommen werden, aber es wird nach Mama wird's sehr, sehr gut. Ob es ein T0-Deck sein wird, wir werden es in Dortmund sehen.
Plus, they're just good on their own. I'm a huge fan of Darkwing Blast.
It's really amazing how decks that have been clearly popular and doing well evolve after Darkwing Blast, and we've just been seeing that all day.
Yeah, it's definitely been awesome. It's one of the times, like a lot of times I go into the commentating, I know what I'm going to see, I know what I'm expecting, but you know, really anything can come out this weekend. Obviously a lot of tiers, but how they're using the new tier cards is what is, you know, unique. I mean, Brandon High Spirits has just been all over the place this weekend, and we see why. Like, it just does so much on its own.
I really appreciate how basically all of the tier element decks we've looked at this weekend feel different. We haven't seen Curious at all. At least I haven't seen Curious at all this weekend. I haven't seen Eradicator in the main deck, Spell Cancer in the main deck.
Yeah, it's kind of fallen out of favor. Now that Rukalos is around, it seems, but we are jumping right into
Ich glaube, dass gar keine von den neuen Karten broken ist. Ich glaube, dass sie sehr gut sind, aber ich glaube nicht, dass sie broken sind.
That was like a main strategy for a lot of players, yeah, going this, but we haven't seen it at all. Even with like Cody using like the dangers and stuff, you'd think that maybe Curious would touch down, but hasn't been an issue.
It's in his deck, it just hasn't hit the field. And we don't see the version of this deck that plays a lot of those hand interruptions, which was popular a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Rukalos definitely putting a little damper on those kind of decks. Since you're able to summon it before 5 summons, makes Nibiru less impactful. But I still, you know, highly respect Nibiru. But it looks like a normal summon of...
Ja, das neue Ritualmuster ist ziemlich gut, ja. Das können wir so festhalten.
Trigger Sharon's effect to Fusion Summon. Is that a Mystic Mine in Cody's hand?
It is a Mystic Mine. Going first, which normally would be surprising. I think with this amount of time left in the round, it makes a little bit more sense.
Like if you just get to that turn 3, you can activate it.
Die Frage ist halt, ob halt Dakota irgendeinen Weg hat, irgendwie Live-Points zu generieren. Weil es sind noch 2,5 Minuten, seine Combo wird ein bisschen dauern. Oder gehen die halt wirklich für den Draw hier?
Yeah, while it is good going first, not great when you don't want to, you know, lose life points.
Same is true with cards like Cosmic Cyclone. There are multiple cards that Cody could have that in other circumstances might be coming in, but he just has to leave out in the side deck.
So now he's going to Fusion Summon for Kiktalos. Now he's using Kiktalos effect to summon Merrily from the hand. Kiktalos is going to mill 5, Merrily's going to mill 3, so we're going to see 8 cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard.
The classic 8.
No Scream, so not 11 this time.
That's impressive. 25% or more of your deck all in one interaction.
Should go. And then with, you know, the Shiji Ishtar cards coming in Magnificent Mavens in a couple of weeks, we're going to see even more milling on the horizon. Magnificent Mavens is a set I'm incredibly excited for. Pharaoh's Rares look awesome.
150?
I'm excited for some of the Ultra reprints. Shadow Imprisoning Mirror slots right into some Time Wizard decks.
There you go. Lightmere, if you're trying to deal with Lightsworn in Time Wizard format. Lightmere used to be like the card. Lightmere Colossal Fighter against like
spielt ein Cowboy? Nee, okay.
So here we see Bahamut Sharp come down. It's the second time this matchup that we've seen this interaction.
And once again, it's just totally awesome. He's be able to include this in his tier element deck. You know, we see a lot of Abyss Dwellers, but Bahamut giving you that Toad. Merrily already obviously going to be able to make this. Bahamut plus Merrily is just Sprite Elf with, you know, the Toad being able to come back. 2 negates. Really fantastic.
This one then? Sure.
Oh, but he's going after Sprite Sprint. Okay.
Alright, cool.
Sprite Sprint, a brand new card out of Darkwing Blast. That's a secret rare. It's kind of similar to Elf, but instead of specialing back in the graveyard, it's going to send a level 2 monster from your deck to the graveyard, and that level 2 is going to be Charlemagne's Merrily.
Yeah, sure. Merrily. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. What do I make here? Which one? Cows?
Yeah. I like Cody asking Shuping what he should go into.
Else, because I can't have my mini face.
There we see Rukalos.
Time.
You're about to be so mad at me.
I mean, sure.
Foolish Burial. Is he gonna send a card that changes life points?
Er hat einen komischen Bug da drin.
Oh, I see it. The Skull Mark Ladybug. He's gonna gain 1,000 life points as time
Crazy.
is winding down here in this long match. Shade Gamma. He has the Recallus on the field, kind of playing around that as well, even. And Cody's going to be able to win this game number 3 here in Shuping as the time runs down. An excellent match. Even without, the life point gain, he still has Super Poly. He would have gone into something like Sprite Elf with a double toad. It was good, but now he's able to ensure the victory. He's able to Foolish Burial down that Skull Mark Ladybug. But congratulations to Cody. He's moving on 7-0.
Ja, aber genau die richtige Zeitkarte für so ein Turnier. Er hat auf jeden Fall die Möglichkeit gehabt, Live-Codes zu generieren. Ja, so gibt man halt den Time. So, ich werde aber jetzt auch diesen wunderbaren Stream für heute beenden. Nicht, weil ich keinen Bock mehr habe, sondern einfach, ich merke halt, meine Stimme wird immer schlechter und man versteht mich kaum noch und das ist beschissen. Ich denke mal, wir werden morgen im Stream, ich hoffe, morgen geht es ein bisschen besser, diese beiden Matches, die uns jetzt noch fehlen, uns wahrscheinlich angucken. Also, wenn ihr die nicht sehen wollt, guckt sie morgen mit uns im Stream an. Und dann würde ich sagen, sehen wir uns morgen. Bis dahin, haut rein. Ciao, Leute.